The Lighthouse and the Storm by Zelvara. Chapter 1. The Philosopher's Courtyard. The blade stopped a hand's breadth from the student's throat. Kallistrate held the wooden practice sword steady, her weight balanced on the balls of her feet, and watched understanding dawn in the young woman's eyes. The mistake had been subtle. Most wouldn't have caught it, but Kallistrate had been teaching long enough to see the patterns before they formed. "What did you do wrong?" she asked, not lowering the blade. The student, Mira, swallowed carefully. Around them, the other warriors had paused mid-drill, watching. The courtyard smelled of dust and sweat and the olive oil they used on the practice weapons. Afternoon light slanted through the columns, painting everything gold. "I committed too early," Mira said. "Before that." Mira's brow furrowed. I don't. You assumed I would strike high." Kallistrate lowered the sword, stepping back. "You saw my shoulders shift and decided you knew what came next. In a real fight, that assumption would have killed you." She turned to address the full group, 14 warriors ranging from barely past childhood to veterans with gray in their beards. Some were hers, students who'd sought her out specifically. Others were Nicomedes students, borrowed for the afternoon because the old strategos believed cross-training kept minds flexible. "Strategy isn't about predicting your opponent's move," Kallistrate said. "It's about creating space for multiple responses. When you commit to one outcome, you've already lost." A hand raised. Lycos, one of the younger boys, eager and bright. "But Kallistrate, isn't that what you teach us? To read the battlefield, to know what's coming." "Read, yes. No." She shook her head. "I teach you to adapt. There's a difference between being prepared for anything and being certain of one thing." She caught Mira's eye. The young woman was still rubbing her throat where the wooden blade had stopped. "When you see your opponent shift, you don't assume. You respond to what actually happens, not what you expect to happen. Can you fight with uncertainty?" "I can try," Mira said. Kallistrate almost smiled. "Almost. Good. Uncertainty is honest. Certainty gets you killed." The words hung in the courtyard like dust motes in sunlight. She'd learned that lesson at 16, watching her entire unit die because their commander had been certain the enemy would retreat, had been certain holding the position was the right call, had been so certain he'd refuse to adapt when the situation changed. Kallistrate had broken rank and run. She'd survived. Her certainty about that choice had taken years to build. "Again," she said to Mira, "but this time, don't decide what I'm going to do. Just watch, and when I move, respond." They drilled until the light began to fade. Kallistrate corrected grips, adjusted stances, asked questions more often than she gave answers. What would you do if your opponent was taller? Faster? If you were fighting uphill? If you'd already lost your shield? When she finally dismissed them, the warriors filed out in small clusters, voices rising in friendly argument about technique and philosophy. Kallistrate stayed behind, wiping down the practice weapons with the same methodical care she brought to everything. The wood was smooth under her hands, familiar. She could do this with her eyes closed. She was halfway through the rack when footsteps echoed across the courtyard. "Still cleaning other people's weapons, I see." Kallistrate looked up to find Erastos leaning against one of the columns, arms crossed, grinning. Behind him, 2 small figures peeked around the stone. His daughters, 7 and 5, both trying to look fierce and failing because they couldn't stop giggling. "Someone has to," Kallistrate said, setting the last sword on the rack. "Otherwise, they'll think weapons care for themselves." Profound wisdom. Erastos pushed off the column, ruffling the nearest daughter's hair as he passed. The girls wanted to see where their Uncle Kalli teaches warriors to hit each other with sticks. "We're not supposed to call it that," the older daughter said seriously. "Papa says it's a noble art." "Papa talks too much." Kallistrate crossed to them, crouching down to their level. "Did he tell you I taught him everything he knows?" "That's a lie," Erastos said cheerfully. "You taught me how to fall down without crying. Everything else I learned from people more patient than you." The younger daughter reached out to touch the scar on Kallistrate's left forearm, the old one that ran from elbow to wrist. "Does it hurt?" "Not anymore. Papa says you got it being very brave." Kallistrate glanced up at Erastos, who had the grace to look slightly embarrassed. Your papa makes things sound better than they were. I got it running away. The girl's eyes widened. Warriors don't run away. Smart ones do. Kallistrate straightened, her knees protesting the movement more than they used to. 28 wasn't old, but she'd been fighting since she was tall enough to hold a sword. Sometimes running away is how you live long enough to fight again. Erasto's wife appeared in the courtyard entrance, a basket balanced on one hip. She waved to her husband, then to Kallistrate, then herded the girls toward home with promises of honey cakes if they didn't dawdle. Their voices faded into the evening. You didn't come just to let your daughters judge my teaching methods, Kallistrate said once they were alone. Erastos settled onto one of the stone benches that lined the courtyard. Theodora's visiting her mother for a few days. I thought you might want company for dinner. I have food. I know you do. You always have food. You also always eat it alone while staring at nothing and pretending you're thinking about philosophy. He patted the bench beside him. Sit. Talk to me. Kallistrate hesitated, then sat. The stone was still warm from the day's sun. How are you? Erastos asked. He said it simply, without pity, and that was why she answered honestly. Tired. Of teaching. Of pretending I'm not waiting. The admission surprised her. She'd gotten good at not saying it out loud. But Erastos had known her since they were both 17, both new to Nicomedes' training, both convinced they were invincible. He'd held her hair back when she'd vomited after her first real battle. She'd sat with him the night before his wedding, listening to him list all the ways he might fail at being a husband. Some truths were easier with old friends. 3 years, Erastos said quietly. No word. One letter. 2 years ago. From somewhere north. Kallistrate traced the scar on her forearm without thinking. It said, still alive. Don't worry. As if that helped. You could look for them. They don't want to be found. You could stop waiting. Kallistrate turned to look at him. His face was kind in the dying light, concerned but not judgmental. Do you remember what you said to me the night before you married Theodora? I said a lot of things. Most of them foolish. You said you were terrified you'd wake up one day and realize you'd chosen wrong. That you want to run, and you wouldn't know how to stay. Erastos' mouth quirked. Did I mention the foolish part? You asked me how anyone knows they're making the right choice. Kallistrate looked out at the courtyard, at the weapons rack, at the space where her students had stood just hours ago. I told you that right and wrong didn't matter as much as being able to live with what you chose. I told you to pick the version of yourself you could look at in 20 years and not regret. I remember. I've chosen this. She said it simply. Waiting, not waiting, it doesn't matter what we call it. I have a life. I teach. I train. I have friends, students who need me, work that matters. And when the day comes that Theron walks back through that gate, I want to be someone who didn't spend 3 years becoming bitter. And if they don't come back, then I've still lived well. Kallistrate stood, brushing dust from her training tunic. That's not a waste, Erastos. That's a choice. He studied her for a long moment, then sighed and stood as well. Nicomedes worries about you. Nicomedes worries about everyone. It's his favorite hobby. He thinks you're setting yourself up for heartbreak. He's not wrong. Kallistrate started walking toward the courtyard entrance, and Erastos fell in a step beside her. But I'd rather risk heartbreak choosing what I want than avoid it by choosing nothing at all. They walked in comfortable silence through the narrow streets of Athens. The city was settling into evening, lamps being lit in windows, the smell of cooking fires drifting from doorways. Voices called out greetings as they passed, and Kallistrate nodded to familiar faces. The baker who always saved her the end pieces of bread. The old woman who sat outside the wine shop and told stories about the Trojan War as if she'd been there herself. This was her life. Full. Real. It existed whether Theron was in it or not. But when they reached her door, she paused. The lamp in the window was already lit. She'd done it that morning like she did every morning. A small oil lamp in a clay holder, nothing special. It would burn through the night, and she'd refill it come dawn. Erastos saw where she was looking. Callie, I know, she said quietly. I know what it looks like. It looks like you're waiting. I'm not waiting. She met his eyes. I'm living a life they're welcome in. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. She opened her door. Do you want to come in for wine, or are you going to stand there judging my lamp? Erastos laughed, the tension breaking. Wine. Definitely wine. And I'm not judging. I am worried. There's a difference. I know, Kallistrate said, and meant it without offense. Inside, her home was small but comfortable. A single room with a sleeping platform in one corner, a table and chairs near the hearth, shelves lined with scrolls, and the occasional piece of terrible pottery she'd made during a brief phase of thinking she might be good at something other than fighting. The lamp in the window cast steady light across everything. She poured wine. They talked about his daughters, her students, the city's politics, everything except the thing that mattered. When Erastos finally left, he hugged her at the door. "You know I love you," he said. "I know. And you know I think this is a terrible idea." "I know that too." He pulled back, hands on her shoulders, looking at her with the frank honesty of someone who'd earned the right. "What do you need from me? Stop asking me when I'm going to give up." "Done." He kissed her forehead. "But I reserve the right to bring you food and wine when you look too thin. I always look too thin to you, because you never eat enough." He stepped into the street, then turned back. "The lamp is too bright, by the way. You want to trim the wick or you'll burn through oil too fast." Kallistrate smiled despite herself. "Get out of my doorway." She watched him disappear into the evening, then closed the door and leaned against it. The room felt too quiet. She should eat something, should review the notes Nicomedes had sent about tomorrow's advanced strategy lesson, should practice the pottery technique one of her students had been trying to teach her. Instead, she walked to the window and looked at the lamp. It burned steady and bright, a small defiant light against the dark. "I'm not waiting," she whispered to the empty room. But she didn't trim the wick. Later that night, after a simple meal of bread and cheese and olives, after reorganizing her scrolls for no reason except to keep her hands busy, a messenger arrived at her door. The young man was travel-worn, dust in his hair, and he handed her a sealed letter with obvious relief at having delivered it. She gave him a coin, and he disappeared into the night. The seal was unfamiliar. No housemark, just plain wax. Her hand stayed steady as she broke it. The letter inside was brief. Caravan escort needed. Northern Mountains. 2 weeks. Good pay. They asked specifically for experienced warriors who know the high passes in winter. Report to the Dipolon Gate at dawn, 3rd day from now. It was signed by a merchant she'd worked for before. Legitimate work. Nothing unusual. Except, Kallistrate read it again, then walked to her table and unrolled a map of the region. The Northern Mountains. She traced the routes with her finger. The high passes. This time of year, only a few would be viable, and only for another few weeks before the snow came in earnest. The last letter from Theron had been postmarked from a northern garrison. 2 years ago. They could be anywhere by now. This was probably nothing. Probably. Kallistrate looked at the letter again, then at the map, then at the lamp burning in her window. "Smart ones run away," she said to the empty room, echoing her own words from earlier. "And smart ones know when to hold their ground." The question was, which was this? She folded the letter carefully and set it on the table beside her practice sword. Then she sat down and began sharpening the blade, the familiar rhythm of stone on metal steadying her thoughts. She would think about it, weigh the options, make a choice she could live with. But even as she worked the stone along the blade's edge, something in her chest had already decided. The Northern Mountains. A job she was qualified for. A caravan that needed protection. It had nothing to do with the possibility that Theron might be there. Nothing at all. Kallistrate set down the sharpening stone and touched the scar on her left forearm. The one she'd gotten the day she learned that running and staying were sometimes the same choice, just viewed from different angles. She took the job. The mountains, she told herself, had nothing to do with the fact that Theron's last letter bore a northern postmark. Nothing at all. Chapter 2. The Mercenary's Last Contract. The blood came off easier than Theron expected. They stood at the edge of the coastal town's public fountain, scrubbing their knuckles in the cold water, watching red swirl and fade into nothing. The fight had been brief. Professional. The kind of work that paid, well, precisely because most people didn't want to do it. Around them, the town was waking up. Merchants setting up stalls. Fishermen hauling nets down to the docks. The smell of bread baking somewhere, mixing with salt air and fish and the particular sin of a place where people live close to the sea and close to each other. Theron didn't belong here. Didn't belong anywhere, really. That was the point. They dried their hands on their tunic and walked back to the inn where they'd spent the last 3 nights. The innkeeper didn't look up when they passed, which meant either she hadn't heard about the fight or she decided that what happened in alley disputes wasn't her concern. Probably the latter. This was that kind of town. In their room, sparse and temporary as all their rooms were, Theron counted out the payment they'd received and divided it into 3 pouches. One for immediate expenses, one for the next town, one that went into the bottom of their pack and didn't get touched except in emergencies. They've been doing this for 3 years. Moving from contract to contract, town to town, never staying long enough for anyone to ask questions they didn't want to answer. The work was easy. The solitude was harder. But solitude was safe, and safety was all that mattered. Or so they kept telling themselves. A knock at the door pulled them from their thoughts. "It's open," Theron called, not bothering to hide the blade they'd automatically drawn. The door swung inward to reveal a woman in healer's robes, gray hair pulled back, hands marked with the particular stains that came from preparing medicines. She took in Theron's defensive posture with a single glance and sighed. "Put that away. If I wanted you dead, I wouldn't knock." "Xantha." Theron lowered the blade, but didn't sheath it. "I thought you moved inland." "I did. Move back. Coastal air is better for the lungs." She stepped into the room, uninvited, and closed the door behind her. "You look terrible." "Thank you. You look old." "I am old. I've earned it." Xantha settled onto the room's single chair with the ease of someone who knew she wouldn't be asked to leave. "You, on the other hand, look like you're 30 going on 50. When did you last sleep through the night?" Theron didn't answer. They sheathed the blade and sat on the edge of the bed, putting the coin pouches back in their pack with deliberate care. "What do you want?" "Same thing I've wanted for 2 years. To make sure you're still alive." "I'm still alive." "That's debatable." Xantha leaned forward, elbows on her knees, studying them with the clinical detachment of someone who'd seen too much suffering to be shocked by any of it. "You're running towards something this time. I can tell." Theron's hands stilled on the pack straps. "I'm not. Don't bother lying. You're bad at it, and I'm too old to pretend I believe you." She tilted her head. "What's north?" "Nothing." "Theron." They looked up, meeting her eyes. Xantha had earned honesty, if nothing else. She kept them alive during the 8 months after, when they'd been more animal than human, more wound than person. She'd fed them, stitched them, restrained them when necessary, and never once asked them to explain what they couldn't put into words. "There's a caravan," Theron said finally, "moving through the mountain passes. They need guards. You've never needed regular work before. You take contracts when you run out of coin, and you've got enough to last months." Xantha's expression didn't change. "What's north?" "Maybe someone you're running toward or running from." Theron laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I'm not sure there's a difference." "There is. Trust me." Xantha stood, crossing to the small window that looked out over the harbor. Morning light caught in her hair, turning gray to silver. "I knew someone once who spent their whole life running from the thing they wanted most. By the time they stopped running, the thing they wanted was gone. Don't be that person. What if the thing I want is better off without me? Then you're making decisions for other people. That's arrogance, not protection." She turned back to face them. "This someone, do they know you're alive?" "Yes." "No. I send letters sometimes." "Do they write back?" "I don't stay anywhere long enough to receive mail." Xantha's expression did something complicated. Not quite pity, not quite frustration. Something in between that Theron had seen before, usually right before she told him something they didn't want to hear. "You're going to spend the rest of your life running," Xantha said quietly. "That's your choice. But at least be honest about why. Don't pretend it's for their sake when it's really for yours." "It is for their sake." "No, it's because you're terrified." She said it without judgment, which somehow made it worse. "You think if you stay, they'll see all the broken pieces and leave. So you leave first. It's not noble. It's not even particularly smart. It's just fear." Theron stood abruptly. "You don't know what you're talking about." "I know more than you think." Xantha moved toward the door, then paused with her hand on the frame. "I saw you at your worst. Violence, nightmares, Days where you couldn't tell the difference between then and now. And I'm still here. I didn't run. I didn't leave. What makes you think this someone wouldn't do the same? Because I can't ask them to. Who said anything about asking? Zena opened the door. Go north. Find your caravan. And when you inevitably run into this as someone you're definitely not looking for, try being honest for once in your life. The worst thing that can happen is they confirm what you already believe. The best thing is you might be wrong. She left before Theron could respond. The room felt too quiet in her absence. Theron sat back down on the bed and pulled out the coin pouches again, counting them even though they knew exactly how much was there. A nervous habit, something to do with their hands when their mind wouldn't settle. Zena was wrong. Had to be wrong. The worst thing that could happen wasn't confirmation. The worst thing was hope. Hope meant vulnerability. Vulnerability meant pain. And they'd had enough pain to last several lifetimes. But their hands were already packing. Not just the essentials this time. Everything. The northern mountains required preparation. Cold weather gear. Extra rations. The kind of supplies you gathered when you were planning to stay in one place for more than a few days. When you were planning to see someone through. Theron pulled out a piece of parchment and stared at it for a long moment. They could write a letter. Something simple. A warning, maybe, or an explanation. But explanations required knowing why you were doing something, and Theron had stopped being certain of their own motivation somewhere around the second year of running. In the end, they left the parchment blank and finished packing. The ship north left at midday. Theron paid for passage and found a spot on deck where they could watch the coastline recede without being bothered by the other passengers. The wind was cold, carrying the first bite of winter. By the time they reached the northern ports, snow would be threatening the mountain passes. Smart people didn't travel through the mountains this time of year. Smart people didn't seek out the one person who'd seen them try to build a life and then watch them systematically dismantle it because they couldn't trust that anything good could last. But Theron had never been particularly smart about self-preservation, just good at running. The journey north took 4 days. Theron spent most of it on deck, watching the sea and trying not to think about the last time they'd made this journey. 3 years ago, heading south, away from Athens. Away from a teaching courtyard where someone with dark eyes and capable hands had asked them to stay, and they'd chosen the coward's path instead. At the northern port, they found the merchant organizing the caravan easily enough. A man named Philippos, round and jovial and shrewd enough to have lasted 20 years in a business that killed most people within 5. He looked Theron up and down, took in the weapons and the scars and the way they stood like someone perpetually ready to fight, and nodded. You'll do. We leave in 2 days. The pay is what I wrote in the posting, half now, half when we reach Athens safely. Theron's attention sharpened. Athens. Athens. Why? That a problem? No. They forced their expression neutral. No problem. Good. We've got one other guard signed on already, veteran from Athens originally. Should make for a smooth journey. 2 experienced hands. Philippos turned to shuffle through papers on his desk. Be at the staging ground at dawn, day after tomorrow. Don't be late. Theron left before the merchant could notice their hands had started shaking. Athens. The caravan was going to Athens. Of course it was. They found a room at an inn that smelled like wet wool and old smoke, dropped their pack on the floor, and sat on the edge of the bed with their head in their hands. This was a mistake. Had to be a mistake. They could back out. Take a different contract. Head east instead of south. There were always jobs for someone willing to fight and ask no questions. But they didn't back out. Instead, they spent the next 2 days preparing, checking weapons, buying cold weather gear, walking the market, and trying not to think about similar markets in Athens, where a certain warrior philosopher probably still bargained for practice weapons and olive oil and bread from the baker who saved the end pieces. On the second night, unable to sleep, Theron pulled out parchment and actually wrote the letter this time. Still alive. Moving south. Don't wait. They read it 3 times, then crumpled it and threw it in the fire. If Kallistrate was with the caravan, which she probably wasn't because that would require a level of coincidence that only existed in the poet's stories, then they'd have to face each other. And if they had to face each other, better to do it without the warning that would let Callie prepare all the questions Theron had no answers for. Or maybe Callie wouldn't be there at all. Maybe Theron would guard a caravan to Athens, collect their pay, and leave before ever crossing paths with the one person they'd spent 3 years trying to forget and failing spectacularly. That would be better, cleaner, safer. Except they'd taken this job specifically because they'd heard from a merchant who knew a soldier that a certain warrior from Athens had been asking about northern routes, had been considering escort work. Except they'd spent 3 years running and had somehow still managed to gather information like a scholar collecting scrolls. Where Kallistrate taught, who her students were, whether she'd taken a partner, married, moved on. She hadn't. As far as Theron could tell, she'd built a life in Athens and lived it and left space in it that Theron had once occupied and now didn't. Left space that was probably still there because Kallistrate didn't know how to close doors. Theron touched the scar on their left wrist, the one from the bindings, the one that ached when the weather changed or when they thought too hard about things they couldn't control. They could leave, should leave, take a different job, head a different direction, keep running because running was what they knew. But dawn came, and they went to the staging ground. And when they saw the other guard, the one Philippos had mentioned, standing beside the lead wagon with her back to them, they knew, even from behind, even after 3 years, Theron knew the shape of her, the way she stood, the economical movements as she checked the wagon's wheels and harness. Kallistrate. Theron's feet stopped moving. They stood there, pack on their back, hand automatically finding the scar on their wrist. They could still leave. Turn around. Philippos would be annoyed, but he'd find another guard. But then Kallistrate turned, responding to something the wagon driver said, and her eyes swept the staging ground and landed on Theron like a physical blow. For a moment, neither of them moved. 3 years. 3 years of letters sent to addresses they'd already left. 3 years of running from the one person who'd asked them to stay. 3 years of telling themselves it was for the best, that distance kept them both safe, that some things were better left broken than risked. Kallistrate's face betrayed nothing. No surprise, though she had to be surprised. No anger, though she had every right. Just that steady, assessing look that had always made Theron feel simultaneously seen and terrified. Then she nodded once. Acknowledgement. Nothing more. And turned back to her work. Theron stood frozen for another heartbeat. Then another. Their hand was still on their wrist, rubbing the scar without conscious thought. They could leave. They should leave. Instead, they adjusted the pack on their shoulders and walked toward the caravan, toward the mountains, toward whatever this was going to become. You're running towards something this time, Zamet said. Maybe she was right. Maybe that was somehow more terrifying than running away had ever been. Chapter 3. The Last Clear Day. Kallistrate. The shrine was older than Athens itself. That's what the locals claimed, anyway, though Kallistrate suspected the truth was less romantic. Still, the stone altar had the look of something that had weathered centuries, moss growing in cracks that might have been deliberately carved or might have been the work of time and weather. She approached it the way she approached most things, deliberately, without rush. The caravan had stopped for the midday meal at the base of the mountain pass, where a spring fed a small pool and ancient oaks provided shade. Most of the merchants and drivers had scattered to eat and rest. Kallistrate had walked the perimeter first, checking sight lines and escape routes out of habit, then found herself drawn to the shrine. It wasn't to any god in particular, just a place where travelers left offerings. Small things, a carved figure, flowers, coins, the accumulated prayers of people who'd passed this way and hoped for safe journey. Kallistrate had never been particularly religious. The gods, in her experience, helped those who helped themselves and ignored everyone else fairly democratically. But she believed in ritual, in the small acts that marked intention. She pulled a coin from her pouch and placed it on the altar. Not a prayer to divine intervention, more an acknowledgement to the mountain itself. I see you. I respect you. Please don't kill me. The sky above was clear, that deep blue that came in late autumn before winter stole all the color from the world. But the air had a weight to it, a pressure that made her shoulder ache where she'd broken it years ago. Storm coming. She'd known it before they left Athens. The caravan master, Philippos had known it too. But the pass would close for winter soon, and this was the last chance to make the journey before spring. Calculated risk. The kind that got people killed when the calculation went wrong. Behind her, someone cleared their throat. Kallistrate turned to find one of the wagon drivers, a middle-aged man named Lysander, hovering at a respectful distance. Asking for good weather, he asked, nodding at the altar. Asking the mountain not to kill us. That's honest. He approached the altar, pulled out a small carved fish, and set it beside her coin. My daughter made this. First thing she ever carved. I've been carrying it for luck. Does it work? I'm still alive, aren't I? He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. That other guard, the one who joined us this morning. You two know each other. Kallistrate's expression stayed neutral through pure practiced will. We've fought together before. Recently? No. Lysander didn't press, which she appreciated. They seem tense. They usually are. Are they good in a fight? Yes. Kallistrate picked up her water skin, needing something to do with her hands. If we run into trouble, you'll want Theron between you and it. They're competent, but no buts. She met his eyes. Theron will do their job. That's all you need to know. Lysander nodded slowly. The merchant said we might see snow on the pass. You think we'll make it through before it gets bad? Kallistrate looked up at the clear sky, at the mountains rising ahead of them, their peaks already white with early winter. Her shoulder ached. The air pressed down. I think we'll try, she said. She left him at the shrine and walked back toward the caravan. Most people were finishing their meal, packing up, preparing for the afternoon's climb. The road ahead would be steeper, rockier. They need to make the first way station before dark or camp exposed. Kallistrate found her assigned wagon and double-checked the supplies. Water, rope, blankets, the things you needed if you got stranded. She methodically verified each item, hands busy with familiar tasks, mind carefully not thinking about the person she'd glimpsed that morning. Theron, after 3 years. She'd known, somehow, the moment she'd accepted this job, something in her had known. Call it instinct or foolishness or the particular form of self-destruction that came from hoping against evidence. And then they'd been there, standing in the staging ground with that look on their face. The one that meant they were about to run, but hadn't quite convinced their feet to move yet. Kallistrate had turned back to her work. Because what else was there to do? Demand explanations? Ask why 3 years of silence had led to this accidental meeting that probably wasn't accidental at all? She knew Theron, knew their patterns, knew that pushing would only make them retreat. So she'd given them space. Let them take the job or leave it. Their choice. They'd stayed. Ready to move out, Philippos called, his voice carrying across the stopping point. Kallistrate swung up onto the wagon seat beside the driver, a quiet woman named Iris who'd been doing this route for 15 years. Ahead of them and behind, the caravan began to organize itself. 10 wagons in total, 40 people, a small fortune in trade goods, and one other guard, somewhere in the line of wagons, carefully not looking in her direction. Kallistrate touched the scar on her left forearm. The old habit, the reminder, running and staying were sometimes the same choice from different angles. The question was, which angle was this? Theron. The caravan wound up the mountain like a serpent with too many joints. Theron walked the line, moving between wagons, checking loads and harnesses with practiced efficiency. They'd done this work before, knew what to look for. A strap worn thin, a wheel hub that needed grease. The small problems that became disasters on mountain roads. They did not look at the wagon where Kallistrate sat. Not once. Not even when every instinct they had, every pattern of awareness built over years of fighting side by side, screamed that she was there. Right there. 30 paces away. They focused on the work instead. You're thorough, Philippos observed, watching them inspect one of the rear wagons. Most guards just walk the line and call it done. Most guards haven't seen what happens when a wheel breaks on a mountain pass. Fair point. The merchant pulled an apple from his pack and bit into it, studying Theron with the assessing look of someone who made their living reading people. You and the other guard. Lysander says you've worked together before. We've fought together. Theron moved to the next wagon, not slowing their inspection. Different thing. Is it Yes. She seems... Philippos paused, searching for the word. Calm. You seem the opposite. Theron's hands stilled on a rope tie. Is there a point to this conversation? Just making sure my guards aren't going to kill each other before we reach Athens. We won't. You sound very certain. I am. Theron yanked the rope tight, harder than necessary. Kallistrate is a professional. So am I. Whatever else is between us doesn't matter when it comes to the job. Whatever else, Philippos repeated thoughtfully. That's a lot of weight in 2 words. Theron didn't respond. They finished with the wagon and moved on, and eventually the merchant got the message and left them alone. The afternoon wore on. The road climbed steadily, winding through pine forests that smelled of sap and coming winter. The temperature dropped as they gained elevation. By the time the sun started its descent, Theron's breath was visible in the air. They'd positioned themselves at the rear of the caravan. Safer there. Could see everything ahead. Could react to threats from behind. Could absolutely, definitely not accidentally make eye contact with the person sitting on the 4th wagon from the front. The sky stayed clear. Deceptively clear. But the wind had picked up, carrying a smell that Theron's instincts recognized even if they couldn't name it. Snow. Soon. They'd seen it before in these mountains. The way the weather could turn on you between one breath and the next. One moment, clear skies and easy passage. The next, wide-out conditions and death waiting for anyone foolish enough to think they could outrun a storm. This caravan was full of fools, apparently. Theron included. Near sunset, they passed a carved marker stone. One of the old ones, predating Athens, marking distance and measurements nobody used anymore. Theron recognized it from 3 years ago, when they'd fled south down this same road. Fled from Athens. From a life they'd been building. From a person who'd asked them to stay and meant it without conditions. They'd thought distance would help. Thought time would make the ache less sharp. Thought if they just kept moving, eventually they'd outrun the part of themselves that wanted things it didn't deserve. Instead, they'd spent 3 years collecting scraps of information like a scholar hoarding scrolls. Where Kallistrate taught, who her students were, whether she'd moved on, whether she still left the lamp burning. Pathetic, really, running from someone while simultaneously tracking their every movement. You're running towards something this time. Xanda's words echoed in the cold air. Maybe she was right. Maybe Theron had spent 3 years running in a circle, trying to convince themselves it was a straight line away. The caravan reached the first way station just as the last light faded from the sky. It wasn't much. A stone shelter with a roof and walls, but no door, built to give travelers a place to weather storms or spend the night. There were several like it along the mountain passes, maintained by no one and everyone, a collective understanding that some things were too useful to let fall apart. The wagons circled in the clearing beside the shelter. Drivers and merchants began unloading, setting up camp. Fires were built. Food was prepared. The ordinary rituals of a caravan settling for the night. Theron helped where they were needed, then found a spot away from the main fire where they could eat their rations in relative solitude. The bread was hard, the cheese harder. They ate mechanically, watching the camp without watching anyone in particular. Kallistrate was by the main fire, helping an older merchant set up his bedroll. She moved with the same efficient grace she'd always had. No wasted motion. Every action deliberate. She laughed at something the merchant said. The sound carried across the camp, familiar and foreign all at once. Theron looked away. Their hands found the scar on their wrist without permission. The old tell. The thing they did when they were about to run, or when they wanted to run but couldn't. This was a mistake. All of it. They should have stayed south. Should have taken the eastern contracts. Should have done literally anything except engineer a situation where they'd be trapped in close quarters with the one person who'd ever made them want to stop running. But they were here now, and the sky was growing heavy with weather that hadn't arrived yet, but would. Storm coming, in more ways than one. Kallistrate. The fire felt good against the evening cold. Kallistrate sat slightly outside the main circle, close enough to hear the conversation, but not quite part of it. The merchants were trading stories, the kind that got more elaborate with each telling. The drivers were quieter, eating their meals and preparing for an early start tomorrow. She sipped watered wine from her cup and let the voices wash over her without really listening. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the fire's light, she knew Theron was doing the same. Sitting alone, not quite part of the group, close enough to respond to trouble, but far enough to maintain distance. Some things didn't change. Kallistrate, Iris, the driver she'd been assigned to, settled beside her with a bowl of stew. Question for you. I might have an answer. The pass tomorrow. How bad do you think it'll be? Kallistrate considered. In good weather? Not bad. If the snow comes early. She shrugged. We'll manage. That's not reassuring. It's honest. Iris laughed. I suppose that's worth something. She ate a few bites of stew, then added more quietly. That other guard. They keep looking over here. Do they? Very carefully not looking, which means they're definitely looking. Iris studied her with the frank curiosity of someone who'd lived long enough not to bother with subtlety. Should I be worried? No, that was very definitive. Theron is. Kallistrate paused, searching for the right words. Complicated, but not dangerous. Not to you anyway. To you, Kallistrate smiled without humor. That remains to be seen. She finished her wine and stood, stretching muscles that had stiffened from the day's travel. Around the camp, people were settling for the night. Bedrolls being laid out. Fires being banked. The murmur of conversation fading to occasional quiet exchanges. Kallistrate made one more circuit of the perimeter. Old habit. Check the sight lines, the approaches, the places where trouble might come from. The forest was quiet except for wind in the pines. No signs of bandits or predators. Just the mountain and the coming storm. On her way back to her bedroll, she passed close to where Theron sat. For a moment, she considered stopping, saying something, anything, even just acknowledgement of the absurdity of this situation. But Theron's shoulders were turned inward, the defensive posture, the one that meant they were holding themselves together through pure force of will. So Kallistrate kept walking. She'd learned, over 3 years, that some silences were better left unbroken. Later, lying in her bedroll with her pack as a pillow and her practice sword within easy reach, she stared up at the stars. They were bright this far from cities, bright and cold and indifferent. Tomorrow they'd push for the pass. If they were lucky, they'd make it through before the weather turned. If they weren't, well, she'd been in worse situations, though possibly none quite this emotionally complicated. Somewhere in the darkness, she heard Theron shift. Restless, unable to settle. She closed her eyes and tried not to listen. Try not to remember what it had felt like to sleep beside someone who breathed like that. Quick and shallow. The breathing of someone who never quite believed they were safe enough to rest. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of snow that hadn't fallen yet. Kallistrate pulled her blanket tighter and waited for dawn. Theron. They didn't sleep. Theron lay in their bedroll and stared at the shelter's stone ceiling and tried to count the cracks in the rock. Anything to keep their mind occupied. Anything to avoid thinking about the person sleeping 30 paces away. Kallistrate's breathing had evened out an hour ago. The soft, steady rhythm of someone who could sleep anywhere. Who'd trained themselves to rest when rest was available because you never knew when the next chance would come. Theron had trained themselves the same way. But training failed in the face of proximity to the one person who'd ever made them feel simultaneously safe and terrified. Around them, the camp was quiet. A few snores, the crackle of banked fires, the wind moving through the pines with a sound like the sea. Theron's hand found their wrist again. The scar, the reminder of the months in captivity, of the systematic breaking that had taught them the most important lesson. Trust nothing. Need no one. The moment you let someone close is the moment they can destroy you. And yet they'd taken this job. Tracked information about Kallistrate for 3 years. Arranged circumstances that led here, to this mountain, to this caravan. To what? Reconciliation? Impossible. Closure? You didn't get closure from running. Maybe they just wanted to see her. Confirm she was real. That the person they'd built up in their mind over 3 years of distance was actually just a person. Flawed and ordinary, and not the impossible standard against which every other moment of their life had failed to measure. Except that was a lie, too. Kallistrate wasn't ordinary. Had never been ordinary. She was the person who'd held ground when everyone else retreated, who'd stayed when Theron had given her every reason to leave, who'd asked them to stay not because she needed them, but because she wanted them, and somehow that had been more terrifying than anything Theron had faced in war. Want, not need, as if Theron was something worth wanting for its own sake. The thought made them want to run even now. Get up, grab their pack, disappear into the forest before anyone woke. By the time the caravan noticed they were gone, Theron would be miles away. They could do it, had done it before, but their feet didn't move. Instead, they lay there and listened to Kallistrate breathe and hated themselves for the wanting that hadn't dimmed despite 3 years of distance and discipline. Eventually, the stars began to fade. The sky lightened from black to gray. Around the camp, people started to stir. Theron gave up on sleep and rose, rolling their bedroll with mechanical precision. The morning was cold enough that their breath misted. The sky was still clear, but the feeling of pressure had increased. Like the mountain itself was holding its breath. By the time the sun cleared the peaks, the caravan was ready to move. Into the pass today, Philippos announced, addressing the gathered group. It'll be steep and the roads rough. We keep together, we watch the wagons, we don't stop unless we have to. Questions? No one had questions. This was the part of the journey everyone had been preparing for. Right then, Philippos looked to Kallistrate, then to Theron. You two know these mountains. Anything we should watch for? Ice patches and shaded areas, Kallistrate said. Wind gets unpredictable near the summit. If the snow starts, we find shelter immediately. And if we can't find shelter, one of the merchants asked. We make it, Theron said flatly. Circle the wagons, use them as windbreaks, dig in and wait it out. That's not reassuring. It's honest, Kallistrate said. Her eyes met Theron's for the first time since yesterday morning. Just a moment. Just long enough for Theron to see that she was as tired as they were. Then she looked away, and the moment passed. The caravan set out. Kallistrate took point. Theron fell to the rear. The wagons climbed between them, winding up the mountain road that grew narrower and steeper with each mile. By midday, the first snow began to fall. Soft at first, just a few flakes drifting down from a sky that had gone from clear blue to ominous gray in the span of hours. Is this bad? Iris called back to Kallistrate. Not yet, Kallistrate replied. But it will be. The snow increased. Still gentle, still manageable. But the wind was picking up, driving the flakes sideways, making it hard to see more than a few wagon lengths ahead. Theron moved up the line, checking on drivers, making sure no one panicked. This was still survivable, still manageable. But the pressure in the air was building. The storm that had been threatening was finally here, and they were halfway up the mountain pass with no shelter in sight. We need to find cover, Theron said to Philippos when they reached the front of the caravan. How far to the next way station? 4 miles. Maybe 5. Can we make it? Theron looked at the snow, at the wind, at the sky that promised this was only the beginning. No. Kallistrate appeared beside them, snow already gathering in her hair. There's cave systems in these cliffs. If we can find an opening. If Philippos said, that's a lot to bet on. It's better than betting we can outrun this. Kallistrate pointed ahead where the road curved along a cliff face. I'll scout ahead. If there's shelter, I'll signal. I'll come with you, Theron said. It was instinct, automatic. The pattern built over years of fighting together. Kallistrate looked at them. Something complicated moved across her face, too quick to read. Fine, she said. Stay close. This wind will kill you if you're not careful. She moved forward, and Theron followed. Into the storm. Into whatever this was going to become. Chapter 4. The Cave's Mouth. The snow was coming down in sheets by the time they found the cave. Kallistrate saw it first. A dark opening in the cliff face, half hidden behind an outcropping of rock and scrub pine. She grabbed Theron's arm and pointed, then immediately let go as if the contact had burned. There, she shouted over the wind. They scrambled up the slope, snow already ankle-deep and getting deeper. The cave mouth was narrow, barely wide enough for a person squeezed through, but it opened up beyond. Kallistrate pulled out a small torch from her pack, struck it to light, and pushed forward. The interior was larger than expected. A natural chamber, maybe 20 paces across, with passages leading deeper into the mountain. The floor was relatively flat. No signs of animal occupation. It would do. I'll signal the caravan, Kallistrate said. You clear the entrance. They worked in practice synchronization, the old patterns asserting themselves without discussion. By the time the first wagon arrived, the entrance had been widened enough to allow passage, and they'd marked a safe path up the slope. The caravan came in pieces, a few people at a time. Wagons left below because there was no way to get them up and into the cave. Philippos organized it with the efficiency of someone who'd done this before, sending up the essential supplies first, then the people who were struggling most with the cold. Kallistrate and Theron helped guide them in, hands reaching, steadying, pulling people through the narrow entrance. Their hands didn't touch, but they worked the same space, breathing the same air, close enough that Kallistrate could smell the familiar scent of Theron's oiled leather armor. By the time everyone was inside, Kallistrate had counted carefully. 14 people total. The wagon drivers and merchants who'd stayed with their goods below would have to fend for themselves, but they'd been given supplies and instructions for building a makeshift shelter with the wagon covers. The others had made it to the cave. That would have to be enough. Get a fire going, Philippos ordered, his voice echoing off stone. And someone check those passages. Make sure we're not sharing this space with a bear. Theron volunteered for the scouting without being asked, disappearing into one of the dark tunnels with a torch and that particular alertness they brought to dangerous spaces. Kallistrate worked on the fire, gathering wood from the scrub pine near the entrance, arranging it properly, coaxing flame from her flint and steel with hands that had stopped shaking even though the cold was bone deep. The fire caught, grew, cast dancing light across stone walls marked with old smoke stains. This cave had sheltered travelers before. Maybe for centuries. People began to settle. Bedrolls were unrolled. Food was distributed. The initial panic of the storm gave way to the quieter work of making do. Kallistrate found a spot near the fire, but not too close, where she could see both the entrance and the passage Theron had disappeared into. She checked her weapons out of habit, then her supplies. Everything was where it should be. She was prepared. For the storm, anyway. For everything else, she had no idea. Theron emerged from the passage after perhaps half an hour, their torch burning lower. They shook their head at Philippos. Caves go deep, but they're empty. No signs of animals. We're alone. Thank the gods for small mercies, Philippos muttered. The group settled into an uneasy calm. The storm raged outside, visible through the cave entrance as a wall of white. Inside, the fire provided warmth, and the stone walls blocked the wind. It could be worse. Kallistrate pulled out her rations and ate methodically. Dried meat, hard bread, an apple that had seen better days. She was aware, in her peripheral vision, of Theron finding a spot on the opposite side of the cave, as far from her as possible while still being in the same space. Some things didn't change. Conversation rose and fell around the fire. People sharing stories, complaints, nervous laughter. The particular kind of forced normalcy that happened when people were scared but trying not to show it. Kallistrate didn't join in. She finished her food, checked her weapons again, then pulled out a small piece of wood and her knife. An old habit, whittling, something to do with her hands when her mind wouldn't settle. The wood took shape slowly, nothing deliberate, just patterns emerging from the act of cutting away what didn't belong. You still do that. The voice was quiet, familiar, right beside her, even though she hadn't heard anyone approach. Kallistrate didn't look up from the wood. Some habits last. Theron stood there for a moment longer. Kallistrate could feel the weight of their presence, the particular tension that meant they were deciding whether to stay or retreat. They stayed, settling onto the ground nearby. Not close, but closer than they'd been in 3 years. The silence stretched. Kallistrate kept whittling. Theron did whatever Theron did when they were trying not to fidget. The fire crackled. Outside, the storm howled. We need to talk about watches, Theron said finally. Agreed. I could take first. You should rest. I'm not tired. Kallistrate. I said I'm not tired. She finally looked up, meeting their eyes. gray-green and shadowed, just like she remembered, just like she tried to forget. We can split the night. For hours each. Theron's jaw tightened. Fina. They started to stand, and Kallistrate heard herself say, "Why are you here?" Theron froze halfway to their feet. Someone needed to scout not the caves, the caravan. This job. Why are you here, Theron? For a moment, they didn't answer. The firelight caught the silver already threading through their dark hair, premature aging that hadn't been there 3 years ago. They looked tired, thinner than they should be, like someone who'd spent years running and wasn't sure how to stop. The pay was good, Theron said finally. Try again. I needed work. You always need work. That doesn't explain why this work. This caravan. Kallistrate set down the wooden knife, giving them her full attention. You knew I'd be here. I guessed. And you came anyway. Yes. What? Theron's hand went to their wrist. The scar. The tell that meant they were about to run and couldn't. I don't know, they said. It was possibly the most honest thing they'd said since arriving. Kallistrate nodded slowly. All right. You don't know. I can work with that. She picked up the wood again, found the spot where she'd left off. Take the first watch. I'll relieve you in 4 hours. Theron stared at her like she'd spoken a language they didn't understand. That's it? You're not going to. What? Demand explanations? Ask why you disappeared for 3 years with barely a letter. Kallistrate kept her voice level. Conversational. Would it change anything? No, but then there's nothing to say right now. She looked up again, holding their gaze. We're stuck in a cave during a storm. We'll both do our jobs. Keep watch. Keep these people safe. Everything else can wait. Can it? It's waited 3 years. It can wait another few days. Theron's expression did something complicated. Relief and frustration, and something else Kallistrate couldn't quite name. You're different, Theron said quietly. Am I? Kallistrate went back to her whittling. Or are you just seeing me clearly for the first time? She didn't look up to see if the words landed. Didn't need to. She could feel the impact and the quality of Theron's silence. Eventually, Theron moved away, back to their spot across the cave. Kallistrate heard them settling, organizing their pack, the small sounds of someone preparing for a long watch. Around them, the others were bedding down for the night. Quiet conversations fading to whispers, then to the soft sounds of breathing. Kallistrate finished the piece of wood. It had become something like a bird in flight. Wings spread, caught mid-motion. She turned it in her hands, examining the lines, then tucked it into her pack. She rolled out her bedroll and lay down, her sword within easy reach. Sleep should have been impossible. Theron was here, right here, after 3 years of absence and carefully worded letters that said nothing and everything. But Kallistrate had learned, over those 3 years, that exhausting yourself with questions that had no answers was pointless. She'd chosen this job knowing Theron might be here, had seen them and stayed anyway. The rest would unfold however it unfolded. She closed her eyes and listened to the storm. And underneath it, barely audible, the sound of Theron's breathing. Shallow and quick and familiar. Some things didn't change. She fell asleep, cataloging the things that did. When Kallistrate woke for her watch, the storm was still raging. Theron shook her shoulder gently, then immediately stepped back, maintaining distance even in the simple act of waking her. Anything? Kallistrate asked, her voice rough with sleep. Nothing. Everyone's been quiet. The storm hasn't let up. Kallistrate sat up, rubbing her face. Get some rest. I'm Fina. Theron. Rest. That's not a request. For a moment, she thought they'd argue. But then they nodded and moved to their own bedroll, their movements stiff with cold and tension. Kallistrate took up position near the cave entrance where she could see both the storm outside and the sleeping group inside. The fire had burned down to coals. She added wood carefully, bringing it back to life without making it so bright it would disturb the sleepers. The wind outside was a physical thing, aggressive, the kind of storm that killed the unprepared. They'd been lucky to find this cave. Lucky that no one had been lost in the scramble to shelter. Lucky that the cave was large enough and dry enough and empty enough. Lucky. Kallistrate didn't believe in luck, but she'd take it when it came. She settled in for the long watch, her back against stone, her hands busy with a new piece of wood. The rhythm of it was meditative. Cut away the excess. Find a shape hidden inside. Halfway through her watch, she heard movement behind her. Theron, sitting up, clearly unable to sleep. They stayed on their bedroll for a while, just sitting. Then, slowly, they stood and moved closer. Not all the way to where Kallistrate sat, just close enough to speak without waking others. "Can't sleep?" Kallistrate asked without looking up from her carving. "Nightmares," Theron said simply. "Do you want to talk about them?" "No." "Do you want company?" A pause. Then, very quietly, "Yes." Kallistrate shifted slightly, making space beside her without making it obvious. An invitation, not a demand. Theron hesitated for several long heartbeats. Then they crossed the distance and sat down, leaving a careful hand's breadth of space between them. They sat in silence. The storm howled. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the depths of the cave, water dripped with patient repetition. "I didn't plan this," Theron said eventually. "I know. I heard about a caravan. And I thought, you don't have to explain." "Don't I?" Kallistrate set down her carving and looked at them. Really looked, taking in the new scars, the premature gray, the way they held themselves like someone perpetually braced for impact. "3 years ago, you left," she said. "You had reasons. Some you told me, most you didn't. I accepted that then. I accept it now. Just like that. What else would you have me do? Rage at you? Demand you justify your choices?" She shook her head. "You're a grown person, Theron. You get to decide where you go and who you're with. I don't get a say in that. But I wanted you to stay. You wanted to leave. Both things were true." Kallistrate picked up the wood again, found her place. "I'm not going to punish you for choosing yourself. That was never the deal." Theron was quiet for a long time. When they spoke again, their voice was raw. "I don't know how to do this." "Do what?" "Be here. With you. Without." They stopped, frustrated. "Everything is different." "Is it?" Kallistrate glanced at them. "We're sitting watch together, like we did 100 times before. The only difference is the 3 years in between. That's a big difference. Maybe." She turned the wood in her hands. "Or maybe it's just time. Time doesn't change what was true. It just adds distance." What was true? The question hung in the cold air between them. Kallistrate could have said many things. Could have cataloged the truths that had existed 3 years ago and probably still existed now. But some truths weren't hers to speak first. "That we fought well together," she said instead. "That I trusted you to watch my back, and you trusted me to watch yours. That's still true, isn't it?" "Yes." "Then that's enough for now." Theron's expression did something she couldn't quite read in the firelight. "You're letting me off easy. I'm letting you be." Kallistrate set down the carving, dusting with shavings from her hands. "There's a difference. If you want to talk, we'll talk. If you want space, I'll give you space. If you want to sit here in silence until your watch starts, we can do that too. What do you want?" It was asked so quietly she almost missed it. Kallistrate looked at the fire, at the sleeping forms around them, at the storm raging beyond the cave entrance. What did she want? The truth was complicated, layered. 3 years of building a life that had room for someone who might never come back. 3 years of choosing herself while leaving the door open. 3 years of learning that waiting and living weren't mutually exclusive. "I want you to be okay," she said finally. "Whatever that looks like. Wherever that is. Even if it's not with you." Even then, Theron made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been something else. "I don't understand you." "I know." Kallistrate smiled despite herself. "You never did. But you stayed anyway for a while. That mattered. It still matters." The words hung between them, fragile as new ice. Kallistrate didn't push, didn't ask what they meant, what they were offering, what they wanted. Just let the truth exist in the space between them. "Your watch starts in an hour," she said instead. "You should try to rest." "I won't sleep." "Then sit with me until then." And they did. They sat in silence, watching the storm, not talking, not touching, just existing in the same space. Like they used to, like maybe they still could, if they were careful. When Theron's watch came, they stood and took up position near the entrance. Kallistrate went to her bedroll and lay down, and this time, With Theron's familiar breathing nearby, she fell asleep easier. The storm raged on, and in the morning, they'd still be here, together, for better or worse. Chapter 5, When the Mountain Speaks. Morning came gray and muted. Theron woke to the sound of voices raised in worry. They sat up quickly, hand automatically going to the blade beside their bedroll, scanning the cave for threats. No immediate danger. Just Philippos and several of the drivers standing at the cave entrance, looking out at the continuing storm. The snow hadn't stopped. If anything, it looked worse. Theron rose and joined them, Kallistrate appearing at their elbow a moment later. She'd woken silently, as she always did, already alert. "How long has it been?" Kallistrate asked. 14 hours, Philippos said grimly. "And it's not letting up. We need to assess the situation. The wagons below, the people who stayed with them." "I'll go," Theron said. "We'll go," Kallistrate corrected. Theron started to argue, then stopped. This was the old pattern. They worked together. Always had. Arguing about it was pointless. "Give us an hour," Kallistrate told Philippos. "If we're not back, don't send anyone after us." That's not reassuring. It's honest. They prepared quickly. Extra layers against the cold. Rope to tie themselves together in case visibility went to nothing. Supplies in case they got separated from the cave. Theron checked everything twice, their hands steady even as something in their chest constricted at the thought of going out into that white hell. With Kallistrate. Alone. "Ready?" Kallistrate asked, already standing at the entrance. Theron nodded, not trusting their voice. They stepped out into the storm. The wind hit like a physical blow. Theron staggered, found their footing, felt Kallistrate's hand on their elbows steadying them. The rope between them pulled taut as Kallistrate moved forward and Theron followed. Visibility was maybe 10 paces. Everything beyond that was white. The world had been reduced to snow and wind and the vague shapes of rocks when they got close enough to matter. Kallistrate led. Theron followed. They'd tied the rope with about 6 feet between them, close enough to see each other in the whiteout, far enough that if one fell, the other might have a chance to brace. The descent to where they'd left the wagons was treacherous. The path they'd climbed yesterday was buried. Theron felt more than saw the slope, testing each step before committing weight. Behind them, the cave entrance disappeared into white nothing. They were alone with the storm now, and with each other. Kallistrate stopped abruptly, raising a hand. Theron moved up beside her, and she pointed down. The wagons, or what was left of them, most had been buried by drifting snow. A few were still partially visible, their covers sagging under the weight. No signs of the people who'd stayed behind. "Hello," Kallistrate shouted, her voice barely carrying over the wind. Nothing. They moved closer, calling out, searching. The snow was hip-deep in places, the drifts formed by the unpredictable wind. Theron's legs burned with the effort of pushing through. Then, finally a response. A shout from beneath one of the buried wagons. They dug, hands working in tandem, clearing snow, exposing the wagon's underside where 3 drivers had sheltered. Alive. Half frozen, but alive. "Can you walk?" Kallistrate asked. "I think so. Then we need to move. Now." Back to the cave. Getting 5 people up the slope in these conditions was brutal. Theron and Kallistrate took the lead, breaking trail, while the 3 drivers followed as best they could. The rope between Theron and Kallistrate had been lengthened to include the others, a human chain fighting their way up the mountain. They were halfway there when one of the drivers stumbled. Lysander, the man who'd asked about Theron yesterday. His foot caught on something hidden beneath the snow, and he went down hard, crying out. The rope jerked. Everyone stopped. "I'm fine," Lysander gasped, but when he tried to stand, his leg wouldn't hold him. "Ankle," Kallistrate assessed quickly, kneeling beside him in the snow. "Probably sprained. Can you hop?" "I can try." "Theron, help me get him up." They worked together without discussion. Theron on one side, Kallistrate on the other, Lysander between them. The other 2 drivers took the rope and the supplies. They started moving again. It was slower now, much slower. Lysander was trying, but the pain and the cold and the exhaustion were wearing him down. The cave was close, maybe 100 more paces, but the storm was getting worse. Theron could barely see Kallistrate on the other side of Lysander, and she was right there. "We need to stop," one of the other drivers shouted. "Rest. We stop. We die," Kallistrate shouted back. "Keep moving." They kept moving, and then, abruptly, the world went white. Not the white of snow. Something else. A peculiar, luminous quality to the air that made Theron's eyes water. They stopped, disoriented. "What?" Kallistrate started. A figure emerged from the whiteness ahead of them. Theron's hand went to their blade, but Kallistrate grabbed their wrist. The figure was tall, draped in cloth that might have been white or might have been the storm itself. Their face was hidden in shadow, but their voice carried clearly despite the wind. "The cave is ahead," they said. Not shouted, just spoke, and somehow the words arrived intact. 30 paces. Bear slightly left, or you'll miss the entrance." "Who are you?" Theron demanded. The figure tilted their head. "Does it matter?" "Yes." "No," Kallistrate said quietly. "It doesn't. Thank you." The figure seemed to smile, though Theron couldn't see their face. "The storm doesn't trap. It reveals. Remember that." Then they were gone. Simply not there anymore, as if they'd never been. The peculiar light faded. They were back in ordinary whiteout conditions. "Did you see?" Theron started. "Later," Kallistrate said firmly. "Move." They moved. 30 paces, bearing slightly left. And there, almost invisible against the cliff face, was the cave entrance. They stumbled inside, dragging Lysander with them. The others who'd been waiting rushed forward, taking the injured man, wrapping him in blankets, asking frantic questions. Theron and Kallistrate stood at the entrance, breathing hard, snow melting off them in rivulets. "What was that?" Theron asked quietly. "I don't know. You saw it too?" The figure. "I saw something." Kallistrate untied the rope with stiff fingers. "Maybe a person, maybe a hallucination from the cold, maybe something else. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." Theron wanted to push, wanted to demand clarity, but Kallistrate's attention had already shifted to the practical concerns. The rescued drivers needed care. Lysander's ankle needed wrapping. Their own wet clothes needed to come off before hypothermia set in. They worked through it mechanically, changed into dry layers, helped set Lysander's ankle, drank hot liquid that one of the merchants had prepared over the fire. The storm continued to rage outside. They'd saved 3 lives, lost most of the wagons and their contents. Were now trapped in this cave with more people and fewer supplies than they'd started with. It could be worse. It probably would be before this was over. Later, after the immediate crisis had been handled and people had settled back into the rhythms of waiting, Kallistrate found Theron sitting apart from the group. "Your hands are shaking," she observed. "Cold." "Theron." They looked up at her, and whatever she saw in their face made her sit down beside them without asking. "Nightmares when you sleep? Panic when you're awake?" she asked quietly. "I'm Phoenix." "You're not. That's okay. You don't have to be fine right now." She pulled a blanket from her pack and draped it over their shoulders. "Breathe. Count to 4 in. Hold for 4, out for 4. I know how to breathe." "Then do it." Theron breathed. Kallistrate sat beside them, not touching, just present. The shaking eventually subsided. "The figure in the storm," Theron said finally. "You think it was real? I think something guided us back. Whether it was a person, a god, a hallucination, or the mountain itself." Kallistrate shrugged. "Does it matter? The storm doesn't trap, it reveals." "What does that mean?" "I don't know. Maybe we'll find out." They sat in silence for a while. Around them, the cave had settled into a kind of grim normalcy. People were adapting to the situation, making do, surviving. "Thank you," Theron said quietly. "For today. For helping with Lysander. You would have done the same." "I might have left him." "No, you wouldn't have." Kallistrate said it with certainty. "You've never left anyone behind in a fight. That's not who you are. You don't know who I am anymore." "Don't I?" Theron looked at her, really looked, taking in the snow, still melting in her hair, the steady way she held herself, the complete lack of judgment in her expression. "I'm not the person you remember," Theron said. "Maybe not, but some things don't change." Kallistrate stood, brushing snow from her trousers. "Get some rest. I'll take the first watch tonight." We should split it. We will. But you need sleep more than I do right now. She walked away before Theron could argue. Theron sat wrapped in the blanket, watching her move around the cave, checking on people, organizing supplies, being competent and steady and exactly who she'd always been. The storm doesn't trap, it reveals. What was being revealed? That they were trapped together? That some patterns couldn't be broken by distance or time? That after 3 years of running, Theron had engineered their way right back to the one person they couldn't run from because the running was internal, not external? They didn't know. But as they finally lay down to rest, with Kallistrate's quiet presence somewhere nearby, they thought maybe that was okay. Not knowing, not being fine, just being here. For now, that would have to be enough. The storm raged on. Inside the cave, the fire burned steady. And somewhere in the space between one breath and the next, Theron fell into uneasy sleep, dreaming of white figures and gray-green eyes and the mountains speaking in riddles they had no hope of understanding. Chapter 6, Patterns in Firelight. The third day in the cave brought a fragile routine. Kallistrate woke to the sound of quiet voices and the smell of something cooking over the fire. Not much. Watered-down broth made from the last of the dried meat and some herbs one of the merchants had packed. But it was warm, and warmth counted for a lot when you were trapped in a mountain cave during a snowstorm. She rolled up her bedding with practiced efficiency and joined a loose circle around the fire. Lysander was sitting with his injured ankle elevated, looking better than he had yesterday. The other rescue drivers were helping distribute the morning meal. Theron was nowhere in sight. Kallistrate took her portion of broth and bread, nodded her thanks, and did a casual scan of the cave. There, in the shadows near one of the deeper passages, sitting alone, already awake, probably had been for hours. Some patterns were harder to break than mountains. She ate her breakfast and listened to the conversations around her. Philippos was doing inventory with 2 of the merchants. The supplies would last another 4 days, maybe 5 if they rationed carefully. The storm showed no signs of letting up. We might be here a while, Iris observed quietly, settling beside Kallistrate. Could be worse. Could be better. Iris sipped her broth. Your partner doesn't talk much. They're not my partner. Could have fooled me. You move around each other like people who've done it for years. Kallistrate didn't respond to that, because Iris wasn't wrong exactly. She and Theron did move around each other with the unconscious awareness that came from fighting together. Even after 3 years apart, the patterns held. We fought together, Kallistrate said finally. A long time ago. And now we're 2 guards doing a job. Iris made a non-committal sound that suggested she didn't believe that for a moment, but was too polite to press. The day passed slowly. There was only so much to do in a cave. People talked, slept, played dice games with stones. Kallistrate sharpened her blade, then helped Lysander change the wrapping on his ankle, then carved another piece of wood into something that might have been a fish or might have been a very abstract bird. Theron stayed in the shadows, emerging only when necessary. On watch, helping with supplies, checking the cave entrance. Otherwise, they kept their distance. Kallistrate let them. As evening approached, Philippos called a brief meeting. We need to talk about watches, he said. With Lysander injured, we're down an able body. I'm proposing we go to 2-person watches, for hours each, rotating through the night. Makes sense, one of the merchants agreed. Who pairs with who? Philippos looked at Kallistrate, then at Theron, who had emerged from the shadows for the meeting. Our 2 guards should take 1 watch together. They're the most experienced. The rest of us can pair up for the other watches. Kallistrate felt rather than saw Theron tense. That works, she said before Theron could object. Theron and I will take the deep night watch. Midnight to dawn. You sure? Philippos asked. That's the hardest shift. We're sure. She didn't look at Theron. Didn't need to. She could feel their resistance in the quality of their silence. But they didn't argue. The evening watches were distributed. Kallistrate ate her ration of dinner, such as it was, and settled in for a few hours of sleep before her watch. The cave had grown colder as the day wore on, the fire's heat struggling to reach all the corners. She wrapped herself in her blanket and closed her eyes. Sleep came in fits and starts. She'd never been good at sleeping before a watch, even when exhaustion should have pulled her under. Some part of her mind always stayed alert, counting the hours, waiting for the moment when she'd be needed. A hand on her shoulder brought her fully awake. Theron crouched beside her bedroll, their face shadowed in the firelight. "It's time." Kallistrate sat up, pushing the blanket aside. The cave was quiet except for soft snoring and the crackle of the fire. The previous watch, two of the merchants, nodded to them and headed to their bedrolls. Kallistrate and Theron settled into position near the cave entrance where they could see both the storm outside and the sleeping group inside. The fire had burned down to coals. Kallistrate added wood carefully, bringing it back to a steady flame. Then they sat, apart but not too far, close enough to speak quietly without waking the others. The silence stretched. Kallistrate pulled out a piece of wood and her knife. The familiar rhythm helped settle her thoughts. Cut, turn, examine. Cut, turn, examine. Theron watched the fire. Their hands were restless, fingers tapping against their knee in an irregular pattern. Not quite nervous, just unable to be still. An hour passed, then another. Finally, Theron spoke. "You don't have to do this." Kallistrate didn't look up from her carving. "Do what?" "Be kind to me." "I'm not being kind. I'm being honest." "That's worse." "What?" Theron's hand stilled. "Because I don't deserve it." Kallistrate set down the wood and knife, giving them her full attention. "What do you think you deserve?" "I don't know." "Anger? Resentment?" Theron's voice was rough. "I left you. Disappeared for 3 years with barely a word. Most people would. I'm not most people." "I know. That's the problem." Kallistrate leaned back against the cave wall, studying them. The firelight caught the silver in their hair, the new lines around their eyes. 3 years had been hard on them. Harder than it had been on her, maybe. "Do you want me to be angry?" she asked. "It would be easier." "Easier for who?" Theron flinched. "For me. If you were angry, I could justify staying away. Could tell myself I made the right choice. And if I'm not angry, then I have to face the possibility that I was wrong." They looked at her finally, and there was something raw in their expression. That I wasted 3 years running from something that wouldn't have destroyed me. Kallistrate chose her words carefully. "I can't tell you if you were wrong or right. That's not my judgment to make. You left because you needed to. I accepted that then. I accept it now. Just like that." "No, not just like that." She picked up the carving again, needed something to do with her hands. "It hurt. I won't pretend it didn't. But hurt isn't the same as regret. I knew who you were when we started this. I knew your patterns, your fears. I chose to love you anyway." Theron went very still. "You're using past tense." "Am I?" "You said loved." "Past." Kallistrate considered. "Did I?" "Maybe that was habit. Language is imprecise." She met their eyes. "Is this what you want to talk about? Whether I still love you?" "No." "Yes." "I don't know." Theron's frustration was palpable. "I don't know what I'm doing here, Kallistrate. I don't know why I took this job. I don't know what I want from you or what I'm willing to give. I'm just—" They broke off. "Lost." Kallistrate finished quietly. "Yes. That's okay." "How is it okay?" "Because you're here. You could have run when you saw me at the staging ground. Could have left when the storm started. Could have kept your distance in this cave." She gestured to the small space between them. "But you're here, sitting watch with me, talking to me. That's not nothing. It's not enough. Maybe not, but it's honest." Kallistrate went back to her carving. "I'll take honest over perfect any day." Theron made a sound that might have been a laugh. "You always did have low standards. Or high ones, depending on how you look at it." Another silence. This one felt different, less fraught, almost comfortable. "I saw Xantha before I left," Theron said eventually. "The coastal town. She'd moved back from the inland settlement." "How is she?" "Old. Blunt. Told me I was running towards something instead of away from it." "Was she right?" "I'm sitting in a cave with you during a snowstorm. What do you think?" Kallistrate smiled despite herself. "I think Xantha is usually right." "It's annoying. Insufferable," Theron agreed. They fell into easier conversation after that. Careful topics. Mutual acquaintances. Changes in Athens. The state of the various fighting schools. Theron mentioned a contract that had gone sideways in the Eastern Territories. Kallistrate talked about a student who'd challenged her to a duel and actually managed to land a hit. Normal conversation. The kind they used to have. Almost like the 3 years between them had compressed to nothing. Almost. Because underneath the casual words, there was still the weight of everything unsaid. The questions neither of them knew how to ask. The answers neither of them was ready to hear. Around them, the cave breathed. The fire crackled. Outside, the storm continued its relentless assault on the mountain. "Can I ask you something?" Theron said when the conversation had lulled. "You just did. Another thing." "All right." Theron was quiet for a moment, gathering words. "The lamp. In your window. Erastos mentioned it once in a letter. Does it still burn?" Kallistrate's hands stilled on her carving. "Yes. Every night. Every night." Why? She could have deflected, could have made a joke or changed the subject. But Theron had asked honestly, and honesty deserved honesty in return. "Because I chose to," she said simply. "Not for you. For me. Because every morning when I light it, I'm reminding myself that I build a life I'm proud of. A life that has space in it. Whether you're in that space or not doesn't change the fact that it exists." "That's—" Theron trailed off. "What?" "I was going to say it's foolish. But it's not, is it? It's just true. Most true things look foolish from the outside." Theron shifted, and for a moment Kallistrate thought they might move closer. But they stayed where they were, maintaining that careful distance. "I don't know how to be the person you deserve," Theron said quietly. "You don't have to be anyone but yourself. What if myself isn't enough? What if it is, and you just don't believe it?" Theron didn't answer that. They looked at the fire, their expression unreadable. Kallistrate went back to her carving. The wood was taking the shape of something now. A figure, maybe, arms outstretched. She wasn't sure what it meant, but her hands seemed to know what they were doing. "Tell me about the nightmares," she said after a while. Theron's shoulders tensed. "What? You haven't slept well since we got here. I've heard you. The others probably have too. They're just too polite to mention it." Kallistrate kept her voice gentle. "You don't have to tell me details, but maybe talking about it would help. I don't want to burden you with—" "Theron, you're not a burden. You're a person I care about who's clearly struggling. There's a difference." For a long moment, Theron didn't speak. Then, haltingly, they began. "It's not always the same nightmare. Sometimes it's the captivity. Sometimes it's combat. Sometimes it's just darkness. Being alone, unable to move or speak or breathe." Their hands clenched. "I wake up and I don't know where I am. Don't know what's real. How long has this been happening?" "Since it happened. The captivity. It got better for a while when I was with Xantha. Then worse again when I started traveling." They looked at her. "You're going to ask why I didn't stay where it was better?" "No. I'm going to ask what helps when it happens." Theron blinked, clearly surprised. I don't know. Breathing, I guess. Grounding myself. Reminding myself where I am when I am. Does being alone make it worse or better?" "Both." "Neither. Alone is safer. But it's also—" They struggled for words. "Louder." "In my head." Kallistrate nodded slowly. "Is that why you've been avoiding sleep?" "Part of it. What's the other part? I don't want to wake up screaming and have everyone know how broken I am." The word hung between them. Broken. Kallistrate set down her carving and turned to face them fully. "You're not broken." "Yes, I am." "No, you're hurt. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Broken things can't function. Can't adapt. Can't survive." She gestured around them. "You're here. You helped rescue those drivers. You're sitting watch, keeping these people safe. That's not broken. That's someone who survived trauma and is still surviving." Theron's eyes glistened in the firelight. "You make it sound noble. It doesn't feel noble. It doesn't have to feel noble to be true." They sat with that for a while. The fire burned lower. Kallistrate added more wood. "I'm tired," Theron said eventually. "Not physically tired. Something deeper. I know. I don't know how to stop running." "Maybe you don't have to stop. Maybe you just have to be honest about what you're running from." "And what am I running from?" Kallistrate met their eyes. "I think you know the answer to that better than I do." Theron looked away, jaw tight. But they didn't argue. The watch stretched on. They talked less as the night deepened. But the silence was easier now. Less fraught. Kallistrate carved. Theron fed the fire. Small, ordinary tasks that filled the space between them. Near dawn, when the darkness was just beginning to thin at the cave entrance, Theron spoke again. "Thank you." "For what?" "For not making this harder than it has to be." Kallistrate smiled slightly. "This is plenty hard without me adding to it." "Still, thank you." "You're welcome." When the next watch came to relieve them, Kallistrate gathered her things and headed to her bedroll. Theron did the same, moving to their spot across the cave. Before lying down, Kallistrate looked across the space between them. Theron was already settling in, but their eyes found hers in the growing light. Something passed between them. Not forgiveness, because there was nothing to forgive. Not reconciliation, because they hadn't reached that yet. Just acknowledgement. "We're here. We're trying. That's enough for now." Kallistrate closed her eyes and fell asleep to the sound of Theron's breathing. Still quick, still shallow. But maybe, just maybe a little steadier than before. Chapter 7. The Scar Constellations. The fourth day started with screaming. Kallistrate woke instantly, hand already on her blade before her mind caught up with her body. Around the cave, others were stirring, confused and alarmed. The screaming cut off abruptly. In the dim pre-dawn light, she could make out Theron's form across the cave, sitting bolt upright, hand clamped over their own mouth, breathing so hard it was audible even from a distance. Others were looking now, whispering. Kallistrate rose smoothly and crossed the space. Not running, not drawing attention, just moving with purpose. She knelt beside Theron's bedroll at a careful distance. Close enough to help, far enough not to crowd. "Theron," she said quietly, "you're in the cave. It's morning. You're safe." Theron's eyes were wide, unseeing. Their free hand clutched at their left wrist, fingers digging into the scar there hard enough to leave marks. "Theron," Kallistrate repeated a little firmer. "Look at me." Their eyes found hers slowly, recognition filtering back in pieces. "Kallistrate," they managed, voice wrecked. "That's right. You're in the cave. The mountain pass. There's a storm outside. We're keeping watch over a caravan." She kept her voice level, informational, giving them facts to anchor to. "Can you breathe for me? In through your nose, out through your mouth." Theron tried. The first breath stuttered. The second was smoother. "Good." Again, they breathed together in silence until the worst of the panic faded from Theron's eyes. "I'm sorry," Theron whispered, looking around at the others who were trying not to stare. "I didn't mean to wake everyone." "Don't apologize." Kallistrate shifted slightly. "Do you want water?" "Yes." She fetched her water skin and handed it over. Theron drank deeply, hands shaking. By now, most of the cave's occupants had realized there was no immediate danger and were settling back down. Iris caught Kallistrate's eye from across the cave, a question in her expression. Kallistrate shook her head slightly. "Nothing to worry about." Iris nodded and turned away, giving them privacy. "Come on," Kallistrate said quietly to Theron. "Let's go outside. Get some air. The storm has let up. Look." And it had. The cave entrance showed gray light instead of complete white. The wind had died down to something almost manageable. Theron nodded and stood, pulling on her cloak with movements that were still too jerky, too uncoordinated. They made their way to the entrance. The air outside was brutally cold but clear. The snow had stopped, though the drifts were deep enough that stepping out meant sinking to their thighs. Kallistrate stopped just inside the entrance where they could see the mountain but stay relatively warm. Theron joined her, leaning against the cave wall. For a long time, neither spoke. They just looked out at the white landscape, the pale morning light, the silence that came after storm. "I'm sorry," Theron said again. "I told you not to apologize." "I know, but I am. You shouldn't have to." "Theron, stop." Kallistrate turned to face them. "You had a nightmare. It happens. You're human. You don't owe anyone an apology for being human. They all heard me. So, half of them have probably had nightmares too. We're trapped in a mountain cave during a storm. It's not exactly conducive to peaceful sleep." Theron's hands were still shaking. They shoved them into their cloak to hide it. "Do you want to talk about it?" Kallistrate asked. "No." "All right." They stood in silence again. Kallistrate didn't push, didn't demand explanations. Just stood there, present, a steady point Theron could orient themselves to. Eventually, Theron spoke anyway. It wasn't the captivity this time. It was after. Well, I got back, and everyone had moved on. Their voice was flat, emotionless in the way that meant they were barely holding it together. In a dream, I kept trying to tell people what happened, but every time I spoke, no sound came out. And they just looked through me, like I wasn't there. Kallistrate nodded slowly. Being invisible. Yes, that sounds terrifying. It was. Theron's jaw tightened. The worst part is waking up and not being sure if it was a dream or a memory. Were you invisible? When you came back, Theron was quiet for a long moment. Not invisible exactly. More like wrong. I was the same person, but different. And no one knew how to talk to me anymore. So they just didn't. Except Xantha. Except Xantha. A ghost of a smile. She didn't care that I was wrong. She just patched me up and fed me and told me to stop feeling sorry for myself. Sounds like her. She's insufferable. You've mentioned. The tension in Theron's shoulders eased slightly. Not much, but enough to notice. Thank you, they said quietly. For the water. For not making a big thing of it. Of course. Most people would have. I'm not most people. Kallistrate said it matter-of-factly. And you're not most people's responsibility. You're your own. I'm just here. If you need me to be. Theron looked at her then, really looked, and something shifted in their expression. I don't understand you. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. 3 years ago, I left. No real explanation. Barely any contact. And now I show up, and you just accept it. Accept me. Even the broken parts. I told you last night. You're not broken. Then what am I? Kallistrate considered the question seriously. Surviving. Adapting. Doing the best you can with what you have. She gestured back toward the cave. That's all any of us are doing. Your best seems a lot more functional than mine. Does it? I light a lamp every night for someone who left 3 years ago. I took a job I didn't need because I heard rumors you might be on the same caravan route. I've spent 3 years building a life that deliberately has space in it for a person who might never come back. She shook her head. That's not particularly functional. It's just different dysfunction. That's not the same, isn't it? We're both trying to manage impossible things. You're managing trauma. I'm managing hope. Neither one is easy. Theron was quiet, absorbing that. The lamp, they said eventually. You said you light it for yourself. Not for me. That's right. I don't know how to reconcile that. It feels like it should be for me, but you say it's not. Kallistrate thought about how to explain. When you left, I had a choice. I could close the door completely. Move on. Find someone easier. Or I could choose to keep the door open, knowing you might never walk through it. I chose the latter. Not because I was waiting, but because that choice felt true to who I am. I still don't understand the difference. Waiting is passive. It's putting your life on hold. What I did was active. I built a full life and made sure there was room in it. The lamp is a reminder to myself every morning that I'm choosing that life, with or without you in it. So it's not about me at all. It's about you. But it's more about me choosing myself while leaving space for you. Both things can be true. Theron rubbed their face with both hands. Philosophy this early in the morning should be illegal. Despite everything, Kallistrate smiled. You used to love philosophy at dawn. Said it was when your mind was clearest. That was before I spent 3 years running from my own thoughts. Fair point. They stood in companionable silence. The sky was lightening steadily now, though the sun itself was hidden behind thick clouds. The mountain was beautiful in a severe way. Unforgiving but honest. We should go back in, Kallistrate said eventually. Get warm. Eat something. I'm not hungry. You need to eat anyway. Mother hen. Practical strategist. Theron almost smiled. Almost. They turned to go back inside, and that's when Kallistrate noticed. Theron favoring their right leg. Just barely. Easy to miss if you weren't watching for it. You're limping. It's nothing. Theron. They sighed. I twisted my knee. Yesterday, during the rescue. It's fine. Let me see. It's fine. Let me see. Or I'll ask Iris to hold you down while I look. Theron's eyes widened slightly. You wouldn't. Try me. They stared at each other. Kallistrate didn't blink. You're insufferable, Theron muttered, but they moved to a relatively flat rock and sat down, extending their right leg. Kallistrate knelt and carefully pushed up the hem of their trousers. The knee was swollen. Not terrible, but not nothing either. "This needs wrapping," she said. "It's fine. It will be fine once it's wrapped. Stop being difficult." She stood. "Stay here. I'll get bandages." "Kallistrate, stay." She went back into the cave and retrieved her pack, pulling out clean linen strips. When she returned, Theron was still sitting on the rock, looking resigned. "You're going to make this a thing, aren't you?" they said. "Only if you make it difficult." Kallistrate wrapped the knee efficiently, keeping the pressure firm but not too tight. Theron's breath hitched once when she hit a particularly tender spot, but they didn't complain. "There," she said when she finished. "Better?" "Yes. Thank you." "You're welcome. Now we eat." They made their way back into the cave. The morning routine was underway. Fire being tended, the meager breakfast being distributed. People were pointedly not looking at Theron, which was its own kind of mercy. Kallistrate collected portions for both of them and found a quiet spot near the cave wall. Theron joined her, moving a little easier with the wrapped knee. They ate in silence. The bread was hard, the dried fruit tough, but it was food, and that was enough. Halfway through the meal, Lysander hobbled over. His ankle was still bandaged, but he was putting weight on it now. "Mind if I join you?" he asked. Kallistrate gestured to the space beside them. "Please." Lysander settled down with a grunt. "Getting old is not for the weak." "You're not old," Theron said. "Tell that to my ankle." He took a bite of bread, chewed thoughtfully. "Thank you for the rescue. I know it wasn't easy." "We couldn't leave you," Kallistrate said simply. "You could have. Somewhat have." He looked at Theron. "And thank you for not mentioning the screaming. I imagine you'd rather not have that be common knowledge." Theron tensed. "Everyone has nightmares," Lysander continued, unbothered by Theron's reaction. "I woke up in a cold sweat 3 times last night. Kept dreaming I was still buried under that wagon." He shrugged. "Bad situations make for bad dreams. Nothing to be ashamed of." "I woke half the cave," Theron said tightly. "So, better to scream in a nightmare than freeze to death without a sound. At least the nightmare means you're alive to have it." There was a simple wisdom in that. Theron seemed to recognize it, their shoulders relaxing slightly. "Anyway," Lysander said, finishing his bread, "I just wanted to say thanks. And that if you need someone to talk to who isn't trying to fix you or make you feel better, I'm around. Sometimes it's easier to talk to someone who doesn't have a stake in your well-being." He stood and hobbled away before either of them could respond. Kallistrate and Theron exchanged glances. "He's kind," Kallistrate observed. "Unexpectedly so." They finished their meal. Around them, the cave had settled into the slow rhythm of another day of waiting. People were playing dice games, mending clothes, telling stories. "Making do. I should check the entrance," Theron said, standing. "See if the storm is really letting up or if this is just a lull." "I'll come with you." "You don't have to." "I know." They made their way back to the entrance together. The visibility had improved significantly. They could see maybe 100 paces now, which was a vast improvement over yesterday's complete whiteout. "If this holds," Theron said, "we might be able to leave tomorrow." "Maybe." "You don't sound convinced." Kallistrate pointed at the sky. "Those clouds aren't done with us yet. This is just the eye of the storm." "How can you tell?" "The pressure. Can't you feel it? Like the mountain is holding its breath." Theron closed their eyes, focusing. "Yes, I feel it." "Then you know, this isn't over." "How much longer?" "Another day at least. Maybe 2. Kallistrate leaned against the cave wall. "We have enough supplies. We'll manage." "Will we?" The question carried weight beyond just supplies and weather. Kallistrate looked at them steadily. "Yes, we'll manage. Even this. Us. Especially that." Theron's hand went to their wrist again, rubbing the scar. "Batel. The thing they did when they wanted to run, but couldn't." "I don't know what you want from me," they said quietly. "I know. That doesn't bother you. Should it?" "Yes. Most people would demand clarity. Want to know where this is going." Kallistrate shrugged. "I'm not most people, and I don't need to know where this is going. I just need to know you're honest about where you are right now." "And where am I right now?" "I think you're standing in a cave with someone you used to love and aren't sure if you still do. You're scared I'll ask for more than you can give. You're terrified I won't ask at all and you'll have to make the choice yourself. She said it gently, without judgment. Am I close? Theron stared at her. Uncomfortably so. I've known you a long time. Some patterns are easy to read. And you're okay with that? With me being a mess? You're not a mess. You're a person dealing with complicated things in the best way you know how. Kallistrate pushed off from the wall. I should help with the meal prep. You should rest that knee. Kallistrate. She turned back. Why are you so patient with me? The question was raw, vulnerable in a way Theron rarely allowed themselves to be. Kallistrate thought about her answer carefully. Because you're worth it. And because patience isn't a sacrifice when it's freely given. She left before Theron could respond, heading back into the cave. Behind her, she heard Theron's sharp intake of breath, like someone who'd been punched, but in a way that healed instead of hurt. The day passed. Kallistrate helped with chores. Theron stayed near the entrance, watching the weather. They crossed paths occasionally, exchanged small words, moved around each other with that old familiar awareness. That night, when they took watch together again, something had shifted. Not fixed, not resolved, but shifted. Theron sat closer, not quite beside her, but near enough that their shoulders almost touched. And when Kallistrate carved, Theron asked what she was making. Small things, small changes. But mountains were moved one stone at a time, and storms eventually passed. Whether they were ready for what came after was another question entirely. Chapter 8. What the mentor said. The fifth day brought restlessness. The storm had eased to occasional flurries. The cave felt smaller. People were getting on each other's nerves in the way that happened when strangers were forced into prolonged proximity. Kallistrate spent the morning mediating a dispute between two merchants about whose supplies were whose, then helping Iris organize the remaining rations. They had 3 days of food left, maybe 4 if they stretched it. The storm needed a break soon, or decisions would have to be made. She was checking the cave entrance for the 3rd time that day when Theron appeared beside her. Thinking about making a run for it? They asked. Thinking about how long before people start getting desperate. We're not there yet. No, but we're close. Kallistrate gestured at the landscape. The visibility was good today. They could see the pass ahead, the way the road curved between cliff faces. If the weather holds tomorrow, we could try to move. Could. Should we? I don't know yet. She turned to face them. What do you think? Theron seemed surprised by the question. You're asking my opinion? We're both guards. Both experienced with mountain travel. Why wouldn't I ask? They paused. You usually make these calls on your own. While I'm working alone, yes. But I'm not alone. Kallistrate leaned against the cave wall. So what do you think? Risk the journey or wait another day? Theron studied the mountain, the clouds, the way the wind moved the snow. The pass is clear enough. But that pressure you mentioned, it's still there. Another storm is coming. Agreed. So we have a narrow window. Maybe a day. We'd have to move fast and light. Leave the wagons. Yes. Take only what people can carry. Get everyone over the pass and down to the way station on the other side. Kallistrate nodded slowly. That's what I was thinking too. Then why ask me? Because sometimes I'm wrong. And because, she chose her words carefully. Because we work well together. We always have. I want to see if that was still true. Something flickered across Theron's face. It's still true. They stood in companionable silence, watching the mountain. After a while, Theron spoke again. When you were 17, when Nicomedes first took you on as a student, what did he tell you about being a warrior? The question was unexpected, but not unwelcome. He said that being a good warrior wasn't about never being afraid. It was about knowing what you were afraid of and deciding if it was worth facing anyway. Did you believe him? Eventually, Kallistrate smiled slightly. At 17, I thought I wasn't afraid of anything. I was wrong, of course. I was afraid of everything. I just didn't have a language for it yet. What changed? I learned the language. She looked at Theron, and I learned that some fears are worth facing. Others aren't. The trick is knowing the difference. Theron was quiet, absorbing that. Then, he warned me, about us. Kallistrate had known this conversation was coming eventually. I know. He warned me too. What did he say to you? She closed her eyes, remembering. The conversation had happened in Nicomedes' study, surrounded by scrolls and maps. She'd been 24, already in love with Theron, already seeing the patterns that would either make them or break them. He asked me if I knew what I was getting into, Kallistrate said. Told me that loving someone with trauma like yours was going to be harder than any battle I'd ever fought. That I needed to decide if I was willing to pay the price. What price? Time, energy, the emotional labor of being with someone who might never fully heal, who might leave, who might break my heart not out of malice, but out of self-preservation. She opened her eyes. He was trying to protect me. And what did you say? I told him I made my choice, that I knew what I was walking into, that I'd rather risk heartbreak with you than avoid it with someone else. Kallistrate's voice was steady. He said I'd regret it. Have you? No, not even when I left. Not even then. Theron turned away, jaw tight. I don't understand that. How can you not regret it? 3 years of your life, Kallistrate. 3 years you could have spent. Living? I was living. I am living. She pushed off from the wall. Just because you weren't there doesn't mean my life stopped. It just meant I lived it differently than I might have otherwise. But, Theron, stop. She said it gently but firmly. You don't get to decide whether I should regret my choices. Only I get to do that. And I don't. The end. Theron looked like they wanted to argue. But they didn't. He told me something else, Kallistrate said after a moment. About himself. About why he warned us. What? He had a love once. Someone like you. Wounded. Walled off. Brilliant and terrifying in equal measure. She watched Theron's face carefully. He left them. Thought he was being practical. Thought he was saving them both from inevitable pain. And he spent 40 years regretting it. He never said as much directly, but I could see it. In the way he talked about choices and consequences. In the way he looked at us. Kallistrate's voice softened. He was trying to save me from becoming him. Theron went very still. He wanted you to leave me. No, I don't think so. I think he wanted me to choose with clear eyes. To know what I was choosing and choose it anyway. Or choose differently. Either way, to be deliberate. But you stayed. I stayed. And when you left, I didn't chase. I let you go. I built a life. I kept the door open. She met Theron's eyes. I did exactly what Nicomedes would have done if he'd had the chance to make a different choice. You're saying he was wrong to leave his love. I'm saying he thought he was wrong. Whether he actually was. Kallistrate shrugged. Who can say? We only get to live one version of our lives. The rest is speculation. Theron was quiet for a long time. Then, almost too quiet to hear. Did he tell you who it was? The person he left? No, he never spoke their name. Do you have suspicions? Kallistrate hesitated. Maybe, but they're just suspicions. And it was his business, not mine. Theron nodded slowly. They looked haunted, like this revelation had shifted something fundamental in their understanding. What are you thinking? Kallistrate asked. I'm thinking about patterns. About how we repeat what we've seen, even when we're trying not to. Theron's hand went to their wrist. Nicomedes left his love because he thought it was the right thing. I left you because I thought it was the right thing. Different reasons, same result. Are you asking if I think you made the right choice? I don't know what I'm asking. Kallistrate considered. I think you made the choice you needed to make at the time. Whether it was right or wrong isn't the question. The question is, knowing what you know now, what choice would you make today? I don't know. That's okay. How is it okay? I'm 30 years old, Kallistrate. I should know what I want by now. Should you? Says who? She shook her head. Some people know what they want at 16 and never waver. Others spend their whole lives figuring it out. Neither is better or worse. They're just different paths. Which one are you? I knew what I wanted with you. I still know. But that doesn't mean you have to know what you want with me. Your clarity isn't dependent on mine. Theron made a frustrated sound. You're too understanding. It's unnerving. Would you prefer I yell at you? Maybe. At least then I'd know how you really feel. I've told you how I feel. Multiple times. You just don't believe me. Because it doesn't make sense. I left you. I should have burned that bridge. But you're standing here acting like 3 years of absence is a minor inconvenience. It wasn't minor. Kallistrate's voice sharpened slightly. It hurt. Some days it hurt so much I didn't think I could breathe through it. I had moments where I hated you, where I wanted to track you down just to scream at you for being a coward. Theron flinched. But those moments passed. Kallistrate continued, her voice softening. And underneath them was still the truth. I love you. I chose you. Your leaving didn't erase that. It just meant I had to figure out how to love you from a distance. How to live with the grief of your absence while still living fully. How did you do it? By remembering what Nicomedes taught me. That fear is natural. That facing it is a choice. That some things are worth the pain. She stepped closer. You were worth the pain, Theron. You still are. I don't feel worth it. I know, but that's not something I can fix for you. You have to decide that for yourself. They stood facing each other in the cave entrance. The wind had picked up again, carrying the scent of more snow. The mentor warned us this love would break us, Theron said quietly. He did. Do you think he was right? Kallistrate thought about it seriously. I think he was right that it's hard. I think he was wrong about the breaking. We're not broken. We're just shaped differently than we might have been otherwise. Is that better or worse? I don't know. Ask me in 40 years. Despite everything, Theron almost smiled. You're planning that far ahead? I'm planning for the possibility. There's a difference. The wind gusted harder. Snow began to fall again. Light at first, then heavier. Storm's coming back, Theron observed. Yes. We should tell Philippos. Let him know we won't be moving tomorrow after all. Agreed. They turned to go back inside, and Theron paused. Kallistrate. Yes. Thank you for telling me about Nicomedes. About his choice. You're welcome. Do you think he was happy after he left? Kallistrate considered the mentor she'd known. Brilliant and kind, and carrying a sadness that never quite left his eyes. I think he built a good life, she said carefully. I think he taught well, and cared for his students, and did work that mattered. But happy? She shook her head. No, I don't think he was happy. I think he was content. There's a difference. What difference? Content is accepting what you have. Happy is loving what you have. She met Theron's eyes. He accepted his choice. I don't think he ever loved it. Theron absorbed that in silence. They went back into the cave together. Philippos took the news about the storm's return with resigned acceptance. The group settled in for another day, another night. That evening, Kallistrate found Theron sitting alone in their usual spot, staring at nothing. She settled nearby, not intruding, just present. I've been thinking, Theron said eventually, about regret, about choices, about what it means to stay or leave. They looked at her. Nicomedes left and regretted it. I left and I don't know what I feel about it. You don't have to know yet, don't I? We're trapped in a cave together. Seems like a good time for clarity. Or it's exactly the wrong time. We're cold, we're tired, we're under stress. Maybe clarity comes later, when we can see the full picture. And what if the full picture doesn't change anything? What if I'm just as confused in Athens as I am here? Then you're confused in Athens. That's okay too. Theron laughed, but there was no humor in it. How are you so calm about this? Because I learned something Nicomedes never did. Kallistrate looked at them steadily. That you can't control other people's choices. You can only control your response to them. So I choose to respond with patience, with openness, with love, even when it's not returned the way I prefer. That seems like it would hurt. Sometimes it does. But it hurts less than the alternative, which is closing off, building walls, refusing to be vulnerable because vulnerability might lead to pain. She shook her head. I'd rather feel everything and risk getting hurt than feel nothing and be safe. I'm the opposite. I know. Does that bother you? No. It just means we approach the world differently. That's not inherently bad. Theron was quiet for a long moment. I don't deserve you. Stop saying that. It's true. It's not about deserving. Love isn't a reward for good behavior. It just is. Kallistrate stood. I'm going to sleep. We have watch together again tomorrow night. Try to rest before then. She walked away before Theron could argue. Behind her, she heard Theron's quiet voice. I'm trying to figure out how to stay. Kallistrate didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge she'd heard, just kept walking. Because some confessions weren't meant to be answered. They were meant to exist, to be spoken into the universe as an offering. And tomorrow, or the day after that, maybe Theron would figure out what staying looked like. Or maybe they wouldn't. Either way, Kallistrate would still be here, still keeping the light on, still choosing love, even when love chose uncertainty. The mentor had warned them this love would break them. But maybe breaking open wasn't the same as breaking apart. Maybe some things needed to break to let the light in. Time would tell. Chapter 9. The walls have cracks. Morning on the 6th day, and Theron was gone. Kallistrate noticed immediately. The space where they usually slept was empty, bedroll already packed. Their pack was gone too. She scanned the cave. Most people were still sleeping. The fire had burned low, and Theron's blade, the one they always kept within arm's reach, was missing. Kallistrate felt the absence like a physical thing, a hole where a person should be. She rose quietly and pulled on her cloak. Iris looked up from where she was tending the fire, question in her eyes. "I'm just checking the perimeter," Kallistrate said softly. Iris nodded, but the look she gave Kallistrate suggested she knew exactly what was being checked. Kallistrate stepped out into the pre-dawn gray. The snow had stopped again during the night. The sky was clear. In the distance, the first hint of sunrise was touching the eastern peaks with pale gold. And there, 50 paces from the cave entrance, standing in snow up to their knees, was Theron. Just standing, facing away from the cave, looking down the mountain toward the pass. Kallistrate's heart clenched. She recognized this stance. Had seen it before, 3 years ago. The stance of someone deciding whether to stay or run. She could call out, could go to them, could demand to know what they were doing. Instead, she waited. She found a rock near the cave entrance and sat, patient, giving Theron the space to make whatever choice they were making. If they wanted to leave, she wouldn't stop them. Couldn't stop them. Some things you had to let go of to see if they'd come back. The sun rose slowly, painting the snow in shades of pink and gold. Theron didn't move, just stood there, pack on their back, clearly ready to walk down that mountain and outer life again. Kallistrate waited. 10 minutes. 20. Half an hour. The cold was seeping through her cloak, but she didn't go back inside. If this was the moment Theron chose to leave, she wanted to witness it. Wanted to be able to remember exactly how the light looked, how the air felt, how her heart broke. Because it would break. She knew that. Despite all her philosophy about choices and acceptance, losing Theron again would hurt. But she'd survive it. She'd survived it before. 40 minutes. Then, finally, Theron turned. Their eyes found her immediately, as if they'd known she was there all along. For a moment, neither moved. They just looked at each other across the snow and the distance and the weight of everything unsaid. Then Theron started walking. Not down the mountain. Back toward the cave. Back toward her. Kallistrate didn't stand. Didn't rush to meet them. Just watched them approach. Each step deliberate. Each step a choice. Theron reached her and stopped. Their face was red from the cold. Their breath coming in visible clouds. "I was going to leave," they said. "I know. I have my pack. I'd already planned a route. I could have been miles away by now. I know. Why didn't you stop me?" Kallistrate met their eyes. "Because you're not mine to keep. You're yours. If you need to leave, you leave." Theron's jaw worked. "You were just going to let me go." "Yes." Without a fight. "Theron." Kallistrate stood, brushing snow from her cloak. "I've told you. I'm not going to chase you. I'm not going to beg. I'm not going to make you stay through guilt or obligation or any other manipulation. If you want to leave, leave. I'll be sad. I'll grieve. But I'll accept it. How can you be so calm about this? Because I've already made my peace with the possibility that you'll leave. I made that peace 3 years ago when you left the first time." She stepped closer. "The question isn't whether I can accept you leaving. It's whether you can accept yourself staying." Theron flinched like she'd struck them. "Why did you come back?" Kallistrate asked gently. "You were out there. You had the escape route. What brought you back?" Theron was quiet for a long moment. When they spoke, their voice was rough. "My feet wouldn't move. I stood there trying to make myself take the first step down, and I just couldn't. Why not? I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know if I stayed because I wanted to, or because I'm too afraid to leave, or because..." They trailed off. Because what? Because maybe running isn't working anymore. Theron looked at her, and there was something raw in their expression. "I've spent 3 years running, Kallistrate, and I'm tired. I'm so tired. I know, but I don't know how to stop. Don't know how to stay. Don't know how to be the person you deserve. Stop saying that. I don't want the person I deserve. I want you. You don't even know who I am anymore. Don't I? Kallistrate studied them. You're someone who survived trauma and is still fighting to survive it every day. You're someone who pushes people away because closeness feels dangerous. You're brilliant and broken and doing the best you can with tools that don't quite fit the job. That's not a flattering portrait. It's honest. And I love the honest version more than I'd love any perfect version. She took a breath. You want to know what I see when I look at you? I see someone trying. Someone who stood in the snow for 40 minutes wrestling with their demons. Someone who came back even though everything in them was screaming to run. That doesn't make me brave. It makes me confused. Maybe. Or maybe it makes you human. Kallistrate reached out slowly, giving Theron time to pull away. When they didn't, she took their hand. It was freezing. Come inside. Get warm. We'll figure out the rest later. What if there is no rest? What if this is just who I am? Someone who will always be on the edge of leaving. Then that's who you are. And I'll love you anyway. Theron's eyes glistened. I don't understand how you can do that. I know. But that's my problem, not yours. You don't have to understand it. You just have to decide if you can accept it. They stood there, hands linked, breath mixing in the cold air. I am terrified, Theron whispered. Of what? Of staying. Of leaving. Of hurting you. Of being hurt. Of everything. That's okay. Fear is honest. How do you live like this? With so much uncertainty. Kallistrate smiled slightly. One day at a time. One choice at a time. Right now, I'm choosing to stand here with you. Tomorrow I might choose something different. But right now, this is enough. Is it? Really? Yes. Theron searched her face, looking for doubt, for resentment, for anything that would justify leaving. But Kallistrate had spent 3 years learning to be at peace with uncertainty. She had no doubt to give them. Come inside, she said again. Your hands are freezing, and people will start waking up soon. They'll ask where I was. Tell them you were checking the pass. It's not even a lie. It's not the whole truth either. The whole truth is your business. Give them whatever truth you're comfortable with. They walked back to the cave together, still holding hands. As they approached the entrance, Theron squeezed once, then let go. Inside, the fire had been built back up. Iris had started preparing what passed for breakfast. A few people were stirring, but most were still asleep. Philippos was awake, checking supplies with one of the merchants. He looked up when they entered. How's the pass look? He asked Theron. Theron didn't miss a beat. Clear for now, but more weather's coming. I'd say we have another day, maybe 2 before we can risk moving. That's about what I figured. Philippos gestured to the food supplies. We're cutting it close on rations, but we'll make it work. Always do, Kallistrate said. They collected their morning portions and found a quiet corner. The bread was stale, the water was cold, but it was food, and that counted for something. They ate in silence for a while. Then Theron spoke, so quietly Kallistrate almost missed it. Thank you. For what? For not asking questions. For not demanding explanations. For just letting me be. Of course. It's not of course. Most people would have, they stopped. I'm not most people. You keep saying that. Because you keep forgetting it. A ghost of a smile crossed Theron's face. Fair point. The day unfolded slowly. Another day of waiting. But something had shifted. Theron wasn't avoiding Kallistrate anymore. They weren't seeking her out exactly, but they weren't actively maintaining distance either. Small things. Sitting nearby during the midday meal. Helping her reorganize the supply packs. Sharing watch assignments without argument. Progress, if you knew how to measure it. That afternoon, Lysander caught Kallistrate alone near the cave entrance. Your friend seems lighter today, he observed. Do they? Less like they're about to bolt. More like they're deciding whether to stay. He adjusted his bandaged ankle. Whatever you said to them this morning, it helped. I didn't say much. Sometimes that's the most helpful thing. He smiled. My wife is like you. Patient. Doesn't push. Just is. It drove me crazy when we were courting. I kept waiting for her to demand answers, to want clarity about our future. She never did. What changed? I realized she was giving me the space to choose her freely, without pressure, without obligation. He shook his head. Took me 3 years to understand that was a gift, not indifference. Kallistrate smiled. 3 years seems to be a magic number. Must be something about it. Enough time to run out of excuses. Enough time to realize running isn't solving anything. He glanced back into the cave, where Theron was helping organize bedrolls. They're lucky to have you. I'm lucky to have them. Even when they're difficult, especially then. Easy love is common. This kind. She shook her head. This kind is rare. Lysander nodded thoughtfully. Well, I hope they figure it out. You both deserve some peace. He limped away, leaving Kallistrate alone with her thoughts. Peace. One interesting word. She did peace in Athens. Teaching, training, living her full life. But it was the peace of acceptance, not the peace of contentment. Maybe there was a difference. Maybe Nicomedes had been content, but not at peace because he'd never accepted his choice, only lived with its consequences. Maybe that's what she'd been doing differently, accepting rather than just enduring. That night, on watch together again, Theron finally asked the question Kallistrate had been waiting for. Why do you love me? Kallistrate looked up from her carving. Is that what you want to know? Or are you asking why I should love you? Both. Either. I don't know. She set down the wood and thought carefully about her answer. I love you because you're you. Because you're brilliant and complicated and you care so deeply about things, even when you pretend you don't. Because you're honest about your limitations. Because you're trying, even when trying terrifies you. Those aren't very romantic reasons. No, but they're true. She picked up the carving again. Romance is easy. You can be romantic with anyone. But loving someone's reality, their mess, their fear, that's something else entirely. What if my mess is too much? For who? For me. Kallistrate shook her head. I've already decided it's not. You're the one who has to decide if you can accept my acceptance. Theron made a frustrated sound. How do you keep turning this back on me? Because it is about you. Not in a bad way. But Theron, I can tell you I love you 1,000 times. I can show you in 1,000 ways. But until you believe you're worth loving, none of it will matter. I don't know how to believe that. I know, but you're working on it. That's all anyone can ask. They sat in silence. The fire crackled. Outside, the wind had picked up again, but sounded different this time. Less angry, more resigned. I'm trying to figure out how to stay, Theron said eventually. Kallistrate didn't react outwardly, but her heart did something complicated. I know. I heard you. The other night. You heard that. Yes. And nothing. It's your process. You get to work through it however you need to. You're infuriating. So you mentioned. Despite everything, Theron almost laughed. What if I figure out how to stay and then run anyway? What if this is all for nothing? Then it's all for nothing. But at least we tried. That doesn't scare you? Of course it does. But I'd rather be scared and trying than safe and alone. Theron absorbed that. Then, quietly, I stood out there this morning trying to convince myself to leave. Told myself all the reasons it was the right choice. That you'd be better off. That I'd be better off. That clean breaks are kinder than slow torture. What stopped you? I realized I was lying to myself. About all of it. They looked at her. Clean breaks aren't kinder. And I wouldn't be better off. I'd just be alone with my regrets instead of here with my fears. And I think maybe the fears are easier to live with. At least with the fears, there's the possibility of getting past them. Kallistrate felt something in her chest expand. Not hope exactly, more like recognition. Like watching a door that had been closed for 3 years crack open just slightly. That's brave, she said. It doesn't feel brave. It feels terrifying. Most brave things do. They sat together through the rest of the watch. Not solving anything. Not promising anything. Just being together in the uncertainty. When dawn came, bringing with it clear skies and the promise of movement tomorrow, Kallistrate realized something. The storm outside had broken. The one inside might take longer. But for the first time in 3 years, she thought maybe, possibly, it was breaking towards something instead of away. And that was enough. For now, it was enough. Chapter 10, Before the Breaking. The 7th day dawned clear and cold and full of possibility. Philippos called a meeting as soon as everyone was awake. The pass is clear. The weather's holding. We need to move today while we have the chance. There was a murmur of agreement, relief, nervousness. 7 days in a cave had been enough for everyone. We'll leave the wagons, Philippos continued. Take only what you can carry. Move fast and light. If we push hard, We can make the way station before dark. And if we can't, one of the merchants asked, then we camp exposed and hope the weather holds. Philippos looked at Kallistrate and Theron. You two have the most experience with this terrain. What do you recommend? Kallistrate glanced at Theron, who nodded slightly. We move in pairs, Kallistrate said. Rope everyone together in case someone slips. Theron and I will scout ahead and bring up the rear. Everyone else stays in the middle, follows the path exactly, doesn't take risks. How long will it take? Iris asked. 6 hours if we're lucky. 8 if we're not. And if the weather turns? Then we dig in and survive it. Like we've been doing. The group spent the next hour preparing, packing essentials, distributing weight, checking boots and cloaks and the ropes that would link them together. Theron and Kallistrate worked in tandem, organizing the line, making sure the injured were positioned where they could be helped easily. Lysander could walk now, but slowly. One of the merchants had developed a cough that sounded concerning. Another was elderly and hadn't been built for mountain travel. They'd have to move at the pace of the slowest person, which meant exposure, risk, the possibility that the weather would turn before they reached shelter. But staying wasn't an option anymore. The supplies were nearly gone. Another storm would trap them here until they starved. So they'd risk the mountain. By mid-morning, they were ready. Philippos gave a brief speech about staying together and following instructions. Then they filed out of the cave that had sheltered them for a week. The sunlight was blinding after so many days in dimness. The air was sharp and clean and bitterly cold. The pass stretched ahead of them, white and pristine and treacherous. Theron took point. Kallistrate brought up the rear. Between them, 14 people roped together, trusting their lives to the warriors who'd kept them safe in the cave. They started walking. The going was slow. The snow was deep, the path uncertain beneath it. Theron tested each section before allowing the others to follow. Kallistrate watched from behind, ready to catch anyone who stumbled. 2 hours in, Lysander slipped. The rope caught him before he fell far, but the jolt sent pain across his face. They paused while he regained his footing. I'm fine, he insisted. Keep moving. For hours in, they reached the summit of the pass. The view was spectacular. Mountains in every direction, white and gold in the afternoon light. For a moment, even with the cold and the exhaustion, it felt worth it. Then the wind picked up. We need to move faster, Theron called back. Weather's changing. They picked up the pace as much as they could with injured and elderly in the line. The descent was steeper than the climb, more treacherous. Twice people slipped. Twice the rope system held. 6 hours became 7. The sky darkened, not with storm clouds, just with approaching evening. Way stations ahead, Theron shouted. Half a mile. That half mile felt like 50. But finally, blessedly, the way station appeared. Stone walls, a roof, shelter. They stumbled inside, exhausted and frozen, but alive. All of them. They made it. People collapsed where they stood. Kallistrate and Theron moved through the group, checking for injuries, distributing what little food remained. We made it, Philippos said, looking slightly stunned. We actually made it. Don't celebrate yet, Kallistrate warned. We still need to get down to the valley. But yes, the hardest part is behind us. That night, with a fire built and the worst of the danger past, the group's mood was almost festive. They'd survived. Against odds, against the mountain, they'd survived. Kallistrate found a quiet corner and let the relief wash over her. They'd done it. Everyone was safe. Theron appeared beside her, settling down with a tired sigh. You did well today, Kallistrate said. We did well. Both of us. True. She looked at them. How's the knee? Sore, but functional. Theron stretched their legs out. I'll survive. You always do. They sat in companionable silence as the celebration continued around them. People were sharing stories, laughing, the particular kind of joy that came from surviving something difficult together. I've been thinking, Theron said eventually, about what comes next. When we reach Athens. Kallistrate's heart did something complicated, but she kept her voice steady. And I don't know, but I think. They paused, gathering words. I think I want to stay. For a while. See what that feels like. Stay in Athens. Stay with you. If you'd want that. Kallistrate turned to face them fully. Theron, of course I'd want that. But you need to be sure. I don't want you staying out of obligation or guilt or... It's not that. Theron met her eyes. I've spent a week watching you, seeing how you are with people, how you handle crisis, how you love without needing to control. They took a breath, and I realized I want to learn how to do that. How to stay without running. How to love without fear. That's a tall order. I know, but I think maybe with you I could learn. They reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away. When she didn't, they took her hand. I can't promise I won't panic. Can't promise I won't sabotage it. But I can promise I'll try. That's all I've ever wanted. Theron's thumb traced circles on the back of her hand. What if I fail? Then you fail, and we figure out what comes next. But Theron, failing while trying is better than never trying at all. Is it? Yes. They sat holding hands while around them the group celebrated survival. Eventually, people began settling for the night. The fire was banked. The conversations faded to murmurs, then silence. The way station had a second chamber, smaller and more private than the main room. Kallistrate and Theron did a final check of the perimeter, then retreated there. We should sleep, Kallistrate said, laying out her bedroll. Tomorrow's another long day. I'm not tired. Neither am I, but we need rest. Theron didn't move to prepare their own sleeping area. They just stood there, hands clenched at their sides, looking at Kallistrate with an expression she couldn't quite read. What? She asked gently. Can I? Theron stopped. Started again. Would it be all right if I stayed here? With you? Not. I don't mean. I just don't want to be alone right now. Kallistrate's heart ached at the vulnerability in the question. Of course. They arranged their bedrolls side by side, not touching but close. Close enough to hear each other breathe. Kallistrate lay down, exhaustion pulling at her bones. Beside her, Theron did the same. For a while, they just lay there in the dark. The only sound was their breathing and the wind outside. Then Theron spoke. Kallistrate. Yes. Thank you. For the cave. For today. For all of it. You're welcome. Another silence. Then, can I hold your hand? Yes. Their fingers interlaced in the darkness. Warm despite the cold. Real despite everything that made this impossible. Kallistrate thought they might fall asleep like that. Hand in hand. Safe and together. But then Theron shifted closer. Is this okay? They whispered. Yes. Closer still, until they were side by side, Theron's head on Kallistrate's shoulder. And this? Yes. Kallistrate felt Theron's breath on her neck, felt the tension in their body, the war between want and fear. Theron, she said softly, you don't have to. I want to. Are you sure? No, but I want to anyway. Theron lifted their head, and in the dim light from the main chamber's banked fire, Kallistrate could see their face. Open, scared, wanting. Tell me if you need to stop, Kallistrate said. I will. And then Theron was kissing her. Tentative at first. Testing. Remembering. It had been 3 years, but some things the body remembered without permission. Kallistrate let Theron set the pace. Didn't push. Didn't demand. Just responded, meeting them where they were. The kiss deepened. Theron's hand moved to her face, cupping her cheek. Kallistrate's hand found their waist, pulling them closer. They pulled apart for air. Theron's eyes were dark, pupils blown wide. I've missed this, they breathed. Missed you. I'm here. Are you sure this is okay? I don't want to. Kallistrate silenced them with another kiss. Deeper this time. More certain. They moved together in the darkness, rediscovering familiar territory. Hands remembering the map of each other's bodies. Mouths relearning the taste of skin. Kallistrate unlaced Theron's tunic. Theron helped, then did the same for her. Fabric fell away. Cold air met warm skin. Still okay? Kallistrate asked. Yes. Don't stop. They moved slowly, carefully. Each touch a question, each response an answer. Theron was shaking, but not from cold. From what? From fear. From the intensity of letting someone close after so long alone. Kallistrate took her time, kissed every scar, touched every place she remembered made Theron gasp, rebuilt the intimacy they'd lost one careful moment at a time. When Theron arched against her, breathing her name like a prayer, Kallistrate felt something in her chest crack open. Love, grief, hope, all tangled together until she couldn't separate them. After, they lay tangled together, breath slowing, hearts gradually settling. Theron's hand traced patterns on Kallistrate's skin. Idle, thoughtful. I thought I could forget, they said quietly. Thought if I stayed away long enough, this would fade. What we had, what we could be. Did it fade? No, it just got harder to bear. Kallistrate pulled them closer. You don't have to bear it alone anymore. Don't I? I'm still broken, Kallistrate. Still carrying all the things that made me leave in the first place. Sex doesn't fix that. I know. Then why? Because I love you. Broken parts and all. And because this, she gestured to the space between them, isn't about fixing you. It's about being with you. There's a difference. Theron was quiet for a long moment. Then, so quietly she almost missed it, I don't know how to be enough for you. And there it was. The truth beneath all the running. Kallistrate shifted so she could see Theron's face. You already are enough. I'm not. You are. You're just comparing yourself to some imaginary version of yourself that doesn't exist. The version that's not traumatized. The version that can love easily. The version that doesn't panic. She cupped Theron's face. But that's not who you are. And I don't want that person. I want this one. The real one. This one is a mess. This one is trying. That's more than enough. Theron's eyes glistened in the darkness. What if I can't do this? What if I panic tomorrow and run? Then you panic and run. And I'll be in Athens when you're ready to come back. Just like that. Just like that. I don't understand how you can be so accepting of something so broken. Because you're not something broken. You're someone surviving. Kallistrate kissed their forehead. And I'm honored to witness that survival, however messy it is. Theron pulled her close, burying their face in her neck. Kallistrate felt wetness on her skin. Tears. Quiet and careful, like everything with Theron. She held them while they cried. Didn't try to fix it. Didn't try to make it better. Just held them and let them feel whatever they needed to feel. Eventually, the tears stopped. Theron pulled back, wiping their face. I'm sorry, they said. Don't be. I'm a mess. You're human. Same thing. Despite everything, Kallistrate smiled. Maybe. They settled back into the bedrolls, still close, still touching. Theron's breathing eventually evened out into sleep. But Kallistrate stayed awake, staring at the dark ceiling, a truth settling into her bones that she'd been avoiding for a week. This wasn't fixed. Theron wasn't fixed. Sex hadn't healed them. Love wasn't going to heal them. And she couldn't fix them, no matter how much she wanted to, no matter how much she loved them. All she could do was witness, be present, love them exactly as they were, walls and wounds and all. It should have been disappointing. The realization that love wasn't a cure. Instead, it felt like freedom. She didn't have to fix Theron. She just had to love them. That was enough. That was everything. She fell asleep with that truth held close, one hand still intertwined with Theron's. And for the first time in 3 years, felt at peace with the uncertainty of what came next. Tomorrow they continue to Athens. Tomorrow Theron might panic and run. Tomorrow 1,000 things might go wrong. But tonight they were together. And that was enough. Chapter 11. The First Thaw. The snow had stopped sometime in the night. Theron knew before they opened their eyes. There was a quality to the silence that was different from the compressed hush of a storm, where the world held its breath under the weight of all that falling white. This silence was looser, the mountain breathing out, the kind of quiet that followed exhaustion rather than threat. They lay still for a long moment, listening to the way station settle around them. The fire in the main chamber had burned to coals, its orange glow visible through the gap in the partition. Around them, the soft sounds of sleeping people, the occasional shift and murmur of bodies grateful for a roof after days of stone and fear. Kallistrate's warmth was a line of heat along Theron's side. This was the dangerous time. Theron knew it the way they knew all dangerous things. Not through reason but through the body's memory, the deep knowledge that lived below thought. Morning was when the mind came back online before the walls did. Morning was when things felt possible that weren't. When the ache in the chest could be mistaken for hope instead of habit. They turned their heads slowly, carefully, and looked at her. She was asleep on her back, one arm thrown across her eyes. Her hair had worked free of its binding in the night and spread dark across the bedroll beneath her head, threaded with the silver she'd begun to earn before they'd ever left Athens. In sleep, her face lost the particular quality of attention it always carried awake, that active quality, the sense of a person always ready to listen. In sleep, she was just herself, just a woman who had known Theron for 11 years and still chose to be in the same room with them. Theron looked away. They rose without sound and crossed to the way station's entrance, stepping carefully over the legs of the nearest sleeper. Lysander, flat on his back, snoring in the even rhythm of a man who had earned his rest. His bandaged ankle was elevated on his pack. The 3 other drivers from the wagons were nearby, still sleeping hard. Outside, the world was blinding. Every surface was white. The valley below lay hidden under snow, and the pine trees on the lower slopes had been bent into submission by the weight of it. But the sky above the peaks was the particular pale blue of winter mornings after storms, clear and cold and depthless. The pass above them, visible now in the morning light, gleamed where the drifts had settled. Clear, where it would be open road by midday, down into the valley and onto Athens. Theron stood in the way station's doorway and breathed mountain air, which was so cold it felt like drinking from a river. Their knee ached in the cold, the familiar pull where the swelling had gone down, but the joint still remembered what it had been through. They pressed their palm flat against the stone of the doorframe. Cold, real. The path to Athens was already forming in their mind. The way the snow melt would make the lower road slick, but passable. The descent into the valley. The city gates. A certain street in a certain quarter of the city, where a lamp burned in a window, whether or not anyone was expected home. Theron stood in the doorway and felt their chest do the thing it always did when the cage opened. Behind them, they heard the shift of someone stirring. They did not look back. The merchants and drivers emerged one at a time over the next quarter hour, blinking in the light and exhaling their relief into the cold. Philippos came out last, rubbing his hands together, already scanning the road ahead with the calculating look of a man totaling losses and finding he'd survived. Road down will be passable by mid-morning, he said to no one in particular. We push hard. We reach the valley before dark. Theron nodded, but said nothing. They watched the group assess the morning with the particular energy of people who had been cooped in a bad place and could now smell the end of it. Packs gathered, rations distributed, boots checked and retied. The small rituals of departure. Theron stayed at the entrance. They heard Kallistrate before they saw her, some quality of the group's attention shifting as she appeared in the doorway beside them. She stood a half-step back, far enough to give them room, close enough to be there. Theron did not look at her. They felt her looking at the mountains the way she looked at most things, steadily, without trying to change what she saw. Road will be clear soon, Theron said. So I see. A pause. Behind them, the group was moving with the energy of people who'd spent 7 days in too small a space and could finally leave it. Lysander was on his feet and helping without being asked, his ankle holding well enough for the work. Philippos assigned the order of march. Ordinary sounds of ordinary departure. We could wait another day, Kallistrate said. Make sure the lower road has firmed up. Something in Theron's chest pulled tight. The words were practical. They were the kind of thing anyone might say. But Theron knew Kallistrate's voice too well, had learned long ago to read the frequencies beneath the surface, and there was something in those 9 words that was not about the road at all. The road will be passable, Theron said. Kallistrate was quiet for a moment. Then, simply all right. The group readied itself with the efficiency of people who have been wanting this moment for days. Philippos organized the order of march. Theron and Kallistrate worked in their old pattern without discussion. She checked the injured. Theron walked the perimeter and read the terrain ahead. By the time everyone was ready, they had already exchanged all the information that mattered in a handful of words and nods. Then Philippos led the group out, and people filed past, and it was just the 2 of them at the threshold. Kallistrate had her pack on. Her expression was steady, patient, giving nothing away. I won't chase you, she said. The words fell between them like water finding level. Theron's jaw tightened. Something in the chest shifted, old scar tissue moving around a point of impact. Good. I didn't say I'd let you go. Theron turned then and found her eyes. The thing in the chest that had been shifting resolved into something sharp and aching and very specific. Kallistrate's face was still, not closed. Still, like the mountain, like the cave, like every constant thing Theron had ever run from and returned to find unchanged. Her dark eyes held no accusation, no calculation, no patient strategy. Only the simple fact of her. What's the difference? Theron heard themselves say. Chasing means I think I can catch you. Letting you go means I've given up. They moved. The descent was slow at first, the upper stretch still slick with overnight freeze. They walked in the footsteps of those ahead, not speaking. The knee pulled with each uneven step, familiar as an old argument, and Theron did not mention it. Lower down, where the sun had already reached the south-facing slope, the footing improved. The pine forest opened up. The road widened. They walked 3 steps apart, close enough to reach, far enough to breathe. The group ahead spread out as confidence returned. Lysander was making good time on the ankle now, Philippos moving with brisk purpose at the front. Nobody paid Theron and Kallistrate particular attention. Everyone was too focused on the road home. The fork appeared 2 hours down, where the mountain road met the coastal track at a flat junction marked by a boundary stone old enough that the carving had nearly worn away. The caravan's road continued straight toward the valley and Athens. She walked the way she did everything, with economy and without performance, just a person with somewhere to be, finding her footing on the wet road. She caught up with the group ahead. Her dark cloak merged with the others moving down into the valley. Then she was gone into the descent, and the road to Athens was simply a road. The coastal track waited at Theron's left. They did not take it immediately. They stood at the fork long enough to feel the cold seep back into their bones, long enough for a crow to land on the boundary stone and regard them with the blank assessment of a creature that had never wasted a moment wondering whether it was worth loving, long enough to turn Kallistrate's final words over and consider them from several angles. The offer doesn't expire. A warrior did not make a vow like that lightly. Kallistrate had never said a thing she did not mean, had never made a promise she was not prepared to keep. Theron had tested this fact repeatedly over 11 years and found it infuriatingly consistent. The offer doesn't expire, which meant the door was open, which meant Theron was the one holding still at the threshold, not being held there. They rubbed the scar on their left wrist once, absently, the old reflex for the old weight. Then they adjusted their pack and took the left path. The coastal track was quiet and wet and smelled of pine and mud and the distant salt of the sea. Theron walked with their head down and their steps measured and a splinter near their heart doing what it had always done, reminding them it was there, reminding them it was not gone, reminding them that some things lodged too deep to leave cleanly and might simply have to be carried. 3 months later, Theron showed up at Kallistrate's door in Athens. She opened it without surprise. Is the offer still open? Theron asked. Kallistrate stepped back from the doorway to make room. Always, she said. Chapter 12, The First Return. 3 months after the mountain, Kallistrate's life looked like this. Dawn, the lamp lit. A walk to the training courtyard in the gray, early light, where the air smelled of dew on stone and the city was still half asleep. 2 hours of solo drills before the students arrived. The particular satisfaction of a body that knew what it was for. Then, teaching. 6 students currently, ranging from Mira, who had been with her for 2 years and could now anticipate Kallistrate's corrections before they came, to a boy of 16 named Peiros who held his sword like he was afraid it might bite him and kept apologizing when it did. She liked them both, liked all of them, the way you like difficult things that were getting less difficult by the day. Afternoons. Nicomedes' advanced strategy sessions twice a week, where she sat with his older students and argued about the nature of tactical patience until the sun moved across the courtyard and someone's stomach growled. Her own reading. The vegetable garden she'd planted in the narrow strip of ground behind her house, which was producing more garlic than any one person could reasonably use and stubbornly refusing to grow the fennel, she actually wanted. Evenings, sometimes Aristos and his family, sometimes a symposium, philosophy, or poetry, or the endless civic debates that Athens ran on like oil in a lamp. Sometimes just the house, the lamp, a piece of wood and her knife, the comfortable dark. It was a good life. She knew it was a good life. She was careful to know it, the way you were careful with any true thing, turning it over regularly to make sure it was still intact. 3 months after the mountain, Erastos came for dinner. He brought wine and the girls, because his daughters had decided that Kallistrate's house was a place where interesting things happened and could not be dissuaded from this view. They ran the length of the single room 3 times to assess whether anything had changed, found a new shelf of scrolls acceptable, discovered the latest failed pottery piece on the hearth, and immediately asked if they could have it. "It's supposed to be a cup," Kallistrate told them. "It doesn't look like a cup," the elders said. "No, it doesn't. Can we have it anyway?" "Yes." They bore it off in triumph. Erastos set the wine on the table and looked at Kallistrate with the frank assessment of someone who had known her long enough to skip the social niceties. "You look good," he said. "I am good. You look like someone who is good and is also waiting." "I'm not waiting." She poured the wine. "I'm living. I've explained this." "You've explained it to me 6 times, yes." He sat. "That doesn't change what I see. Then perhaps what you're seeing needs adjustment." Erastos picked up his cup and looked at the lamp in the window. It was burning steadily in the late afternoon, the way it always was. Kallistrate had stopped noticing it the way you stop noticing the color of your own walls. 3 months, he said. "Yes." No word. "No." He was quiet for a moment, choosing words with the care of a man who knew he was walking over uncertain ground and valued the friendship enough to mind his footing. "I'm not going to tell you to give up." "Good. I'm going to ask how you're actually doing. Not philosophically. Actually." Kallistrate set down her cup. Thought about it honestly, the way he deserved. "Some days it's easy. The work fills everything, and I go to sleep tired in a good way, and I don't think about it much." She picked up a cup again. "Other days I wake at dawn, and the first thing I do is count how long it's been. And then I'm angry at myself for counting. And then I'm angry that I'm angry." She shrugged. "It passes." "Does it pass more or less often than 3 months ago?" "More. Slightly. That's something." "I know." Erastos' daughters came back demanding bread, which Kallistrate provided, and they disappeared again with their architectural trophy and their spoils. Erastos watched the space they'd vacated. "Theron isn't coming back," he said quietly. "Not cruel, just honest, the way he always was. You don't know that. Neither do you." "No." Kallistrate looked at the lamp. "But know what I chose. I know why." He carried his daughters home, one under each arm, both still asleep and unimpressed by the logistics of the journey. Kallistrate stood in her doorway and watched them go. The evening was warm, the city settling into its nighttime rhythms. Somewhere down the street, a dog barked. The lamp behind her cast steady light over the threshold. She was not waiting. She went inside. She was not waiting. She picked up a piece of wood and her knife and sat by the hearth, and the rhythm of it settled her breathing and her mind. And she was not waiting. She was living. This was living. It was enough. The knock came just as the city quieted fully into night. Kallistrate set down the carving without haste and crossed to the door. She did not let herself think or hope or prepare. She simply opened it. Theron, thinner than when she'd last seen them at the mountain junction 3 months ago, weathered from travel, dust still in the creases of their cloak, dark circles under the gray-green eyes. Their hair had grown slightly past its usual length, the silver at the temples catching the lamplight. Their pack was on their back, which meant they had not yet decided anything. They looked at her the way they always looked at her, like she was something they had been trying to solve for years and kept finding they didn't have enough variables for. "Is the offer still open?" they asked. Kallistrate stepped back from the doorway. "Always." Theron crossed the threshold. They stood in the middle of the room, pack still on their back, looking around at the space with the alert assessment they brought to all unfamiliar territory. But this was not unfamiliar territory. They had been here before. Their eyes moved over the scrolls, the hearth, the new shelf, the terrible pottery, the lamp in the window. Taking inventory. You rearranged the scrolls, they said. Couldn't find anything. You rearrange them every time you can't find something. It works. It doesn't work. You've been rearranging them for 6 years. I've also been finding the scrolls I needed, so... Something shifted in Theron's expression. The lines around their eyes softened, almost imperceptibly. They unslung the pack from their shoulders and set it by the door with the particular deliberateness of someone who was making a choice rather than just setting something down. I don't have an explanation, they said. I know. For any of it. The leaving. The not writing. The... Theron. Kallistrate said it simply. You don't have to explain. Most people would. I'm not most people. And you know that. She gestured toward the table. Sit down. I'll get food. Theron sat and watched her move around the kitchen with the eyes of someone who had not watched a familiar person do a familiar thing in a long time and was recalibrating the distance between memory and reality. Kallistrate was aware of being watched. Did not make anything of it. Set bread and oil and cheese on the table, poured water, moved without hurry. How long are you staying? She asked. I don't know. That's all right. She sat across from them. Theron ate carefully, as though the body had to be persuaded back to ordinary acts. 3 months of road food, Kallistrate guessed, and whatever passed for rest in the places Theron went when they were going away. Not enough of either. You look tired, she said. I'm tired. The nightmare kind or the road kind? A pause. Both. She nodded. Did not push. They ate in the quiet that had always come naturally between them. The particular silence of two people who did not need to fill every space with words. The lamp burned in the window. The city breathed outside. Later, after the food was gone and the hour was late, Theron spoke again. I thought about coming back, they said. Every week I thought about it. And I kept not coming back. I know. That doesn't frustrate you? Kallistrate considered. It saddens me sometimes, the not knowing. But frustration would require me to expect something else from you. And I don't. She looked at them across the table. You are who you are. Knowing that isn't a burden. It's just information. Theron rubbed the scar on their wrist. The old tell. I don't deserve that kind of patience. We've had this argument. Because you keep losing it. Because you keep being wrong. She stood, beginning to prepare the sleeping arrangements. Her bed was her bed. There was a pile of spare blankets. This, too, was a question she had thought about and arrived at an answer for, months ago, in the abstract. You can have the sleeping platform. I'll take the floor. You're not sleeping on the floor of your own house. Then the floor is yours. Theron looked at her, then at the sleeping platform, then at the floor. The calculation visible in their face. I'm not going to ask. I'm not offering what you're not asking for. Kallistrate met their eyes steadily. But if you want to share the sleeping platform, that is also an option. Without obligation. Without it meaning anything except that it's cold and the platform is wider than the floor. Theron was quiet for a long time. All right, they said finally. They lay side by side in the dark, not touching, near enough to be aware of each other's breathing. The lamp in the window had been trimmed low. Outside, the city was asleep. Kallistrate, Theron said in the dark. Yes, I'm glad you're still here. She found their hand in the dark, held it lightly as a question. The way she had learned was the only kind of touch Theron could accept without bracing. Their fingers closed around hers after a moment. I'm not going anywhere, she said. They fell asleep like that. And when Kallistrate woke in the night, Theron's breathing was shallow and quick, but they had not screamed. Progress, she thought, was sometimes measured in absences. 2 weeks passed. It was nothing like what the poets described. There was no grand reconciliation. No tillfällighetsfestens. Mostly, it was just Theron in her house, adjusting to the dimensions of a domestic life they kept bumping against like someone relearning a room after furniture had been moved. Waking too early and sitting at the table in the pre-dawn dark. Eating her food, sometimes helping with the cooking, mostly watching with the expression of someone taking notes. Going quiet at odd moments for reasons they didn't explain. She did not ask them to explain. She taught in the mornings and came home to find them. Sometimes they had cleaned something that didn't need cleaning, which was the form Theron's restlessness took when they were trying to stay and weren't sure how. Once she came home to find them in the garden, hands in the dirt, examining the garlic with the focused attention they brought to tactical problems. "You have too much garlic," they said. "I'm aware." "Why?" "Because I planted it in spring when I didn't know what I was doing, and it apparently thrives on neglect. Like you. Like me." She crouched beside them. "Unlike the fennel." Theron looked at the sad, sparse fennel. "What did you do to it?" "Everything the seller suggested. It hates me. Fennel is particular." They pressed their thumb into the soil near the fennel's base, assessed. "Too dry. It wants more water than it looks like it needs." "You know about fennel?" "Standing still long enough to know it's lost." She turned her cup in her hands. "There's a difference between a battle that cannot be won and a battle that has not been won yet. Confusing them is how you abandon things that were worth fighting for." The room shifted and debated. Kallistrate held her position without raising her voice. This was how Nicomedes had taught her to argue. Not with force, but with precision, not filling space, but inhabiting it. By the time Sophrodos moved on to a different point, she had not convinced him, but she had made him work. Afterward, when the symposium had dissolved into smaller conversations and the wine was becoming optional, a hand touched her elbow. Nicomedes. He looked older than when she'd first returned from the mountain, 6 months ago. His hair was fully white now, his face more deeply lined. He still moved with the precision of a man who had trained his body for 6 decades. But there was something slower in it than there had been. She noticed it the way you notice things you didn't want to notice. "Walk with me," he said. They found a corner of the courtyard away from the clusters of argument. The night air was cool and smelled of jasmine from the garden. Nicomedes stood for a moment looking at the sky with the expression he wore when he was organizing what he wanted to say. "You're still waiting for them," he said. "No." Kallistrate kept her voice patient. "I'm living a life they're welcome in." "That's different. You've said that before." "Because it's still true." Nicomedes was quiet for a moment. In the andron behind them, Sophrodos had found a new opponent and was deploying his arguments about tactical withdrawal with renewed energy. The lamps cast long shadows across the courtyard stones. "You argued well tonight," Nicomedes said. "The retreat argument. You believe it. Edo. You were talking about Theron. I was talking about the philosophy. The fact that it also applies to specific circumstances doesn't make it less true." He smiled without humor. "I taught you too well." He looked at his hands. "I said this would break you." "You did." Kallistrate turned to face him. "That's more accurate." She had been at it for 2 months, a student of hers having offered to teach her. She was consistent, at least in the quality of her failure. Every piece came out wrong in a new and interesting way. "I've decided I don't need to be good at it. I need something to do with my hands that is not weapons." "You could garden." "I garden. The garlic is inexhaustible and the fennel is recovering. I need something inside for evenings." "Paint," Nicomedes suggested. "Pottery is forgiving. Paint you can ruin." "Can you ruin pottery?" "I can, apparently. Ask Erastos." They made their way back inside for the closing arguments. Kallistrate argued twice more, once with Sophrodos and once with a young rhetorician who had interesting ideas about the nature of duty and bad instincts about how to defend them. Nicomedes watched from his seat with the particular alertness of a teacher whose student is performing well and who finds this both gratifying and unnecessary to say aloud. She walked home alone. The port city of Ambrasos smelled of salted fish and rotting rope and the particular desperation of a place where everyone was either arriving or leaving and nobody was quite sure which they were doing. Theron had been here for 3 weeks, which was already 2 weeks longer than they usually stayed anywhere. The job had ended 10 days ago. The coin was sufficient. The road south was clear. Their feet hadn't moved. They sat at the end of a dock in the early morning while the fishing boats went out, watching the sun work its way up from the horizon with the slow confidence of something that had been doing this for longer than cities existed and expected to be doing it long after. The water slapped against the pilings. Seabirds argued overhead. In the inner pocket of their cloak, folded along the same crease lines, was a letter from Athens. Theron had read it 11 times, possibly 12. They had stopped counting at 7, which seemed like the number at which a person could admit something without having to admit everything. "The olives are blooming early this year." It was an unremarkable piece of news. Olives bloomed, or they didn't. The cycle continued regardless of whether anyone was paying attention to it. And yet Kallistrate had written it down and sent it north because she had thought of Theron when she saw the blossoms, and had decided that thought was worth the logistics of delivery. Theron pressed the letter flat against their knee, smoothing a crease that didn't need smoothing. She hadn't asked where they were. The consciously difficult kind, not the kind that were difficult because of circumstances, but the kind that required sustained risk, that kept the body busy enough that the mind had no room for anything else. Escorts through contested territory. Recovery jobs for merchants who had lost goods to people who didn't want to give them back. Night work on the docks when they needed to move and couldn't sleep. It was working in the sense that they were still alive, not working in the sense that the definition of working had narrowed significantly. The morning Theron had left Athens, 3 months and some weeks ago now, they had stood at Kallistrate's door in the early gray light and watched her sleep for one moment before picking up their pack and going. She had looked peaceful. She always looked peaceful in sleep, which Theron had always found improbable and somehow also necessary. As if one of them needing to be peaceful in sleep was a requirement of the universe, and Kallistrate had stepped into the role so that Theron didn't have to. They had left a note. Read it 3 times before leaving it. I'll be back. I think. The think was honest. They did think. It was also a coward's hedge, a built-in exit from the promise, and they knew it and had left it anyway, because taking the hedge out would have meant making a promise they weren't certain of, and they were trying, had been trying since the mountain, to stop making themselves wrong on purpose. Trying. That word again. Theron considered lying, considered deflecting, arrived at the same conclusion they always arrived at with Xanth, which was that lying to her was a waste of both their time, and she would simply wait until the truth came out, which it always did. Hard, they said. Hard how? Good hard. The kind that they stopped. Tried again. It was easy in the way that things are easy when they're true. And then it was hard because easy things that are true are the ones you can most effectively ruin. Xanth tied off the bandage, and you left before you could ruin it. Something like that. Theron. What? You left before you could ruin it. Or you left before she could leave you? The morning light came through the window at a low angle, laying stripes across the workbench. Theron looked at their hands. The knuckle scars. The scar on the wrist. The new callus forming on the left palm from a different grip style they'd been working on, because sometimes the body needed new problems. She's still there, Theron said. In Athens. Letter came 3 weeks ago. The olives are blooming early. Xanth sat in her chair and crossed her arms. This was her listening posture. Theron had known it for 4 years. She writes about olives, Xanth said, and you've been reading it for 3 weeks instead of either going back or going further away. Yes. And what does that tell you? That I'm somewhere in the middle, which is where I always am. Or it tells you that you're testing her, seeing how long she'll wait before giving up on you, seeing if she'll abandon you first so you don't have to be the one who leaves. Theron's jaw tightened. What if I am, they said. The same question, the same admission they'd made to Xanth before. Some confessions needed saying more than once before they were fully real. Then you're a coward, Xanth said. Not cruelly, just as fact. And you already know that. You said that to me before. Yes. Did you believe it then? Partially. And now? Theron looked at the window. The port sounds came through it. Cargo being moved, boats creaking, the eternal argument of the seabirds. An ordinary morning in a city they had no particular attachment to, a city they had come to because it was far from Athens and they needed far to think clearly. Except they had not thought clearly. They had worked and not slept and read a letter about olive blossoms 11 or 12 times and been stabbed, moderately, by people who were not pleased to see them. She sent the letter without asking for anything, Theron said. She's always been like that. I don't know how to. It makes it harder, not easier. If she demanded things, if she was angry, if she gave me something to push back against. Theron pressed the heel of their hand against their knee. The kindness is worse. It doesn't leave me anywhere to stand. Or, Xanth said, it leaves you exactly where you're supposed to stand, and you're the one who keeps moving. Theron did not answer. What do you actually want? Xanth asked, the question she always eventually got to, the one that Theron had no good answer for, because wanting was the problem, wanting was the risk, wanting was the thing that had gotten them destroyed once before, and they had not finished deciding whether to try it again. I want her, they said. Quiet. Specific. The particular wanting of someone who had spent 3 years learning the exact dimensions of an absence. I want the house and the lamp and the terrible pottery. I want to know about the fennel. I want to stop being the person who left the note. Then stop. You make it sound simple. It is simple. Not easy, but simple. Xantha leaned forward. The test is over, Theron. You know she won't abandon you. You've known it since the mountain. The only thing you're testing now is how long you can delay your own life. Theron sat with that. The shoulder ached. The linen wrapping pulled slightly when they breathed. Outside, the port went about its business without reference to the question being settled on Xantha's cot. She might be better off. Don't, Xantha said, with the particular flatness of someone who had heard this argument too many times to be moved by it. Don't tell me she'd be better off without you. Don't make her choices for her. She's a grown woman who has looked at everything you are and decided. That is her right. Your job is to decide whether you can accept it. Theron was quiet for a long time. I need to rest the shoulder, they said finally. Yes, a few days, at least. And then, Xantha said nothing. Let the sentence stay unfinished, because some decisions had to be made from the inside, and finishing the sentence for someone was just another way of making their choices for them. Theron stayed 3 days, slept more than they had in months, which Xantha attributed to the shoulder, keeping them still, and Theron did not argue with. Ate actual meals at an actual table, had one bad night, and one conversation about it the next morning that was painful and necessary, and left them feeling scraped clean in a way that only honesty produced. On the 4th morning, they packed. Write to her, Xantha said at the door. I will. Before you get there. Not a note. A letter. Theron considered this. She doesn't ask for her. I know she doesn't ask. I'm asking. Let her know you're coming. Xantha leaned against the doorframe. She has a whole life. You arriving at her door in the night like a man who needs to be let in is not the same as you choosing to come back. Let be a choice, not a need. Theron looked at her. When did you become wise? I've always been wise. You've been in too much pain to notice. She pushed off the doorframe. Go. Write the letter. Come back in one piece. Theron walked to the port and bought passage south. On the ship, as the coast of Ambrasos grew small and the smell of the city faded into open sea air, they sat on deck with parchment and pen, and they wrote. I'll be back. I think. A letter. 3 paragraphs about where they'd been and who they'd been with. Names omitted, but geography honest. A paragraph about the shoulder, the job that had gone sideways, the particular stupidity of not asking enough questions before accepting a contract. They dug for 3 hours. It was more work than expected, the soil along the east wall being harder than the main plot, compressed by years of nobody paying attention to it. Theron worked steadily and without complaint, stopping once to deal with a stone that was larger than anticipated and required the kind of excavation usually reserved for actual construction. Kallistrate brought water and watched for a while, then went inside and worked on the latest pottery effort, which was supposed to be a bowl and was currently in the preliminary stage of being a disc of uncertain purpose. Later they ate together in the garden, sitting on the ground with their backs against the freshly loosened east wall, food balanced on their knees, the city going about its afternoon around them. Plant something you don't have to tend constantly, Theron said. They were looking at the plot. That's the idea. Not olive. Not yet. They squinted. Time. It spreads itself, drought-tolerant, and you can use it. A pause. Save the olive tree for when you have more room. Kallistrate, file this away. When you have more room. Not when I'm here to dig it. Not in case you decide to expand. When. A small, quiet commitment slipped into the sentence without apparent awareness. She did not point it out. 3 days later, she planted time along the east wall. It took immediately, with the vigor of a plant that had been waiting for exactly this kind of neglect to thrive in. 3 weeks after that, on a morning in late spring when the light was just beginning to warm into summer, she woke and the house was quiet in the particular way it was quiet when it was empty. She lay there, counted to 10, rose. The table was set, a pot of warm water on the brazier, still hot enough for washing. The bread was cut. At the center of the table, folded on top of her cup, a note. "I'll be back." I think they had left that note once, and she understood they would not use those words again. This one said, "Job south of here. 3 weeks, maybe less. I'll write when I arrive. T." She read it. Read it again. Folded it. Put it in the drawer with the first one and the letter from the mountain. Then she sat down and ate breakfast. Theron, 42 days south of Athens, and the thing Theron noticed most was the light. Different light in the south. More direct. Less of the particular quality that Athens had in the early mornings, the gray blue that came off the sea and filtered through the buildings and arrived at windows already softened, as though it had been considering its approach. They were camped near a river ford that was less of a ford than advertised. The cargo was safe. The merchant was sleeping. The other guard on this contract was a taciturn man from Corinth who had decided on the first day that they were not going to be friends, and Theron had found this decision restful rather than offensive. In the quiet of the third watch, Theron wrote a letter. They did this now, midsummer, the second leaving, 23 days after the return from the south. Theron had a nightmare. Not the first one in this stretch of stays. The fifth or possibly the sixth. Kallistrate had learned to stay still when she heard them start, to let Theron move through it and orient without being touched before they were ready for touch. She had learned the particular quality of the silence after, which was different from ordinary sleep silence, weighted in a way you could feel if you were paying attention. She was usually paying attention. This one woke Theron at what the light said was the 4th hour, and they sat up quietly, and for a while they just breathed in the way Kallistrate had taught them in the cave. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4. Then they got up and went to the door. Kallistrate lay still. The sound of the door opening and closing. Not the sound of packing. Not the sound of departure logistics. Just the door. She waited. After half an hour, the door again. Footsteps back across the floor. Theron settling back onto the sleeping platform with the careful precision of someone trying not to wake her. "I know you're awake," Theron said quietly. "I know." Silence. "I didn't leave," they said. "I know." She reached and found their hand in the dark. "I heard you come back." "That's new." "The coming back part, or that you're telling me about it?" Theron thought about this. "Both." She held their hand, and they did not sleep for a while, but they did not leave either, and in the accounting that Kallistrate kept in the private ledger of this life she had chosen, that registered as something. But the next morning they were gone. Not in the night. Not in the 4th hour. At a normal departure time, after breakfast, with their pack by the door. A contract had come by messenger. 3 weeks north, good pay. Route they knew. "All right when I get there," they said. "All right. And when I'm leaving. So you know the timing." "All right." Theron stood at the door with the pack on, and Kallistrate stood at the hearth with her coffee. And for a moment, the morning light came through the window and laid itself across the floor between them. "I'm choosing this," Theron said. "The going. I want you to know that. It's a choice, not a flight. I know. It doesn't feel the same from inside anymore. The leaving. They stopped. I don't know how to explain the difference. But there is one. You don't have to explain it. I can see it." They looked at her across the light on the floor. Something moved across their face that Kallistrate was learning to read as, "I want to say something and don't have the right words yet." She had learned to wait for these, or to let them pass, because forcing the words out was not the same as having them ready. This time they left without saying it. She watched them go from the doorway, and then went back inside and taught her students and tended her garden and did not count the days. She did count the days. 41 days away. 3 letters, regular as the tide. Came back with a small parcel that turned out to contain a cutting from a northerner variety she'd mentioned wanting. She planted it in the east wall with the time. Theron. 4 months into the year, and the longest day yet was beginning. It had started without announcement. Theron came back from the north with the herb cutting and a contract finished and a week of no particular obligation. The week became 2. Became a month. Became, Theron checked, because they had started keeping track, 6 weeks. 6 weeks. The previous record was 3. This was not a number they had been chasing. It was a number that had arrived because the days kept moving and the leaving kept not happening, and the life in the house on the Athens street had a quality that resisted easy departure. Not because Kallistrate demanded it. She did not demand. She never demanded. Because something in Theron's body had begun to associate the courtyard smell and the lamplight and the sound of Kallistrate's knife on wood in the evenings with a state of being that was adjacent to rest. Not rest. Theron did not rest easily, did not trust peace, did not leave their back to a wall they hadn't personally assessed, but adjacent to rest. The possibility of rest held close enough to touch. They taught Kallistrate's student Peros some things about ground fighting, because the boy held his sword like an apology, and his close-range instincts were going to get him killed before the sword did. Kallistrate watched from the courtyard wall and did not interfere, which was its own kind of trust. They ate dinner with Erastos and his family, which was loud and warm, and included both daughters demanding combat demonstrations and Theodora asking sensible questions about travel that made Theron realize they had been somewhere other than Athens more recently than Theodora and Erastos combined. Erastos watched them across the table with the expression of a man who was revising a long-held opinion and finding the revision complicated. They planted the second herb cutting in a different spot when the first one didn't take, and this time it rooted. 7 weeks. Then a messenger came. A contract. Northern garrison. 2 months. Good coin, the kind of route that required someone who knew the difficult terrain. The man who delivered it said they'd been specifically asked for, that the garrison commander had worked with them before and found them reliable. Theron read it twice. Kallistrate was in the kitchen. She had not seen the letter. Theron sat with it for an hour. She came to the doorway and saw them sitting at the table with the letter and did not ask. Just stood there, hand on the doorframe, present. Theron did not look at her. "It's good work," they said. "The garrison. I know the route. I know. I don't have to take it. I know that too." They sat with it for another breath. "But I want to. That's the strange part. I want to go, not because I need to run from something, just because they stopped. I'm not sure I know how to stop moving entirely. I'm not sure I want to." "That's all right," Kallistrate said. "No hurt in it. Just truth meeting truth. You're not going to ask me to stay." "No. Does it bother you that I'm going?" Kallistrate was quiet for a moment. She always answered honestly when directly asked. "Yes, a little. Not in the way it used to bother me. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel it." Theron finally looked at her. She was leaning in the doorframe, steady as she always was, meeting their eyes without flinching from what she'd just admitted. "Thank you," Theron said, "for saying that. You asked. Most people wouldn't have admitted it. I'm not most people." She pushed off the doorframe and came to the table and sat across from them. "Go. 2 months is 2 months, right? Come back. That's all. That's all. That's everything." Theron looked at her, really looked in the way they looked when they were putting a thing in memory, building the detailed picture that would hold through the absence. The lamplit face, the capable hands resting on the table, the scar on her left forearm that she still touched sometimes when she was deciding something. She was not asking them to stay. She was not making it easy to go. She was doing neither, which was somehow the hardest and most honest thing she could have done. Theron resented it, briefly, the way they always did. Then the resentment passed, the way it always did, and what was left underneath was something they were still learning to call by its right name. They left 2 days later, sent a letter when they arrived at the garrison, sent 3 more during the 2 months, came back on the exact day they'd said they would. This was also new. Kallistrate. The end of the year, and Erastos had brought wine again. "How many days?" he asked. Not cruelty, just Erastos, who processed things in numbers because it helped him think. Kallistrate had done the accounting. Had not meant to, but the counting habit was stubborn. 94 here, 271 away. Erastos said nothing for a moment. The letters, she added. Consistent. Regular. The departures announced. One return exactly when promised. She turned her cup in her hands. That's not the same accounting as a year ago. Or 3 years ago. It's still less than a third of the year. Yes. Callie, 8 months. Kallistrate had stopped counting at 6. Had told herself the counting was finished. Was a habit she'd broken. Was a form of waiting she'd identified and set down the way you set down a blade that was cutting your own hand. She counted anyway. The way she could not stop herself from checking the sword rack twice when she left the courtyard or touching the scar on her forearm when she stood in doorways deciding things. The body had its own ledgers and kept them regardless of what the mind decided. 8 months. No letters. No word through the network of merchants and traveling acquaintances that she had spent 2 years carefully not using to track Theron's movements. Nothing. The lamp burned. She had considered extinguishing it on the 43rd day of the 7th month. Had stood at the window in the gray early morning, the small clay holder in her hands, the flames steady and indifferent in the still air. Had thought, this is what reasonable looks like. This is what a person of sense does with a fire that no one is coming home to. She had trimmed the wick instead, replaced the oil, set back, not because she believed Theron was coming. She had learned, slowly and badly, to stop confusing hope with certainty. She set the lamp back because extinguishing it would have required her to become someone who extinguished it, and that was not a version of herself she was willing to make. But it had been close. She did not tell Erastos this. Erastos was already watching her the way he watched things he was afraid of losing, with a particular quality of careful attention that he thought he was hiding and was not. He came to dinner twice a week, now instead of once. He brought Theodora sometimes, and the girls, and the ordinary warmth of his family filled the small house and pushed the silence back. She was grateful for this. She would not have asked for it. "You look tired," Mira said one morning. Kallistrate looked at her across the courtyard. Mira was 23 now, one of the best young fighters in Athens, capable of reading a battlefield with the kind of patience that took most warriors a decade to develop. She had earned directness. "I am tired," Kallistrate said. "Is it the—" Mira stopped, chose words. "Are you all right?" "I am functioning." Kallistrate rolled her shoulder, felt the old breakpoint protest. "Run the Eastern drill. The one with the pivot sequence." Mira ran the drill. Kallistrate watched and corrected and did not think about the question. She was functioning. That was true. The classes ran. The students improved. The garden produced. Kallistrate looked at him for a long moment. The honest answer was, possibly. The honest answer was that the 8th month had a texture the 4th month had not had, a specific quality of hollowness that she had been managing and managing and managing, and was running low on the discipline required to keep managing it. "I'll think about it," she said. He nodded. He knew her well enough to know that this was real, not dismissal. He left, and she sat alone with the lamp and the carving and the question. 3 days later, Nicomedes came to her. This was new. In 11 years, he had summoned students to his house, to his courtyard, to his lecture rooms. He did not make visits. He had arrived at an age and a standing where the world generally came to him, and he had accepted this with the mild comfort of someone who had earned the arrangement. He knocked at her door in the afternoon, his cloak travel-dusty, moving with the careful economy of someone who had been conserving energy for the walk and had done a creditable job of it. He looked older than she had seen him look. The 8 months had not only happened to Kallistrate. "You didn't send word," she said. "I wanted to see the house." He looked past her at the room, the lamp burning in the window, the carving on the table half finished, the drawer in the small chest by the hearth where she kept the letters. She watched him catalog these things with the eyes of someone who knew exactly what he was looking at. She stepped back to let him in. She made tea. He sat at her table and watched her move around the kitchen with the particular quality of attention he brought to students he was worried about. Not clinical, something closer to grief, kept at a certain distance from itself. "I warned you," he said, not unkindly. "You did." She set the cups on the table and sat across from him. "Has it broken you?" Kallistrate considered this with the honesty it deserved. Thought of the 43rd day of the 7th month and the lamp in her hands and what she had decided. Thought of the way hope and acceptance had learned to coexist in her chest over 2 years, like 2 warriors who had fought to exhaustion and agreed on a truce. "No," she said finally. "It's shaped me. That's different." Nicomedes looked at her steadily. "Is it enough? This half-life. It's not a half-life." She met his eyes. "It's a whole life with room for someone who can only offer parts of themselves." She held his gaze. "That's not a tragedy. That's just true." He shook his head, but there was something like respect in it. "You're a fool." Probably. She almost smiled. But I'm a fool who sleeps well. He drank his tea. She drank hers. Outside, the city went about its afternoon. After a while, Nicomedes set down his cup. I didn't wait long enough, he said. When I left, I kept telling myself there would be a right moment to go back, a version of myself that was sufficient, a point at which I had solved enough of my own problems to be safe to love. He looked at his hands. The moment never came. The problems were never fully solved. And 40 years passed. He paused. Don't make my mistake, but don't make theirs either. Don't disappear into the waiting. The waiting should be a room in your life, not the whole house. Is the lamp a house? She asked. Or a room? That depends on what else is in the house. He set down his cup. What else is in your house, Kallistrate? She answered him honestly. Her students and what she saw in each of them. The garden, the stubborn fennel that had finally produced the time she hadn't planned it alone. The symposiums and the arguments she'd won and the ones she'd lost and why each mattered. Erastos and Theodora and the girls who were 15 and 13 now and had started asking her impossible questions about fighting technique with the same gravity they brought to questions about the gods. By the time she finished, the tea was cold. Nicomedes looked at her for a long moment with the expression that meant he was seeing something in her that she couldn't see herself. The lamp is a room, he said. You have not made it the house. A pause. But 8 months is long enough to ask for more when they return. Not promises. Presents. Something to hold. You have given everything and asked for nothing. It is reasonable to ask for something. I don't want to give them conditions. A single request is not a condition. It is a need. You're allowed to have needs. He said it gently, but with the force of someone who had spent 40 years learning to say it. The absence of demands is not the same as the absence of needs. You know the difference, Kallistrate. Don't let patience become self-erasure. She walked home through the late afternoon city. She had decided something somewhere in the walk. Not an ultimatum, not a threat, but a thing she would say when Theron came back, if Theron came back. I need to know you want this. I need more than your absence and your returns. I need to know you're choosing this and not just haunting it. It was, she thought, the first thing she had ever decided to ask for herself in this relationship, rather than for Theron's comfort. She lit the lamp that evening with different hands than she'd used 8 months ago, or the same hands, but with something different in them. She made dinner for one and ate it and was halfway through the carving, the shapeless piece beginning to commit to something that might be a hand, when the knock came. She crossed the door, opened it. Theron. Thinner than she had ever seen them, and she had seen them thin. Their face was hollowed in a way that was not hunger alone, the kind of hollow that came from months of something interior. Their hair had grown past its usual length and was unkempt in a way she associated with bad periods. The periods where ordinary maintenance felt too ambitious. The gray-green eyes were shadowed with a particular exhaustion that had no cure except time. They had not shaved in some days. They had their pack, which they had not set down. Their right hand was holding the strap the way someone held something they might need to leave with quickly. They looked at her and said nothing. Kallistrate looked back. The old instinct rose. Let them in, give them space, ask nothing, make it easy. She felt it clearly, recognized it, set aside. Where were you? She asked. Theron's jaw tightened. Does it matter? Yes. A long silence. Something moved through Theron's face, something complicated and reluctant and almost frightened, the look of someone who had prepared for the easy response and found it blocked. Kallistrate. 8 months, she said. Her voice was steady. No letters. No word. I don't know if you were injured or dead or had decided to stop. I've been teaching and tending and keeping the lamp and doing the work of a person who has chosen something, and I don't know if you've chosen it back. She held the door frame. Where were you? Theron's hand was white on the pack strap. When they finally answered, their voice was raw in a way she hadn't heard before, stripped of its usual sardonic armor. I was trying to stay away, they said. I thought if I stayed away long enough, you'd move on. You'd find someone who could. They stopped. The sentence had an ending they couldn't produce. Kallistrate stepped closer. I don't want someone who can, she said. I want you, but I need to know if you want this too, or if you're just haunting me. Theron looked at her across the threshold, the pack still on their back, and for the first time in 8 months, Kallistrate did not move to make it easier for them. She waited. Chapter 17, The Agreement. Theron. The silence was different this time. Every other silence between them had been navigable, had had the quality of a thing that could be waited out, that Kallistrate's patience would eventually fill, though would end without requiring Theron to do anything in particular except exist inside it long enough. Their silences had always been Kallistrate's gift to them, the space to move at their own pace, find their own words, arrive at their own conclusions without being crowded. This silence was not that. This silence was Kallistrate standing in her doorway, having asked a question and waiting for Theron to answer it. Not with patience as an offering, with patience as a wall, a thing she had built and was standing behind and was not, for once, dismantling on their behalf. Theron's hand was on a pack strap. The old logic ran. Set the pack down and you're staying. Keep it on and the option is open. Keep the option open and you retain the ability to choose. Choice is safety. The pack stays on until you're certain. The pack had been on, some version of it, for 2 years. 8 months, Kallistrate had said, and her voice had not been angry. She would have been easier to manage if it had been angry. It had been something quieter than anger, something that had been patient for a very long time and had arrived at the end of patience not through exhaustion, but through decision. She had decided to ask for something. Theron could feel the shape of that decision in the way she was holding herself, the quality of her stillness, and it was terrifying in a way that nothing with a blade in it had ever been. "Come in," Theron said, "or let me come in. This conversation shouldn't happen in a doorway." Something shifted in Kallistrate's face. She stepped back. Theron came inside, set the pack down, not by the door, where it could be retrieved quickly, but against the far wall, a deliberate distance. The lamp in the window threw long light across the room. Everything was as it had been. Everything was exactly as it had been, which was the thing about Kallistrate's house that continued to disorient Theron. That the world here went on and was the same and did not organize itself around the absence the way Theron's world had been organizing itself for 8 months. She had not moved to make tea, had not moved to the hearth, was standing in the middle of the room with her hands at her sides, watching them. "I was with Xantha," Theron said. A pause. "In Ambrasos." After Ambrasos. She moved again. Followed me. Actually, though she would not phrase it that way. Theron looked at the floor, then forced their eyes up because the floor was a coward's choice. "I was bad, Kallistrate. Not in the way I've been bad before. Worse. The kind of bad where Xantha stopped letting me carry a blade for a while." The quality of Kallistrate's stillness changed. Not alarmed. She had long since learned to hear hard things without flinching. Attentive. "How long?" she asked. 3 months of bad. 5 months of climbing back. Theron pressed the heel of their hand against their sternum, an old grounding habit. "She kept me alive. I was not particularly cooperative about it. Thank her for me." Theron looked up sharply. "You're not angry? I'm grateful you survived." Kallistrate's voice was measured, and beneath the measure Theron could hear what it was measuring against. Relief and grief, and something that had been carrying a lot of weight for 8 months and was not yet ready to set it down. "I'm sad you didn't think you could come to me, but I'm not angry you did what you needed to do. You should be angry. Probably. I'll work on it." She moved to the table and sat, which was the indication that she intended to talk rather than let the conversation remain standing, something that could be walked out of. "Theron, sit down." Theron sat. "Why Xantha?" Kallistrate asked. Not accusatory, genuinely asking. "Because she doesn't love me." The words came out more honest than intended. Theron adjusted. "She cares whether I live. But she doesn't. It doesn't cost her anything to know me at my worst. She doesn't have to carry it. With you." They stopped. "With me it costs something." The room was very quiet. Theron had spent 2 years waiting for this, for the moment when Kallistrate's patience became demand, when the loving without conditions became loving with a condition they couldn't meet, when the door that had always been open was finally, reasonably, closed. Had been waiting for it with the specific dread of someone who expected it and could not stop anticipating it regardless. This was not that. This was not a door closing. This was Kallistrate saying, I'm still standing here. I'm going to keep standing here. This is the one thing I need to keep standing here without breaking. The 8 months, Theron said slowly. If I had written, even once, would that have been enough? Yes. One letter. One letter. I know. I don't have enough words. The lamp is on. I'll be back when I can. Any of those. She met their eyes. It doesn't have to be full. It just has to be something. Theron breathed. What I can offer, they said carefully, is a schedule, or a fixed return, or promises about what the bad periods will look like, or how long they'll last. I'm not asking for those, or a guarantee that I won't. Theron. Her voice was gentle and completely firm. I know what I'm asking for. I've been thinking about it for 2 years, and in particular for 8 months. I am asking for one letter. When you go into the dark. That's all. And you'll try not to ask me to stay. She nodded. I've been trying. I will keep trying. It's hard sometimes. When you're leaving and I want to ask you not to, I'll try to ask you to write instead. It was not a solution. Theron understood this clearly, saw the shape of it. Not a solution, but framework. A single agreed-upon exchange, small enough to be kept, large enough to matter. Not a fix, a way of continuing without breaking. Something in Theron's chest, which had been held very tightly for a very long time, moved. I can do that, they said. I can write. Even when it's bad? Even then. One letter. They paused. I can't promise the letters will be coherent. Xantha was reading things that were mostly numbers for the first month. Numbers. I count when things are very bad. I count what I know is real. Days. Distances. It keeps the mind from. Theron stopped. The letters might be numbers. Kallistrate's expression did something quiet and complicated. Then send me the numbers. I'll know what they mean. They sat for a moment with the weight of what had just been agreed. There's something else, Theron said. All right. I was trying to give you a way out. The 8 months. They looked at their hands. I thought if I stayed away long enough, you'd find someone easier. Someone who could be present without it being. They stopped, pressed forward, made themselves say it. Someone who could love you without all of this. And then it would be done, and you wouldn't have had to choose it. And it would have been my fault, and it would have been over. Kallistrate did not speak immediately. When she did, her voice was very quiet. I know, she said. I've known for a long time that you do this. Leave before you can be left. Stay just far enough out that the door can close by its own weight rather than by your hand. She touched the scar on her forearm. I need you to understand something. Not as a statement of how things should be. Just as a fact. All right. No version of you leaving will be something that happens to me, she said. It will always be a choice you make, even when it looks like a door closing on its own. I know whose hand is on it. She held his gaze. So you can stop trying to give me exits. I will make my own exits if I need them. What I'm asking is that you stop making them for me and calling it protection. Theron looked at her for a long time. I don't know how to be better at this, they said finally. It was the most honest thing they'd said in 8 months. I know. I'm not asking you to be better. I'm asking you to be communicative. She stood, moved to the hearth, finally began the motions of making tea. Those are different things. Are they? Better implies a deficit. Communication implies a practice. She looked back at them. You're not deficient, Theron. You're someone practicing being in a relationship. Those are different. Theron watched her move around the kitchen, the familiar efficiency, the capable hands, the way she oriented in the space with the ease of someone who had been doing this for years without anyone watching. I don't deserve you, they said, and immediately held up a hand before she could respond. I know. You've told me. It's not about deserving. Then why do you keep saying it? Because it feels true, and I'm still learning to put it somewhere else. Kallistrate set the water to heat, turned and looked at them with the expression that meant she was deciding how honest to be, and then decided to be fully honest, the way she always eventually decided. It isn't true, she said. You deserve exactly the love you're willing to accept. That's how it works. You've been accepting a little more of it every year. That's not nothing. That's actually quite a lot. They stayed that night, and the next, and the week after. The house, which had been reorganized around an absence, reorganized itself again around a presence, and this time the reorganization felt different. Less temporary, more considered on both sides. When Theron finally said they were leaving, a job in the South, 3 weeks, maybe. Good coin and familiar terrain, Kallistrate nodded. 3 weeks, she repeated. Theron hesitated, felt the old pull, the old logic. Do not make the promise. The promise is the trap. The promise is the thing you break. Held the pull at arm's length and looked at it and recognized it for what it was. All right, they said. They wrote. A letter from the first stopping point south, 3 paragraphs, one of them coherent, all of them genuine. It arrived. A letter came back, laconic, warm, mentioning that Mira had finally achieved the pivot sequence, that the time was aggressive, that the lamp was on. 3 weeks. For the first time in their life, Theron came back exactly when they said they would. Chapter 18. The Student's Question. Kallistrate. Dorothea arrived in the way certain students arrived, without announcement, as though the universe had decided the time was right and had not thought to ask permission. She appeared at the edge of the training courtyard on a morning 3 years after the mountain, when a lesson was nearly done and Kallistrate was demonstrating the final position in a sequence that Peiros was still, after 2 years, holding too tentatively. Commit, Kallistrate said. The sword doesn't know you're uncertain. Only your opponent knows that. What if I commit and I'm wrong? Peiros asked. He asked this regularly, in various forms. It was his central philosophical anxiety expressed through combat. Then you're wrong with your full weight behind you, which is recoverable. You're uncertain with half your weight behind you, which is not. She stepped back, turned. The girl at the edge of the courtyard had not moved, had not announced herself, had simply stood watching with the alert stillness of someone absorbing rather than waiting. 19, Kallistrate guessed. Possibly just past it. She held herself like a trained fighter, but the training had been interrupted somewhere. The stance was good, but had gaps in it where someone had filled in with instinct rather than technique. Dark eyes, quick, the kind that moved around a space, cataloging it before they landed on the most important thing. Dorothea came back in 3 days, and the 3 days after that, and the ones after that. She learned with the focused velocity of someone who had been waiting for this and was not willing to waste it. She made mistakes in a new way each time rather than the same way twice, which was the sign Kallistrate had learned to look for, the sign that a student was actually processing rather than simply repeating. She also asked questions. Kallistrate had taught many students. She was accustomed to questions about technique, about philosophy, about the nature of combat and the relationship between thinking and action. She was not accustomed to the particular questions Dorothea asked, which had a quality of arriving from unexpected angles and finding the edge of things Kallistrate had assumed were settled. Who is staying with you right now? Dorothea asked one afternoon. She had been watching Kallistrate for several weeks by then, and watching Kallistrate had come to understand was something Dorothea did very thoroughly. A friend. Not a friend. She said it without presumption. Observation only. Someone who matters in a specific way. They come and go. I've noticed you move differently when they're here. Kallistrate looked at her. How do I move differently? Like you have more room. And also less. Both at once. Dorothea wiped sweat from her face with the back of her hand. I'm not trying to pry. I was just curious whether it was deliberate. What was deliberate? The way you give space without losing yourself in it. She shrugged. My mother loves my father the way a tree grows toward light. She bends toward him completely. She gets less light herself. Dorothea looked at Kallistrate directly. You don't do that, but I'm not sure how you don't. Practice, Kallistrate said, and meant it more than it sounded. 3 months after Dorothea arrived, Theron was in a staying period. They had been in Athens for 6 weeks, coming and going from the house on the street with a lamp burned, adjusting again to the dimensions of a life that had room in it for them without being designed entirely around them. The day Dorothea met Theron was a day Kallistrate had not arranged and had not entirely anticipated. She arrived at the training courtyard in the late morning to find Theron already there, having apparently arrived before her, and having been pressed by the consensus of the early morning students into demonstrating something. They were showing Peiros a ground-level recovery that involved pivoting from a fall in a way that Peiros' knees were not yet inclined toward. You're not falling, you're landing, Theron said, with the clipped patience of someone who had explained a physical concept many times. Landing is intentional. Falling is what happens to you. You can only work with the first one. Peros tried it and got 3/4 of the way there and looked up for assessment. Better, Theron said. Again, Kallistrate stood at the courtyard entrance and watched. Theron had not noticed her yet. They moved around Peros with the economical ease of someone who had been doing this since before their body had settled, correcting position with a hand placed briefly and with certainty, offering no praise beyond the acknowledgement of progress because they had learned, somewhere in their history, that unearned praise was condescension. Dorothea appeared at Kallistrate's elbow. "That's them," she said. "Not a question." "Yes, I can see it." She watched Theron demonstrate the fall again, the controlled collapse and recovery. They moved like someone who learned how to be safe the hard way. Kallistrate looked at her. "I mean that in earnest," Dorothea said quietly. "My trainer in the north was like that. Everything they knew about survival was earned. You could see it in how they held themselves." She watched Theron correct Pyros again. There's a difference between someone who was taught to fight and someone who learned to survive. They stood together watching until Theron looked up and found Kallistrate across the courtyard, and the particular thing happened to their face that it always did. The held quality releasing, the briefest softening, the expression of someone returning to a familiar place. Then they noticed Dorothea at Kallistrate's shoulder, and the expression became professional, assessing. "This is Dorothea," Kallistrate said, crossing the courtyard. "My newest student." "Your best student," Dorothea said, without arrogance, just as a matter of accuracy. Theron looked at her. "You think highly of yourself. I think accurately of myself. There's a difference." Dorothea met their eyes. "I've heard you're good with a blade. I'm functional." Kallistrate says the same thing about herself, when she doesn't want to admit she's exceptional. Dorothea tilted her head. "I'd like to learn something from you, if you're willing." Theron looked at Kallistrate. "Her choice," Kallistrate said. Theron spent the rest of the morning with Dorothea, working through the ground recovery, and then, because Dorothea's questions kept arriving at the next problem before Theron had finished answering the first, moving into the deeper logic of close-quarters fighting, the philosophy of what you did when there was no space left to use technique. It was the kind of teaching Theron did reluctantly and brilliantly, in the way they did most things they did brilliantly, without wanting to be seen doing it. Kallistrate taught her other students and watched from the edges and did not comment. That evening, after Theron had gone home to start dinner and Dorothea had stayed to help put away the practice blades, Dorothea asked the question, "Why do you stay with someone who leaves?" Kallistrate set a sword on the rack. "Why do you assume staying is harder than leaving?" Dorothea considered this. "Isn't it? For them, yes." Kallistrate ran her thumb along the practice sword's edge, the old habit. "For me," she paused. "Leaving would destroy something in me that I need to survive. Staying is the only choice I can make and remain myself." Dorothea was quiet for a moment, absorbing. "That sounds like it could be used to justify almost anything." "It could be," Kallistrate agreed. "The difference is knowing why you're staying. Whether you're staying because it's true or because you're afraid of the alternative." She set the last sword in place. "I've checked that distinction every year for 3 years. The answer is always the same." "How do you check it?" I asked myself. If I knew with certainty that they were never coming back, would I still be the person I am? Still teach, still garden, still argue at symposiums, still be present for my friends? She met Dorothea's eyes. The answer is yes. The life is not built for them. It has space for them. Those are different things. Dorothea looked at her for a long moment with the serious attention she brought to everything. "I don't understand it yet, but I believe you that it makes sense. You will, in time." Kallistrate moved toward the courtyard entrance. "Ask me again when you've loved someone complicated. Is all love complicated? All the real ones." A week later, Theron left for a contract in the East. 3 weeks, they said, and they said it with the new quality of specificity that had been developing for the past year, the quality of a promise being made rather than a hedge being offered. Dorothea was at the courtyard for the morning session. She watched Kallistrate teach with the usual focused attention. But when the lesson ended and Kallistrate turned from the students, Dorothea was at the courtyard entrance. "Can I ask you something? You always ask something." Yesterday, when they left, she chose words. "How do you do that?" stand in the doorway, and watch them go and not. She stopped. Not what? Not chase. Not ask them to stay. Not break. Kallistrate looked at her. What did you see yesterday? Two people who knew every scar on each other and were still careful with them. Dorothea's expression was the expression of someone trying to put language to something that had surprised her. They embraced like they'd done it 10,000 times. Like they knew exactly how much pressure was right. And then they just let go. Both of them. Yes. And you didn't cry. No. Why not? Kallistrate thought about the honest answer. Because crying would have made it about the leaving. And it isn't about the leaving. She looked at the empty courtyard entrance where Theron had been. It's about the choosing. They chose to go. I chose to stay. We've both chosen this, and I trust the choosing. She touched the scar on her forearm. The grief comes later. At home, privately. That's mine. The doorway is ours. Dorothea stood with that for a long moment. Then, quietly, I think I understand a little better. Good, Kallistrate said. Come back tomorrow. Your pivot on the left side is still weak, and I haven't forgotten. Chapter 19, Small Shifts. For years after the mountain. Kallistrate. The record stood for 3 months before Theron knew it was a record. They had been in Athens for 120 days when Kallistrate did the accounting one morning while grinding grain and realized this was the longest stay, by any measure, by any counting she had ever done. 120 days. For months, the season turning from winter's end into the first warm breath of spring, the time on the east wall putting out new growth, the fennel unreasonably pleased with itself. She did not mention this to Theron. Theron found out anyway, the way they found out most things, by noticing the shape of silence. They came to her one evening while she was carving. The wood was trying to become a person sitting down, the knees difficult, the posture stubborn, and stood in the kitchen doorway with the expression of someone doing arithmetic they hadn't intended to do. How long has it been? They asked. Since what? Don't. They were not angry. There was something else in it, something more precarious than anger. How long? 123 days. Theron stood very still. That's 4 months, they said. Yes. I've never. They stopped. Even before. When we were first together, before everything, I never. No. Kallistrate set down the carving. You didn't. This is new. Theron's hand found their wrist. They left 2 weeks later. Not in flight. Not in the 4th-hour darkness. You say that every time. Because it's true every time. It's also possibly enabling behavior on your part. Kallistrate looked at them. Do you think I should be harder on you? I think most people would be. I'm not most people. We've covered this ground. She handed them a cup. Drink. The apologies are noted and set aside. Tell me about the Eastern Road. They told her. The road, the weather, the contract, a brief account of the merchant who had hired them that made Kallistrate laugh out loud, which was rare enough that Theron looked pleased by in the startled way. They looked pleased when something good arrived unexpectedly. This was the year they learned to sit at opposite ends of the room and be content. To be in the same space without always occupying the same conversation. Theron reading, Kallistrate carving. Theron at the window, Kallistrate at the hearth. 2 people inhabiting a house, not performing inhabiting it. The comfortable, ordinary silences of people who had stopped needing to fill the space with reassurance. It was also the year Kallistrate attempted to learn painting at a student's suggestion. The results were immediate, consistent, and in the same vein as the pottery. Technically ambitious, structurally questionable, possessed of a certain undeniable personality. Theron looked at the first effort, which was supposed to be the harbor at dawn, and said it looked like the harbor was having a difficult morning. Kallistrate kept painting anyway. The canvases accumulated on the workshop shelf alongside the pottery, a growing archive of things she had tried without requiring herself to be good at them. Theron, Year 5, and the Harvest Festival. Theron did not do festivals. This was a position they had held for many years and had various justifications for, all of them reasonable, most of them amounting to crowds, proximity to strangers, the particular exhaustion of being present for collective joy when your own joy came in smaller, less communal forms. Aristos had invited them both, which was new. Erastos had been cautiously polite to Theron for 3 years, maintaining the cordial distance of a man who loved someone and was not certain about the person they had chosen. The invitation had the quality of a decision made. They had gone. The festival was exactly as Theron had predicted. Loud, crowded, warm in the way that collective human proximity generated warmth, full of people who knew each other and people who were in the process of knowing each other, and children who knew everyone equally and did not understand why adults were more complicated about it. Theron drank more than intended, not into incoherence, into the loosening that happened past the third cup, where the body stopped holding itself ready for the next thing and just existed in the current one. Kallistrate's friend's oldest daughter, who was 12 now and had her father's teasing energy applied to her mother's sharpness, had been attempting to teach Theron a circle dance for 20 minutes. Theron was not learning it well. The girl was delighted by this, because watching competent adults struggle with simple things was apparently the best entertainment the festival offered. "You keep going the wrong direction," she said. "I'm aware." "Left. When everyone goes right, you go left. This is a character trait, not a dancing error." The girl laughed. Kallistrate, somewhere in the circle, laughed too, which meant she'd heard it, and the sound of Kallistrate genuinely laughing, not the smile sound she made for social occasions, but the real one, unguarded, arriving without her permission, did something to Theron's chest that the 3 cups of wine had made difficult to manage with appropriate dignity. They danced, wrongly, and then slightly less wrongly, and by the end of the circle adequately enough that the 12-year-old pronounced them improved and went to find someone else to educate. Theron stood in the firelit square, flushed and slightly out of breath, and found Kallistrate already looking at them with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to say something or hold it. "What?" Theron said. "Nothing." But the expression didn't leave. "Kallistrate, you looked almost happy." The word landed softly and did not retreat. Theron stood with it. "Almost. For you, that's quite a lot." "For me, that's quite a lot," they agreed. They walked home under the festival lights, not holding hands, shoulder to shoulder in the way they moved when they were comfortable, close enough to be known. The city was warm around them, voices and music and the smell of festival fires. Theron had their hands in their cloak and was thinking not about the future or the past, but about the current fact of the street and the company and the evening, which was specific and real and temporarily sufficient. "This," Theron said. "What about this?" "That I kept running from." They looked at the lit windows of the houses they passed. "This ordinary thing. I kept treating it like a trap. Like if I stayed inside it long enough, it would close around me and I'd lose." They stopped. "What?" "The exit," Theron said. "I thought if I let myself have this, the exit would disappear. And then when something came apart." They paused. "I learned a long time ago that everything comes apart eventually. I thought keeping 1 foot outside the door meant I'd survive it better when it did." Kallistrate walked beside them without speaking. "The thing I've been learning," Theron continued, "is that the exit is always there. You can't close it. The door is always open in both directions. And the fact that I could leave any time." They stopped again. Started. "It means that every time I stay, it's because I'm choosing to." "Yes," Kallistrate said. "That's what you've been doing. All this time." It was, Kallistrate thought, the first time they had ever stayed through someone else's vulnerability without treating it as a threat. Every other stretch of staying had been about managing their own need to flee, their own fear, their own recalibration of safety. This was different. This was Theron staying because she needed someone to reach the high shelves, and they had looked at that fact and decided to be the person who reached them. 3 weeks became the longest stay on record. They did not speak about it as a record, just lived inside it. On the 23rd day, when Kallistrate was moving freely again and the bruising had faded to its final ugly yellow, Theron went back to the window in the way they went when they were working toward something. "These contract is still open," they said. "Different merchant, same route." "When?" "Next week if I want it." Kallistrate looked at them. The question behind the question. "Are you asking my permission?" She knew the answer. No. They were not asking permission. They were offering information, which was different, which was the thing they had built together from the agreement in the lamplit room 2 years ago. Right when you get there, she said. I will. They turned from the window. You should get a student to teach the high shelf technique. You're too short for your own shelves. I'm 5 feet 8 inches. Your shelves are for someone taller. I built them when I was optimistic about future growth. Theron's mouth curved. Write it off as a design decision. They left the following week and wrote, and came back 7 weeks later with a small carved figure they'd found a market stall on a route that looked, the seller had apparently said, like someone thinking hard about a problem. Theron put on Kallistrate's shelf without comment. She left it there. Theron. Year 7 and the land. It had been in the back of Theron's mind for several months before they knew what to do with it. The image of a specific kind of space. Not the city, not the road, not the contracted temporary rooms that had been home for years. Something between. Something that had a shape and stayed the shape. They had passed it on a contract the previous year. A stretch of coast where the cliffs came down to the sea. The land between the cliff edge and the olive and pine inland line flat and open and facing the right direction for light. A partial ruin on it, stone that had been a house or the beginning of a house, stopped partway through and left to weather. The land around it neither cultivated nor entirely wild. Available, the local merchant had mentioned, for someone who wanted it. Theron had filed it and moved on. Had retrieved it from the file, in quiet moments, for times over the following year. They told Kallistrate about it on a winter evening, not as a plan, but as a thought. This was new. The telling of thoughts before they were plans, the offering of things in their unfinished state rather than waiting until they had been worked to a complete and defensible position. There's a piece of land, they said, on the coast, south and west of here. Cliffs and sea and some flat ground in between. Not much on it. I've been thinking about it. Kallistrate looked up from the scroll she was reading. Said nothing. Waited. I've been saving, Theron said, for several years. Not for anything in particular, but saving the way I used to run. Because forward motion felt necessary. They pressed their hands flat on the table. I think I've been saving it for something. I didn't know what until I saw the land. What did you see in it? Kallistrate asked. Space. Theron looked at the window, the lamp. Room for you to work. Room for the terrible pottery and eventually a garden and... They stopped. Started differently. Room that we built. That had both of us in it. A place that was a returning to for both of us. Kallistrate set down the scroll. Are you asking, she said carefully, to build something together? I'm asking, Theron said, and the words came slowly, with the precision of someone saying a thing for the first time. If you'd want to. If I could. They met her eyes. Those are different questions. The second one I'm working on. The first one I need you to answer. They sat with the yes for a moment, neither of them moving to qualify it, both of them simply letting it occupy the space. Olive trees, Kallistrate said finally. Theron looked at her. You said you thought about what we do with it. I'm saying olive trees. Along the south-facing slope. In a workshop for the pottery. She touched the scar on her forearm, briefly, the gesture that meant she was deciding something and had decided. We plant things that take time. We have time. 7 years after the mountain. And Theron did not ask. Will you wait for me? Kallistrate did not say. I'm not waiting. They'd learned a new language somewhere in the years between. When will you be back? 3 weeks, maybe 4. I'll be here. I know. Small words. Steady. Enough. That was the year the language stopped being new and became simply theirs. Chapter 20. The Land by the Sea. Kallistrate. 8 years after the mountain. And the land was a piece of real ground with real clay soil and a wind off the sea that tasted of salt and winter and the particular mineral sharpness of coast. They had come south in early spring. Theron had arranged the logistics with the same focused competence they brought to anything they had decided mattered. The route, the overnight stops, the meeting with the landowner's representative in the coastal town, an hour's walk from the property. Kallistrate looked at them for a long moment. She thought about the foundation stone under her hand, the door facing east, the interrupted house that had been waiting 40 years in its unfinished state for someone to come and finish it differently than originally planned. She thought about Nicomedes, who had spent 40 years regretting the version of his life he hadn't built. She thought about Aristos, who had asked her once if this was what she wanted or what she thought she deserved, and she had answered him honestly, and he had believed her. She thought about the lamp in the Athens window. 8 years of it, the specific act, repeated 10,000 times, of choosing to light it rather than not, of choosing yes rather than not yet rather than no, of making a small, daily, entirely voluntary act of love without demanding it be received as anything other than what it was. She thought, we built this together already. We've been building it since the cave. This is just the form it takes when it has a deed. I can't promise the house will be finished before winter, she said. I'm not promising winter. And the workshop will need the western wall to face north. Better light for the pottery. Theron looked at her. Is that a yes? You suggested olive trees 2 years ago when I mentioned them in the garden. You said to save them for when there was more room. She met his eyes. This is more room. Yes, Theron said. It is. Then yes, Kallistrate said. Let's buy the land. Something happened to Theron's face that was not quite the expression she was used to seeing there. It was something quieter and less guarded than usual. Something that had the quality of arrival, of a person who had been traveling for a long time toward a specific destination and had finally looked up and found they were standing in it. She let it be. They walked to the coastal town that afternoon and met with the representative, and the numbers were what the numbers were. And Theron had been right that 4 years of saving was sufficient for the purchase, and Kallistrate contributed what she had been quietly setting aside in a different direction entirely for 2 years, which she had not mentioned to Theron and which she saw Theron notice when she produced it. The brief and wondering recalibration of realizing she had also been planning toward this before she knew it was this. You saved it, Theron said later. I was saving something. Turned out to be the same thing you were saving for. She looked at the deed in her hands, both their names on it in the landowner's representative's careful script. The names looked, next to each other, like what they were. 2 people who had spent 8 years becoming the kind of people who could put their names next to each other on a document. Some preparations are not for things you can name in advance. Theron was quiet for a moment. Then, looking at the deed, I can't promise I won't still leave sometimes. I know. The North contract in the autumn. I'm not asking you to give up the North contract. I know. I'm not asking permission. They looked at her. I'm telling you, because that's what we do now. I'm asking if you want a place to come back to that we build together, and I still want North in the autumn, because that's... They stopped. Started. That's still mine. And I need it to be mine, even when this is ours. Then it's yours, Kallistrate said. And this is ours. Both things are true. Theron looked at her. You're too reasonable, they said. I've been told. It's unnerving. You've also mentioned that. Something moved across Theron's face that was the precursor to their rare, full, unguarded smile, not the usual expression with its ironic overlay, but the one that arrived when the irony didn't have time to assemble itself first. Kallistrate had been cataloging these moments for 8 years and was still occasionally ambushed by them. We'll need help with the building, Theron said. Yes, and the south-facing slope is steeper than it looks. The terracing for the olive rows will take time. We have time. They ate dinner in the coastal town with the deed on the table between them, talking through the practical things. The builder they would need, the season to begin, the sequence of what had to happen before winter made the coast inhospitable. Practical conversation, the kind that existed between people building something real and needed to discuss material and schedule and order of operations. Kallistrate noticed, somewhere in the middle of the dinner, that they had stopped saying, I will do, and started saying, we will need, and let's plan to. The pronoun shift, small and complete, had happened without announcement. She did not point it out. 2 weeks later, Theron left for the autumn contract in the north as scheduled. Back at the door at the usual hour, the new deed folded and left on the table with a note. Back in 6 weeks. I know where I'm coming back to. Kallistrate did not watch them go. She went down to the new land, to the flat ground between the cliff and the pines, to the old stone foundation with its east-facing door. She had brought a spade and a measure and the beginning of a plan. She began laying out the terrace lines for the olive grove, pressing small stones into the earth at the intervals the planting required. Working in the morning light off the sea, steady and unhurried, the wind moving through the pines behind her. The olives would not fruit for years. They both knew this. They had chosen it deliberately, specifically the long investment, the patient return, the thing that would still be here in 20 years bearing what it had been planted to bear. She pressed another stone into the earth and did not look for Theron on the horizon. She trusted they would come back to see it grow. The first stone went in, then the next, then the next. Chapter 21. The Minter's Last Words. Patient. She had been pruning the lower branches the way the grower from the neighboring property had taught her, the work requiring concentration and a specific quality of restraint, knowing what to remove and what to leave. She heard Dorothea's footsteps on the path before she heard the words, and knew from the pace that something had shifted. A message from Athens, Dorothea said. She was 22 now, a seasoned fighter who had been moving between the olive grove and the city for 4 years, carrying work between them. Her face, when Kallistrate turned, held a particular stillness that meant she was managing something. Kallistrate set down the pruning shears. She read the message. Read it again. The student who had written it was one of Nicomedes' last 3, a young man named Arcos who had been with the old teacher for 6 years and wrote in the careful, formal script of someone who had been taught that certain things deserved precision. Nicomedes was failing, had been failing for some weeks, Arcos wrote, and the master had asked him to wait before sending word because he had not wanted Kallistrate to come back for a slow decline. But it was no longer slow. Dorothea was watching her. Theron is due back from the northern contract in 6 days, Kallistrate said. I know. Send word on the road. Tell them to come directly to Athens when they arrive, not here. She was already calculating. If she rode hard, she could be there in 2 days. The olive grove would keep. Dorothea would manage it. Can you stay? Of course. Kallistrate went inside to pack, and the packing was swift and automatic, the old warrior efficiency that lived in the hands regardless of what the mind was doing. She packed the small leather satchel she had been using since the caravan, when she and Theron had first come back together from a long-ago mountain pass. The leather was worn soft with years. She stood in the house for one moment and looked at it. The 2 bedrooms. The workshop with the terrible pottery on its shelves and the worst paintings propped against the wall and the carving tools and the scrolls. The kitchen where they had cooked together 10,000 times. The window facing west where the sea light came in sideways in the evenings. She picked up the satchel, rode 2 hard days through the autumn countryside, and arrived in Athens before the city woke fully on the second morning. Arcos met her at the gate. Nicomedes' house was familiar to her in the specific way of places where important things had happened repeatedly. She had first come here at 17, bad-tempered and certain she already knew what she needed to know, and Nicomedes had looked at her across this same courtyard and said, with the economy of a man who did not waste words, "You don't know what you don't know yet." That's the beginning of education. He was in the back room, the one with the window facing the garden. The 3 remaining students moved quietly around the house in the way that people moved around the fact of imminent death, careful and close and slightly at a loss. Nicomedes was smaller than she remembered. This was the thought that arrived and would not leave. He had always filled rooms, not with volume, but with presence, the weight of a person who had done and thought and survived enough to occupy their own dimensions completely. What was in the bed now was still him, but the presence had drawn inward, was concentrating itself. She sat beside him. "You came," he said. His voice was weaker than she had ever heard it, but the precision was intact, the measured cadence of a man who still organized his sentences before he spoke them. "I came. I told Arcos not to send for you. Arcos is a good student who knew you'd revise that instruction." Something moved in the old face that was the remnant of a smile. "You taught him badly. I taught him to use his judgment." "That's not badly." She stayed through the afternoon and into the evening. In the lucid periods he talked, and she listened, and they argued twice about philosophy in the gentle way of people who had been arguing the same subject for 26 years and found the argument more sustaining than resolution. He asked about the olive grove. She told him about the pruning, the coastal seasons, the way the light changed on the water in the late afternoons. He listened as though each detail were information he was storing carefully. "Theron," he asked. "Away." They'll come when they get my message. She looked at his hands, still and thin on the coverlet. 6 days, maybe less. He nodded, closed his eyes. Later, when the lamp had been lit and the house was quiet, he spoke again into the half-dark. I was wrong, he said. Kallistrate waited. Not about the cost. I was right about the cost. He opened his eyes and found her. I have told you this. Told you it was wisdom. I believed it for 40 years because the alternative was to believe that I had spent 40 years alone for nothing. He paused to breathe. I have been alone for 40 years, Kallistrate. Wisdom is cold company. She touched the back of his hand, lightly. I told myself I was protecting us both. Protecting them from what I was, and protecting myself from what they could become. He looked at the window. But the truth is that I was afraid. Theron's throat worked. They stood in the street outside the gate of the house where they had both been educated, not in the same ways and not at the same time, but by the same man who had spent his life learning what he should have known earlier and had spent his last decade trying to make sure the people he loved learned it differently. They went inside together. They stayed in Athens for 10 days, managing what needed managing. Kallistrate taught Arcos and the other 2 students what came next, in the practical sense, who to notify how to organize the books and scrolls and teaching materials, what Nicomedes had wanted done with the house. Theron helped in the way they helped with everything, quietly, competently, without requiring direction. On the 9th day, Theron found the box in the satchel. What's this? They asked. A letter. From him. Kallistrate looked at it. He said to read it when I needed to remember why I stayed. Theron set it down carefully, as though the weight of it was larger than the box. Not yet, Kallistrate said. No, Theron agreed. They rode back to the olive grove the following morning. The coastal road in late autumn was cold and clear, the sea visible in long stretches, the light having the particular quality of late-year light that is both beautiful and uncompromising, showing everything as it is. Kallistrate did not read the letter that night, or the next. The olive trees were 7 years old, taller than either of them, their silver-green leaves turning in the coastal wind. Not yet bearing. Patient in the way that living things were patient when they had not yet been asked to produce anything and were simply becoming. She stood between 2 of them with the letter in her hands and read. Theron stood 3 paces away, still, their hands at their sides, listening. The letter was written in Nicomedes' careful hand, the script of a man who had been a general before he was a philosopher and had learned to write clearly under conditions that did not allow for revision. The pages were not many. He had never been extravagant with words, but what he had put in them was fully meant. She read it aloud. I warned you this love would break you. I was half right. It will break you open. Let it. Kallistrate, you have been my finest student, not because you learned quickly, but because you learned honestly. You asked the real questions. You accepted the real answers. And when the real answers were uncomfortable, you sat with the discomfort and came back the next day anyway. That is rarer than any technique I ever taught. I loved someone once the way you love Theron. I ran. I was afraid. And I dressed the fear in wisdom. And I have spent 40 years unable to distinguish between the two because the story I told myself required me not to look too closely. I'm looking now. The fear is obvious. I was not wise. I was afraid. You think you are staying for them. You are not. You are staying because leaving would kill something in you that you need to survive. The thing that does not bend. The thing that holds ground. That is not martyrdom. That is self-preservation. Honor it. Stop apologizing for it. Kallistrate paused. Behind the words she could hear his voice precisely, the measured cadence that had argued philosophy with her for 26 years, and she was suddenly, comprehensively, aware of its absence. She held the page steady. Continued. Theron, if you are reading this, it means Kallistrate let you. She does not let many people in. The one she does let in, she keeps. You have been kept for 15 years. Do not mistake that for a passive thing. It has been an active choice, made and remade every day, against the counsel of people who love her and the evidence of a pattern that would have destroyed someone with less certainty of themselves. She kept you. Don't waste that. The light off the sea moved through the olive trees, shifting and silver. Kallistrate was aware of Theron's breathing, aware of her own. Now, to the thing I should have said when I was still alive, to say it face to face. The lighthouse does not burn for the ship. It burns because that is what lighthouses do. Kallistrate is a lighthouse, not because she is waiting, because that is her nature, to remain, to burn steady, to be visible in the dark for anyone who needs a bearing. The light is not directed at you, Theron. It exists because she exists. You get to choose whether to come home to it. But do not mistake her constancy for weakness, or for a wound that needs healing, or for anything other than what it is, the strongest thing I have ever seen in 58 years of teaching people how to stand their ground. I was wrong about the breaking. I was right about the cost. I hope it was worth it. I think it was. Do not grieve me too long. Neither of you has time for extended grief. There is still work to do. N. Kallistrate folded the letter. The wind moved through the trees. The sea made its sound below the cliff. Somewhere above them, a bird. She looked up and found Theron's face. It was doing things she had not seen it do before. Not one emotion clearly, but several at once, layered and interfering with each other, the expression of someone receiving something they had not known they needed and were not certain how to hold. Their eyes were wet. She had seen Theron cry twice in 15 years, both times privately, in the dark, after nightmares. Never in front of her. Never directed outward. This was directed outward. They were not trying to stop it. He saw us, Theron said. Their voice was careful and fractured at the same time. The voice of someone keeping their composure and not fully succeeding and not fully caring that they were not fully succeeding. He saw himself, Kallistrate said gently, and warned us not to make his mistake. Theron looked at the letter in her hands. He knew. All those years of warning us and telling you to leave and telling me I was a lost cause, and they stopped. He knew we'd make it. I don't think he was certain. I think he was hoping. She turned the folded pages in her hands. There's a difference. He knew what he'd done wrong. He was trying to describe the right thing from the outside, since he'd never managed it from the inside. Theron was quiet. A long silence, not the defensive kind, the processing kind. She had learned all the qualities of Theron's silences over 15 years. This one had the texture of someone taking something in and finding it real rather than theoretical. The part about staying, Theron said finally, that you stay because leaving would kill something in you. Yes, I've thought that before. That you were. They found the words. That your patience was a form of injury. That you were enduring something instead of living something. I know you've thought that. The letter says it differently. Theron looked at the trees, the afternoon light across them. That it feeds you too, the staying. It does, Kallistrate said. Simply, as fact. I have never been able to make you understand that without it sounding like argument. He said it more clearly. He was a better writer. He had 40 years to think about it. A silence. Then Theron said quietly, "What if I can't be what you—" "Stop." She said it without sharpness. Just as instruction. "You're here. You keep coming back." Kallistrate's breath caught. "For how long?" she asked. Theron came to stand in the kitchen doorway and looked at the lamp. He was right about the lighthouse, they said. I'm going to miss him, they said. So am I. She turned from the window. Every day, for the rest of my life. They went to bed, and the lamp burned in the window, and the olive trees outside stood in the dark being patient, and the sea moved below the cliff with the indifference of something that did not need the story to end a certain way to keep going. It kept going. Theron had considered this statement from various angles and found it satisfying. They cooked the first dinner in the house that evening, and the dinner was not particularly successful because neither of them was paying adequate attention to the food and were instead looking at the walls and the ceiling and the sea through the western window. But they ate it anyway, and it seemed wrong to complain about anything. We built this, Theron said. We built this, Kallistrate agreed, with the particular tone she used for things that were true and also larger than they looked. The nightmares did not stop. This was something Theron had considered in the year before the permanent stay, as a reason not to try it, that the nightmares were a fixed feature, that they would make the domestic life impossible, that no one could live with the fourth hour waking and the screaming and the sessions on the cold stone floor, trying to remember what was real. Kallistrate could live with it, had lived with it, in and out for 15 years. She had her own nightmares, rare but present, and Theron had learned her tales the way she had always known theirs, the quality of breathing, the stillness that was not sleep. They had sat with each other in the dark in various configurations for 15 years. The house did not change this. It just gave it a permanent address. What the house changed was the morning after. Theron had always, after bad nights in Athens, felt the particular restlessness of someone who had shown too much and needed to restore distance. At the Grove, in the house they had built, with the eastern light coming through the kitchen window and Kallistrate already at the table and the olive trees visible on the slope and the sea making its sound below the cliff, the restlessness did not organize itself into departure. It organized itself into breakfast. This was not a transformation. It was something smaller and more durable, a fact that had become true slowly. Home did not feel like a trap anymore. They left once, in the 3rd year after the permanent stay. A job in the South, 2 months. For us to be settled, Theron asked. For you to stop arguing with the fact. Theron considered the question seriously, which it deserved. 15 years for the basic version, they said. Another 5 for the version that doesn't require effort. Cost absorb this. That seems like a long time. It was, Theron agreed. We were both very stubborn. Theron more so, Kallistrate said, without looking up from her cup. Kallistrate is more stubborn in quieter ways, Theron said. She endures things I would have given up. That's a form of stubbornness. It's not stubbornness, Kallistrate said. It's conviction. I have difficulty distinguishing between them in you. I know. She finally looked up. That's because you interpret most things I do through the lens of whether it looks like leaving or staying, and conviction looks very similar to stubbornness from that angle. Theron held her gaze. 20 years of this. The easy disagreements. The ones that resolved themselves in the space of a sentence or two, because they knew each other well enough for arguments to be navigational rather than territorial. The difficult ones, rarer now, that still required work and produced something worth having at the end. Fair, they said. Dorothea, watching, looked at Cass and then looked away to hide the expression she was failing to hide. What? Theron said. Nothing, Dorothea said. I'm just thinking about what I'll tell my students. Tell them what? Kallistrate asked. Dorothea was quiet for a moment. Then, that love doesn't always look like the songs. She noticed first in the way she noticed most things about Theron. Not from what was there, but from what wasn't. The way Theron moved in the mornings had a new quality of care that had not been there before the previous winter. Not the slowness of age, which she knew well, because it was in her own body too, the joints that required more time at dawn, the shoulder that protested certain angles. This was different. This was the economy of motion that someone used when certain movements had consequences they were managing privately. The cough. Not frequent enough to seem alarming, but present in a way that was new. Once in the mornings, suppressed mid-conversation occasionally, absent when Theron was paying attention to whether she was watching. The fact that they had not left in 9 months. Theron's pattern, even in the good years, even in the settled years of the olive grove, had included at least 1 or 2 journeys. Short ones. The northern road in autumn was tradition now. A month away, a job taken as much for the movement as the coin. It had been 9 months since Theron had left for anything, and they had not mentioned going, and they were not restless the way they were restless when staying felt like restriction. They were not restless at all. That was the thing. Theron, in 35 years of knowing them, had never not been restless. Kallistrate sat with what she knew and did not say it. Not because she was afraid, but because she was waiting for the right moment, the moment Theron was ready to be asked rather than the moment she needed to ask. These were different, and she had learned the difference early. It was a morning in early spring, 38 years after the mountain. She was 66 years old. Theron was 68. The olive grove was in its 30th year, the trees massive now, their roots going deep into the coastal soil, their production reliable and generous. She had been tending it that morning, the ordinary inspection she did twice a week when she came back inside and found Theron at the kitchen table. Theron was looking at their hands, not the restless looking of someone whose hands needed occupying, the still, inward looking of someone taking stock of something. Kallistrate set down the basket. sat across from them. "You're sick," she said. Theron's hands went still on the table. "Yes," they said. She waited. "I have been to a physician," Theron said. "In a coastal town? Twice." They looked up. "I wanted to know what I was telling you before I told you." "How long have you known?" "Since winter." They held her gaze. "I'm sorry I didn't." "Tell me now," she said. "Tell me what the physician said." Theron told her. The words were the practical words. What was happening inside the body, where it was located, what the physician had observed across 2 examinations, and one more that Theron had undertaken alone in the city before returning. The words were calm. Theron's voice was steady in the way that something was steady when it had been held steady for a long time, and was very tired. When they finished, the kitchen was quiet. "How long?" Kallistrate asked. "Months," Theron said. "Maybe a year, if the gods are generous." A pause. "The physician said this spring and summer are likely to be good." And then Kallistrate looked at them, at the person who had been warrior and stranger and lover and partner and mystery and home, in varying combinations, for 38 years. Gray now, where they had been dark, thinner in the face than last winter, which was the thing she had been seeing and had known without naming. "Why didn't you tell me when you first knew?" she asked. Theron's hands, flat on the table, shifted slightly. "Because I wanted to run," they said. "And I knew that if I told you, I couldn't." "Where would you go?" Theron looked at the window, the sea. "I don't know. Somewhere I could." They stopped. The old construction, the instinct toward privacy in the worst moments, the instinct that said that falling apart alone was the only acceptable version of falling apart. "Somewhere I could be this without anyone having to see it." "Theron." "I know." Their voice broke, slightly, the first fracture in the steadiness. "I know. I've known for 30 years that this is the thing I do. I know it's circular. I know by now that running doesn't." They stopped again. "You don't have to be alone," Kallistrate said. Theron looked at her. "I know," they said. And then, in the voice of someone arriving at something true and finding it frightening, "That's the terrifying part." She came around the table, not reaching for them. That was still always an offer, never an assumption, even now. She stood beside them, and after a moment she felt their hand find hers on the table between them, not grasping, just present, the way they held things they were deciding. "I'm not going to pretend," Theron said, "that some part of me doesn't still want to leave. To go somewhere alone and be bad in private and die quietly without." They stopped. "Without watching you watch me. I know that part of you," Kallistrate said. "I have always known that part of you. It's not a surprise. It's not something I need you to have fixed." She tightened her hand around theirs once gently. "But I'm asking you stay. Not because I can't manage without you. I've managed before. Not because you owe me. Because I want to be here. Because being here is my choice, and it is still my choice, and I would like the chance to make it." Theron was very quiet. "You're not afraid?" they said finally. It was partly a question. "I'm terrified," Kallistrate said. "And I've been terrified before about things involving you. I know what it feels like. I know I survive it." She looked at their profile, the lines of the face she had been memorizing for 38 years. "The terror doesn't change what I want." Theron's throat worked. "All right," they said. "I'll stay. Not I'll try. Not I think. I'll stay." 38 years of arriving at this, and the sentence was still new. "Theron." The western bedroom had the best morning light. This was something Kallistrate had said when they were drawing the house plans, and it was true. The light came in from the east but bent around the stone of the workshop and arrived in the western bedroom at a low, warm angle that the other rooms didn't have. A feature of the geography of the house that they had never particularly noticed, having spent most of the last 20 years in the other bedroom, the one that was theirs together. Kallistrate moved her things without being asked, not because Theron had requested it. Theron had said nothing. She had simply appeared one morning with an armful of her reading materials and her carving tools and set them on the shelf in the western bedroom, and looked at Theron with the expression of someone who had made a decision and was not discussing it. The body was still largely functional, if slower and more particular about what it would tolerate. Dorothea said nothing. There was nothing useful to say, and she was wise enough to know it. On the way back, Theron tried once to leave. Not in a planned way. Not with the pack by the door and the map reviewed and the road assessed. In a smaller, older way, they were standing at the edge of the olive grove, feeling the specific weight of the day and the weeks that had been like this day and the weeks that would be worse, and their feet simply moved. Toward the path, toward the road, toward the old logic that said, difficult things were easier to endure alone. The legs gave out before the path. Not dramatically, not a fall. The kind of failure that was more like the body simply declining to cooperate, the knees deciding they had done enough today, the conversation between intention and capability ending in a very polite and firm refusal. Theron sat down in the dirt between the olive trees. They sat there for a while, the afternoon light moving. The trees around them, massive and rooted, 22 years of growth, patient and unconcerned. Kallistrate found them there. She did not ask what they were doing, did not say anything at all for a moment. Then she sat down beside them in the dirt, which was neither elegant nor comfortable for either of them at this age, and put her shoulder against theirs. The grove needed checking anyway, she said. They sat together between the olive trees while the afternoon finished. Kallistrate helped Theron back inside. Kallistrate made tea. Neither of them mentioned the path, or the road, or the old logic that said leaving was a form of protection. That night Theron lay in the western bedroom in the good morning light that had already gone dark, and Kallistrate was in the chair by the window reading, as she sometimes did now when the night was long, and the lamp was lit, and the sound of the sea came through the window, and the olive trees were outside being patient and permanent. "I'm sorry I can't be better at this," Theron said into the quiet. Kallistrate looked up from the scroll. She crossed the room, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at them with the expression she had been wearing in various forms for 38 years, the one that said, "I see all of it, and I am still here." She leaned forward and pressed her lips to their forehead. Lightly, warmly, deliberately. "You're here," she said. "You're letting me see you." She pulled back and held their gaze. "That's everything." Theron looked at her. Did not argue. Theron looked at the sea. "I wasted so much time," they said. Not the desperate version of the statement they had made in the sick months, the one coated with grief. The retrospective version, the one that was looking back from 38 years of distance and making an honest accounting. "No," Kallistrate said. "You didn't waste it. The first years, the running, the 8 months of silence, the testing." They turned their head toward her. "You spent years not knowing if I would come back. And you spent years not knowing if you could." She leaned forward slightly. "Both of those things are true. But listen to the other thing that is also true." She held their gaze. "You survived. You survived what happened to you in the North, in the years after, in the decade before you found anything that could hold still long enough to be called home. You fought your way back. Not to healed. Not to fixed. To here." She gestured at the grove, the house, the ordinary fact of this morning. "I got 40 years of watching you fight your demons to a standstill. Every time you came back, every letter you wrote in the dark, every morning you chose to stay when your feet wanted to go." Her voice was steady. "That's not wasted. That's the bravest thing I've ever witnessed." Theron was quiet for a long time. Somewhere in the grove a bird made its repetitive claim on the morning. The blossoms moved on the branch above them, white and small and full of future fruit. "Tell me about the cave," Theron said. "Which part?" "The night I stood outside in the snow, ready to leave." They looked at the blossoms. "What were you thinking when you sat on a rock and didn't come after me?" Kallistrate thought back to it. 38 years, and the memory was still clear in the way that important things stayed clear. The firelit opening of the cave, the cold, the shape of Theron in the dark just beyond the light, and her own decision to simply wait. "I was thinking," she said, "that you needed to make the choice yourself. That if I went after you, the staying wouldn't be yours. It would be mine applied to you." She paused. "I was also terrified that you would go, that the distance would be too far to come back from. But you didn't go after me." "No, why not? If you were terrified." She considered this honestly, which was the only way she had ever considered anything. "Because I knew that if I went after you in that moment, I would be choosing your fear over my trust, and I had decided to trust you with the choice." She looked at her own hands, the deep lines of them, the familiar, capable shape. "That was the moment I understood. Staying isn't always the easiest thing. Sometimes it is the hardest possible thing, and you do it anyway. Theron looked at her, their eyes, gray-green, still the sea-before-storm color she had known for 38 years, were very present. More present than they had been for most of those years, as though the end of things had simplified the distribution of attention. A long silence. The wind moved. The blossoms fell. "Do you ever regret it?" Theron asked. "That I couldn't be what you deserve. You were never supposed to be anything but what you are," Kallistrate said. She said it simply, without effort, because it was the truest thing she knew. "I chose you. Not a version of you that I hoped would emerge. Not a future you. This one. The one who is here. I'm sorry I could never." "Don't," she said, gently, firmly. "We're past apologies for things that aren't sins." Theron's throat worked. They looked at the trees. "I don't know how to be better at this," they said. "I've been trying for 40 years, and I still—" "I know," Kallistrate said. "You can't possibly." "I know," she said again, softer. "I've always known. Better at this is not the point. You are here. You are letting me see you. That is not nothing. That is everything." They sat in the quiet of that for a while. The olive trees moved around them, patient and unhurried. "I want you to read to me," Theron said. She picked up the scroll, found the page they had left off. The text was Parmenides, which Theron had always loved and argued with in equal measure. The philosopher who had believed that beneath all change and apparent movement there was a single unchanging reality, and that what we saw was merely the surface of something more permanent. She read. Theron's hand found hers on the bench between them. She did not interrupt the reading. Continued through the passage, the measured cadence of the ancient argument about the nature of being, what persists and what passes, whether change is real or only seeming. The wind moved through the olive trees. The blossoms fell, a few drifting down to the ground around the roots where the soil had been tended for 30 years. Kallistrate's hands stilled on the scroll. 40 years. 40 years of this person, warrior and stranger, difficult and brilliant, damaged and stubborn and achingly, specifically themselves. 40 years of letters in the dark and lamps in the window and mornings that were ordinary and nights that were not. 40 years of waiting that was not waiting, of choosing that was invisible until it was suddenly the whole story. 40 years of I'll be back, and I know, and the door was always open. In all of it, in every return, in every departure, in every moment of the space between, Theron had thanked her and apologized and deflected and philosophized and occasionally said things sideways that were really saying other things. But never this. Never the simple, unguarded truth. Never without the irony already assembled. She turned to look at them. Theron was watching her, the gray-green eyes steady and present and here, more fully here than she had seen them in 40 years. Their hand was warm around hers, rough with old work and old scars. Their face had done something she had never seen it do. Let go entirely of the armor. Not broken, not demolished. Let down deliberately by someone who had finally decided they did not need it for this particular moment. "I know," Kallistrate said. Theron's face did something then. Relief and grief and love and surrender all at once. Interfering and layered and completely clear. "That's all?" they asked. "Just I know." She set down the scroll, stood carefully with the care that their bodies required now, and crossed to where Theron sat beneath the oldest olive tree. Lowered herself to the ground beside them, the way they had both sat on cold stone floors in the dark many times, but this was warm and bright and smelled of blossoms. Their shoulders touching. Theron died on a clear morning in early spring. Kallistrate was reading aloud from Parmenides, the same passage they had returned to often in these final weeks. The philosopher's argument that beneath all apparent change and movement there was a single unchanging reality, permanent, whole, and beyond the reach of time. She had always thought Theron argued with this idea more than they believed it. But in the last weeks they had stopped arguing and only listened, and she had wondered if they were finding something useful in it finally, some comfort in the notion of permanence. She was midway through a sentence about the nature of being when she felt Theron's grip tighten around her hand. Once deliberate, as though confirming something. then release. She finished the paragraph. It seemed important to finish the paragraph. Then she sat in the quiet for a long time, still holding their hand. The light in the western bedroom was soft and gold, the morning light that had been Theron's companion through all the months of illness. Outside, the olive trees were very still. The sea moved beyond them, making its old sounds, indifferent and patient as it had always been. She did not call for anyone yet. She sat with the fact of it the way she had learned to sit with everything difficult, without trying to resolve it, without hurrying through to the next thing. 40 years she had loved this person. 40 years of returns and departures and mornings where the light fell across them, and she had been grateful for the ordinary fact of their presence. All of it had been leading here, as everything leads here, and she had known it was coming, and she had thought she was prepared. She was not prepared, but she had never needed to be prepared to stay. She pressed her lips to Theron's forehead. Their skin was already cooling, already beginning the long process of becoming something other than the person she had known. She let her hand rest on their chest for a moment, feeling the absence that was so much louder than a heartbeat. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for trusting me with this. With you. With all of it." The sea breathed beyond the window. The olive trees rustled. The world continued, indifferent and beautiful. She sat a while longer. Then she rose and began. The preparation of the body was an act of care, the last she would perform. She had watched others do this for the dead, in all the years of war, in the years after when their world had been defined by people who did not survive long enough to be old. She had never done it for someone she loved. She worked slowly, with the same economy of motion she brought to everything. Washing, anointing. Kallistrate looked at her. This woman who had come to her as a girl with impossible questions, who had grown into someone with impossible answers, who was now gray at the temples and moved with the particular authority of a person who had earned their place in the world. Theron had liked her, had taught her combat forms in the courtyard in their better years, had argued philosophy with her over dinner, had given her the carved lighthouse for reasons they had never quite explained except to say she seemed like someone who would understand it. "I'm glad, too," Kallistrate said. Erastos arrived before sunset with his daughter Lyra, who was grown now and a mother herself, and who had known Theron as a fixture of her childhood, the complicated presence who moved in and out of her uncle Callie's life with the tidal regularity of the sea. She wept quietly when she arrived. Kallistrate held her for a moment and felt something ease in her own chest at the warmth of another person's grief. Erastos himself came to stand beside Kallistrate near the built pyre and did not speak for a long while. He was gray now, heavier than in his youth, with the careful movements of a man whose joints had decided to make themselves known after decades of soldiering. But his face was the same face she had known since they were 17. Kind, a little exasperated with the world, fundamentally steady. 69 years old, he said finally, "And I still don't know how to do this part." "Nobody does," Kallistrate said. "We just do it anyway." He looked at the pyre, then at her. "How are you?" "I'll tell you in a week," she said honestly. "Ask me again then." He nodded. He had always accepted her honest answers rather than pressing for the comfortable ones. This was why she had kept him for 50 years. Xantha arrived 2 hours after sunset, road dusty and breathing hard, with the look of someone who had pushed their horse to its limit and would not apologize for it. She was older, grayer. The warm bluntness of her youth settled into something deeper and more certain. But her eyes were the same. The eyes of a healer who had decided long ago not to look away from things. She found Kallistrate sitting outside near the pyre, watching the first stars come through. "I made it," Xantha said. "You did." She sat beside Kallistrate without preamble, in the way that people who do not know each other well, but have known the same person deeply sometimes can. They had met only a handful of times over the years, but they had Theron in common, which was not a small thing. "Were they in pain?" Xantha asked, direct as always, the medical question underneath the human one. At the end, not much. The last weeks were gentle. Xantha exhaled. "Good." A silence. Somewhere in the grove an owl made its inquiry. "They talked about you sometimes," Kallistrate said. "Not often." but they would mention you when they were trying to say something true about themselves. You were their proof of concept. Xantha looked at her. What do you mean? That someone could see them at their worst and not leave. You were the first evidence they had that this was possible. Kallistrate glanced at her. Thank you for that. For keeping them alive long enough to find out it could be true of someone else too. Xantha was quiet for a moment. Then, they told me about you, In those early years, when they were still convinced you'd eventually give up, they talked about you the way people talk about things they're trying to talk themselves out of wanting. Kallistrate made a small sound that might have been a laugh. I told them, Xantha continued, that the fact you were still there after everything they'd thrown at you was either a miracle or evidence that you were both equally stubborn. They said probably both. She paused. I'm glad you stayed. For the record. So were they, Kallistrate said. Eventually, the pyre was lit at sunset. The sky was the color of amber and old bronze, the light particular to this coast, thick and warm and going slowly. The olive trees caught it and held it the way old things hold light, deep in the grain, reluctant to release it. Dorothea had arranged everything with the quiet competence of someone who had learned to organize the aftermath of difficult things, having watched her teacher do it for decades. The pyre was well built, the wood dry, the ritual elements set with care. She had thought to send word to several of Theron's former contacts, people from the mercenary years and the later ones, and a handful of them had appeared through the day, some known to Kallistrate, some not. Proof that Theron had lived fully even in the spaces between their returns, had touched lives in brief and particular ways, had been known and remembered in corners of the world Kallistrate had never seen. This comforted her. She had always suspected it was true. It was something else to see it. When the time came to speak, they went in the order that felt natural, the order of how long and how closely each had known Theron. Xantha went first. She spoke in the blunt, warm register of someone who had earned the right to the truth. They were a terrible patient who never followed instructions and once threw a cup of medicine at my head. They were also one of the most honest people I have ever met about their own damage. That takes courage that most people never find. I will miss the argument of them. One of the former soldiers, a man called Darius who had silver in his beard and the bearing of someone who had seen a great deal and processed none of it, said, Theron fought beside me for one campaign in the north, 15 years ago. In 3 months, they kept our entire unit from making the kind of mistakes that get people killed. They said once, there is no heroism in dying when you could have lived. I think about that most days. Dorothea said, they taught me that scars do not disqualify you. They are just the record of having survived. I thought about this when things were hard, and it helped. It always helped. Erastos, who had not intended to speak and then found he was speaking anyway, said, I didn't understand them. I'll be honest about that. I thought they were making a person I loved very unhappy for a long time. And I was wrong, and I knew I was wrong probably before I admitted it. Why I know is this. They came back. Every time they left, they came back. She stood before the pyre in the last light, and for a moment she was simply present in the fact of it. The smell of pine resin and the sea air and the olive trees, the faces of these people gathered here for this person, the specific weight of the evening. She had thought about what to say, had composed things in her mind through the days of preparation, and abandoned them all because they were too long or too neat or too much like a speech. What she wanted to say was not a speech. Theron taught me, she said finally, that strength isn't staying in the fight. It's knowing when to hold ground and when to give space. She paused. They held ground when it mattered. Not always the way I would have chosen. Not always without cost. She stepped forward and lit the pyre. The fire took hold slowly, then with conviction, the way fire does when the wood is good and dry in the night is coming. The light it cast was orange and warm and flickering, and it made everyone gathered there look like something ancient, which was right. This was an ancient thing. This was the oldest thing there was. Kallistrate stepped back and watched Theron burn. She did not look away. This was the last thing she could do. Witness. It had always been what she could do. She had been doing it for 40 years, and she did it now at the end, without flinching, without hurrying, without asking for it to be other than what it was. The others stood with her. Dorothea on her left, Erastos on her right. Xantha a little behind. The soldiers and former acquaintances arranged in the loose formation of people who are trying to be present for something they do not entirely understand. The fire burned for a long time. The sky went black and filled with stars, and the olive trees were dark shapes around the light, and the sea made its old sounds below the cliff, and none of them spoke, and that was right too. She scattered the ashes the next morning, alone. She had asked the others not to come, and they had respected this, because they knew her well enough to understand that the previous evening had been for everyone, but this was for her and Theron only. The grove was wet with early dew, the grass cold under her feet. The olive trees stood around her in the morning light, massive and patient, their leaves the particular silver green that meant spring, that meant life ongoing, that meant the world would continue in its cycles regardless of the human grief conducted beneath its branches. She walked to the oldest tree, the first one they had planted 30 years ago now, with their hands in the dirt and neither of them speaking, and the whole improbable future of their life together ahead of them, full of things she could not have predicted and would not undo. She opened the urn and let the wind take what it would. She did not hurry this either. When it was done, she stood in the grove with the empty urn and listened to the olive trees. The light was coming up properly now, gold and clear, the kind of spring morning that felt like a statement. The sea glittered below the cliff. A bird was conducting its territorial argument somewhere to the east. Theron would have had something to say about all of this. They would have made some sardonic observation about the indifference of beautiful days to human suffering, deployed with the particular dry precision that meant they were feeling something they did not have words for. She knew this with the certainty of someone who had been paying close attention for 40 years. She sat down at the base of the tree, in the cool grass, with her back against the bark. And then Kallistrate, who had not cried once in the days since Theron died, who had moved through the preparation and the gathering and the pyre and the scatter with the steadiness that had always been the central fact of her, who had learned long ago that tears were not required for grief to be real, who had stayed through everything and broken for nothing, finally wept. Not loudly, not dramatically, the way everything with her was done, with economy, with honesty, without asking for it to stop before it was finished. She sat under the oldest olive tree in the grove they had built together, and she grieved the shape of a person who had been specific and difficult and entirely irreplaceable, the weight of an absence that was the size of 40 years, and she let herself feel the full dimension of it. The olive trees stood around her in the spring morning. The sea moved below the cliff. The world continued, indifferent and beautiful, the way it had always continued, the way it would always continue. When she was done, she wiped her face with the back of her hand, sat in the quiet for a moment longer. Then she rose, dusted the grass from her clothes, tucked the empty urn under her arm, and walked back toward the house. There was work to do. There was always work to do. And the lamp in the window needed tending, and the grove needed watering, and Dorothea would have made breakfast and would be waiting with the patient presence of someone who had learned from the best how to hold space without filling it. Kallistrate had been here before, at the beginning of the next thing, with grief as a companion rather than an obstacle. She knew how to do this. She had had 40 years of practice. She walked through the olive grove in the spring morning, and the trees moved above her in the salt wind, and she was shaped by everything she had survived, and she was still standing. That was enough. That had always been enough. Chapter 27. The first season alone. Spring gave way to summer the way it always had, with a gradual insistence that felt, in the weeks after the pyre, both ordinary and offensive. The olive trees leafed into their deep summer green. The sea changed color, going from the gray-green of early spring to the bright particular blue that meant heat and long days and the smell of salt and thyme. Dorothea stayed for 2 weeks after the gathering and then, with careful gentleness, asked whether Kallistrate wanted her to remain longer or whether she needed the quiet of the house to herself. Kallistrate had considered this honestly. The quiet, she said, but come back in a month. Dorothea had looked at her for a long moment, reading her the way she had learned to read her, then nodded. In a month, then. The house was very quiet after she left. Kallistrate had thought she knew what this would be like. She had spent years in this house while Theron was away, some of those years stretching to months 1 to 8 months, and she had managed each of those absences with the steadiness that had always been her central competency. She had built a full life that had room in it for Theron without collapsing when Theron was not there. She had told Erastos and herself and anyone who asked, "I am not waiting. I am living." She understood now the difference between absence and death. Absence had a direction. Absence contained the possibility of return, and she had never fully stopped orienting toward that possibility, even when she refused to call it what it was. The lamp in the window had not been metaphor. It had been actual. She had kept an actual lamp burning in the actual window, and the act of tending it had given the waiting a shape, a task, a reason to rise in the morning. There was no lamp now. She did not put one out, not because she had decided against it, but because the gesture would mean something different in this new arrangement, something she was not ready to decide. So the window ledge was empty, and the house was quiet, and she moved through it with the same economy of motion she had always had, and let herself feel what needed to be felt without hurrying it. She was not unhappy. This was the strange part. She had expected grief to feel like injury, acute and disabling. Instead, it felt like weather, present and variable, sometimes quiet, sometimes heavy, sometimes simply there in the way that air was there all the time, impossible to not breathe. She tended the olive grove. She cooked simple meals and ate them at the table where Theron had sat across from her for years. And sometimes she looked at the empty chair and said something out loud, a comment about the food or the weather or a bird's behavior in the grove, the kind of small remark she would have made to Theron. And then she sat with the silence that answered and found it was not unbearable. It was just different. She wrote letters to Erastos, to former students, to a philosopher in Athens she had corresponded with for 20 years, to a woman she had fought beside in what felt like another life. She described the grove in summer. She described the quality of the olives coming in. She described watching a pair of hawks court each other over the cliff edge, and she wrote, Theron would have had something precise and devastating to say about this. I find I am keeping notes of the things they would have said. It may be a strange practice. It keeps them present without asking them to be. The letters she received back were kind. Some were very kind. She read them once and set them in a drawer and went back to the grove. Erastos came in the 4th week. He arrived in the afternoon, road-dusty, with a bag over one shoulder and the expression of a man who had been composing what to say for the entire journey and had abandoned all of it. He stood in the doorway and looked at her. "How are you?" he asked. "Still standing," she said. "That's something." She made him tea, and they sat at the kitchen table the way they had been sitting at various tables together for 50 years, with the ease of people who had long since run out of the need to perform comfort for each other. "Lyra asks after you," he said. "I've been thinking about something. That's usually trouble. Listen." He set down the cup. "I've been thinking about the fact that I spent a long time not understanding Theron, not liking what they put you through or what I thought they put you through. The leaving, the silence, that year with no word." He paused, "And I said things to you over the years about whether it was worth it, whether you deserved better, whether you were waiting your life away." Kallistrate looked at him steadily. "I was wrong," he said. "Not about the worry. The worry was real, and I don't regret it. But about what I thought I was seeing. I was looking at the leaving and not the coming back. At the absence and not what the presence meant." He met her eyes. "I wanted to say that before too much time passed, that I was wrong, and I watched 40 years of something I didn't have the right measure of, and I'm sorry I didn't understand it sooner." She was quiet for a moment. "You love me," she said. "That's what that was. Still, I should have." Erastos. She put her hand over his on the table, briefly, in the way that was possible between them after 50 years. "You asked the right questions. You stayed close enough to ask them. You were there when I needed you to be there. That is not a debt. That is friendship." She withdrew her hand. "And you were not entirely wrong. It was hard sometimes. It cost something. I would not want you to have missed that." He looked at her for a long time. Then, quietly, "I miss them too. Stranger as it is to say. I miss the argument of them. The fact of them. I know." She picked up her cup. "So do I. Every day." In the 2nd month, she found his things. Not all at once. The house had always been theirs together in the way that a house becomes a palimpsest of a shared life, each object acquiring context, the context layering until it becomes impossible to see the object without seeing the story attached to it. There was no way to encounter the shelves, or the workshop, or the kitchen without encountering Theron. But there were things that were particularly Theron's. Things she had known were there, without fully apprehending them in the daily business of being alive together. She began to find them. A carved piece of wood in the workshop, tucked behind the tools. She did not know when Theron had made it or what it had been intended for. It was a small figure, rough but unmistakable, a lighthouse with a narrow flame at the top. She turned it over in her hands. Theron had never mentioned making it, had perhaps made it in one of the wakeful nights that still, even at the end, came sometimes, using the work of the hands the way Kallistrate herself had always done, to occupy the body while the mind sorted itself. She sat on the windowsill, the window ledge that had been empty. It was not the same as the lamp, but it was something. Theron's cloak was gone, burned with them on the pyre as they had requested. But there was a second cloak, older, more worn, that had lived on a hook by the door for as long as Kallistrate could remember. She had mended it twice. The second mend was visible at the shoulder, a slightly different thread, because she'd had to substitute what she had. Theron had looked at it when she'd finished and said, "You used the wrong color." And she had said, "It's holding, isn't it?" And Theron had said, "Yes," in the particular way that meant the conversation was about more than the cloak. She kept the cloak on the hook. In the margins of a copy of Heraclitus, she found annotations in Theron's handwriting. Small and precise and very characteristic, the arguments that they had always had with this philosopher who believed everything was in constant flux, that you could not step into the same river twice. The annotations were mostly disagreements, which was consistent. But on the final page, in different ink, slightly shakier, more recent, and yet the river is still the river. The stepping is what changes, not the water. Perhaps this is the point I have been missing. She read this 3 times. Then she sat down on the floor of the small study, with her back against the shelves, and held the book for a long while. Had received the carved lighthouse from Theron's hands, which were hands that had made this house and pruned these trees and held this specific persons for 40 years. Being with Dorothea was a kind of continuation. "Tell me something about them," Dorothea said one evening, over wine, in the way she sometimes did now. It had become a practice between them, informal, without ceremony. Something I didn't know. Kallistrate thought. The first time they stayed here, in Athens, they helped me with the pottery. She looked at her wine. I was bad at it then. Still am. But they never said so. They just watched me make terrible shapes and occasionally made a small adjustment to the clay when I wasn't looking, as though they thought I wouldn't notice. "Did you?" "Immediately. Every time." She paused. I didn't say so for 3 weeks. They thought they were being subtle. They were not remotely subtle. She looked up at Dorothea's expression. That was the beginning, I think. Watching someone try to help without being seen to help. I recognized it. Dorothea was quiet for a moment. "The same thing you do." "Yes. You taught each other that." Kallistrate considered this. Or we recognized it. I'm not sure which came first. The lamp Theron had carved stood on the windowsill where she had placed it. The evening light caught it as the sun went down, casting a small shadow across the ledge. "I'm going to be all right," Kallistrate said. Not to Dorothea particularly, or perhaps to all of it at once. To the room, the grove outside, the absence that had become a presence of a different kind. "I know," Dorothea said. The echo of it was not lost on either of them. Kallistrate looked up and found Dorothea's eyes, which were steady and a little wet and entirely present. "Good," Kallistrate said. She reached out and trimmed the wick of the small oil lamp on the table. The flame straightened, burned cleaner. Outside, the olive grove moved in the last of the summer wind, and the sea darkened toward night, and the carved lighthouse stood in the window with the last light in it. And that was enough. Chapter 28. The Student's Inheritance. Dorothea had not intended to say anything about it. She was 57 years old, a seasoned soldier and teacher in her own right, A woman who had faced battle and loss and the accumulated weight of a life lived at some cost, and had processed all of it with the steady practicality she had learned from the best teacher she'd ever had. She knew better than most that love was not a weakness and not a problem to be solved. She had watched the proof of this thesis for nearly 4 decades. She still had not intended to say anything. She arrived at the coastal house in early autumn, a year after Theron's death, with the grove beginning to show the first signs of the olive harvest and the sea going the dark gray-green of October. Kallistrate was in the grove when she arrived, moving between the trees with the easy authority of someone who had been tending them for 30 years and knew each one individually. Kallistrate looked at her face when she came through the grove gate and said, with no preamble at all, "Who is it?" Dorothea stopped walking. "Sit down," Kallistrate said, gesturing to the stone bench near the oldest tree. Dorothea sat. Kallistrate sat beside her, set down her pruning tools, and waited. "I feel ridiculous," Dorothea said. "You don't look it. I'm 57. What does that have to do with anything?" Dorothea looked at the grove. The trees were heavy with the coming harvest, their branches bowed slightly, the olives dark and dense. She had helped with the harvest twice before, staying through the work of picking and pressing. She knew these trees by now, which ones bore more and which less, the particular angle of the oldest tree's trunk where it had grown around an old wound. "Her name is Philomene," she said. "She's a philosopher. She teaches in Athens. I've known her for 6 years, in the way you can know someone at symposiums and lectures and the edges of overlapping circles without ever quite knowing them. And then 3 months ago, I actually knew her, and I haven't been the same since." Kallistrate was quiet. "She's complicated," Dorothea said. "Of course she is. She had a marriage that ended badly 7 years ago. She doesn't speak much about it. She's very self-contained. She's warm when she allows herself to be, and then she pulls back, and I could see her doing it, and I don't know whether to give her space or—" She stopped, pressed her hands together in her lap. "I don't know what I'm doing. I teach people how to fight. I have never once known what to do with this. And when she pulls back, does it feel like she's leaving or like she's catching her breath?" Dorothea considered this distinction with the care it deserved. "Catching her breath," she said finally. "I think the pulling back doesn't feel like it's from me. It feels like it's from something in herself. That's important. Is it?" "It's the whole thing," Kallistrate said. "Whether someone is running from you or running from themselves. The first is a problem. The second is a wound. They look the same from outside, and they are not the same at all." Dorothea looked at her. "How do you tell the difference?" "You ask, and you watch whether the asking helps them toward you or drives them further. And you wait long enough to see the pattern." Kallistrate paused. "And you decide, honestly, whether the pattern is one you can live with. Not whether you want to fix it. Whether you could be in the same space as it, without it destroying you." Dorothea was quiet for a long moment. "You make it sound simple," she said. "It isn't simple. It's just clear." Kallistrate looked at her hands, the old familiar lines of them. "There's a difference. What if I get it wrong? What if I stay and it costs too much, or I give too much space and she thinks I don't want?" "Dorothea." Kallistrate's voice was mild but steady. "You're asking me whether love is risky. It is. That's not a problem with this love, specifically. That's the nature of the thing. You make it sound easy to just accept that." "No," Kallistrate said. "I make it sound possible. Those are different things." She looked at the grove. "I have been frightened many times in my life. By battle, by loss, by the years when Theron was silent, and I didn't know whether they would ever come back. Fear is not a signal to retreat. It is a signal that something matters. The question is always, does it matter enough to stay in the fear?" Dorothea looked at her teacher. 50 years older, silver-haired, with the deep lines of someone who had lived with intention, who wore her years not as damage, but as evidence. There was something in her bearing, even now, even in grief, that felt like bedrock, the thing you could build on. "Yes," Dorothea said quietly. "It matters enough." Kallistrate nodded once, as though this confirmed something she had already known. "Then you already have her answer. Everything else is just the work." They sat in the autumn grove for a while, the olive harvest moving in the wind around them. "Can I ask you something?" Dorothea said. "You always do." Were you frightened? When it started with Theron, were you frightened of how much it mattered? Kallistrate looked at the oldest tree, the one they had planted first, the one that had grown large and certain and had outlasted everything else. Every single day, she said. Every return. Every departure. The first time I lit the lamp, and the last time. She paused. Being frightened meant I was paying attention. I was always glad to be paying attention. Dorothea received this carefully and stored it the way she stored everything her teacher said. Not to repeat it, but to understand it from the inside, to work it through her own experience until it became her own knowing rather than borrowed wisdom. I want to give you something, Kallistrate said. She rose from the bench and walked back through the grove to the house. Dorothea stayed where she was, watching the trees move in the light, feeling the particular texture of autumn here, the salt and the harvest smell, and the particular quality of the sea light that she had come to know over years of these visits. Kallistrate returned with something in her hand. It was the carved lighthouse, the small one Theron had made, that had stood in the window these past months, its shadow falling across the ledge each evening. She held it out to Dorothea. Theron made it, she said. I don't know when. I found it in the workshop after they died. They never explained it. She paused. But they gave you the other one years ago. The one they gave you directly, I think, was for what you'd already survived. This one is for what's ahead. She pressed it into Dorothea's hands. Keep it. Dorothea held the small carved object. It was smooth, worn at the edges, light in her palm. The flame at the top was a simple pointed shape, but it was unmistakable. What does it mean? She asked, though she thought she knew. Because the keeping of it is what you are. Dorothea thought of Philomene, her careful warmth, the way she argued philosophy like it was a form of hand-to-hand combat, the way she had looked at Dorothea once across a crowded room with the look of someone who was surprised to find themselves wanting something. The sea moved below the cliff. Erasto's daughter had another child, a boy. She sent word at midsummer. He will apparently be named something very traditional and earnest, which is very like Erasto's family. She sipped her wine. Erastos himself as well. Slower than he was. He came back in the autumn to help with the harvest and complained about the slope of the grove the entire time. I thought of you every time he did it, because you said the same thing for 20 years, and I never once agreed. A bird landed near the cup she had set on the stone, looked at it with the brief professional interest of birds, and left. I'm angry sometimes, she said. I want you to know that. I'm angry that you died, still believing you had wasted time. I am angry I couldn't convince you otherwise in 40 years of trying, that the time was not wasted. That surviving something broken and making your way back is the opposite of waste. That I watch you do it every day and I never once thought, this is wasted. I thought, this is the bravest thing I have ever witnessed. She stopped. I'm telling you now in case you can hear it from wherever you are, which I don't know. I have never known. I have always been more comfortable with uncertainty than you were. The wind came off the sea and moved through the grove, and the oldest tree stirred above her, its massive branches easy in the movement. I'm glad you stayed, she told the tree, the cup, the absence. However you could, however long it took you to find your way to staying. I'm glad you made it. I'm glad we had this. She sat until the sun was fully up, and then she brought the second cup back to the kitchen and washed both of them and went to tend the grove. The second anniversary, she did the same thing. And the third. By the third year, she had begun to speak differently to the absent Theron, the way you speak differently to someone once the acute grief has settled into the chronic one, the kind that lives alongside your life rather than consuming it. The urgency was less. The presence was different, less raw, more integrated, the way an old scar integrates into the landscape of a body until is simply part of the map. The new amphitheater in Athens is apparently all marble, she said on the third anniversary, with her back against the old tree and the autumn light coming through the leaves. Dorothea went and reported back in the way she reports unpleasant things, with the careful neutral language of someone trying not to incite me. She knows that I know she hated it. She thinks I don't know she hated it. She paused. You would have had words for the architecture. I don't have your specific vocabulary for pretension, but I can imagine it. All weight and no warmth. Monument to the idea of culture rather than culture itself. Something like that. The olive trees moved. The sea sounded its argument against the cliff below. Dorothea and Philomene are well, she added. Complicated and well, which is the best version of well that particular kind of love gets. Philomene stayed through the winter this year for the first time. I heard about this in a letter, so carefully written I could read every word she did not say. She is very like Theron in the way she holds good news carefully, as though setting it down gently in case it breaks. She looked at the sea. I want to tell you that. I wanted you to know that what we did, what we were, made a kind of sense to someone else. That Dorothea is carrying it forward and making something good of it. The sun came through the gap in the trees and fell across the flat stone. The olives came in beautifully this year, she said. Better than last year. I wish you could taste them. I wish you could see what we made. She stayed until the sun moved off the stone. Then she went back to work. In the spring of her 3rd year alone, something shifted. It was not dramatic. She had spent enough years paying close attention to understand that the most significant changes rarely announce themselves. They arrived the way the olive trees had fruited, in cycles, the preparation invisible underground until suddenly there was yield, and you understood the growth had been happening all along. She was slower now. Her knees had been making their objections known since the winter, and she had begun to take the paths through the grove more carefully, choosing the flat routes over the steep ones, moving with the deliberate economy of someone in a negotiation with their own body. She woke sometimes at night with a pain across her chest that eased by morning, and she had noted this without alarm and without telling anyone, which was perhaps not entirely consistent with the life philosophy she had been advocating for 40 years. She wrote more letters than she used to. Not the practical notes of earlier years, but long, considered letters, the kind that were really a form of thinking out loud, the way she had always used her hands to think, shape clay, and prune trees and sharpen blades. Only now her hands were sometimes stiff in the morning, and so the letters. She wrote to Erastos, I've been thinking about what it means to build something that outlasts you. Not the grove, which will outlast us all. Something more particular. The knowledge of how to stay when staying is hard. The knowledge that love is not the fixing. I keep wondering who carries this forward and how, whether it can be carried in words or whether it only lives in the doing. Erastos wrote back, It lives in Dorothea, who learned it from you. It lives in every student you've ever had. What Theron and I learned together across 40 years of imperfect love is this. The staying is not martyrdom when it feeds you too. I stayed because I had to, because leaving would have killed something essential in me, but also because the staying was interesting, because loving someone difficult and specific teaches you things that loving someone easy never would. I'm not saying you should seek out difficulty. I am saying, if it is already there, if it is the particular difficulty of a specific beloved person, do not mistake it for a reason to leave. Witness it. The witnessing is the whole work. She set this letter aside to revise. She was not sure she had said it right. She was not sure it could be said in one sitting. She went back to the grove. The spring olives were small and hard on the branches, weeks yet from anything. She walked slowly between the trees, touching them as she went, the rough bark, the smooth young branches, the places where she had pruned and the places where she had left things to grow as they wished. In the evening, she sat on the stone bench and watched the sun go down over the sea. I'm still here, she said, to the grove, to the absent Theron, to all of it. The sea answered in its old, indifferent, beautiful way. She sat until the dark came up, and then she went inside. There was still work to do. She would do it tomorrow. Chapter 30, The Western Bedroom. Dorothea arrived in late spring to find the house quieter than usual. Not the quiet of a woman occupied with solitary work. The particular productive silence she had come to know across years of visits. The silence of someone whose attention was elsewhere, engaged and purposeful. This was a different quality of quiet. This was the quiet of something winding down. Kallistrate was in the grove when Dorothea arrived, sitting on the stone bench near the oldest tree, not pruning, not working, simply sitting with her face turned toward the morning light in the way of someone who has decided to be present to the light rather than the task. She looked up when she heard Dorothea's footsteps, and her face did the thing it had always done when Dorothea arrived. Something warmed in it, not performed, simply a fact. "You're here early," she said. "You wrote that the chest pains were worse. I wrote that they were continuing. That's not the same." Kallistrate looked at her for a moment. Then, mildly, "It's been 3 months since the last time. They come in the night, and they ease by morning. I am 68 years old, and I have been fighting one thing or another for 50 of those years. Bodies eventually reach their conclusions." She paused. "I'm not frightened." Dorothea sat beside her on the bench. She did not say she was sorry, because Kallistrate would not want that. She did not say it would be fine, because Kallistrate would not want that either. She sat and looked at the grove and let the silence be what it was. They sat in the morning light until Kallistrate was ready to go inside. She wrote for 3 days. Not continuously. She rested in the mornings when the chest pains came, and she ate the meals Dorothea made with the same practical willingness she had always brought to being cared for, accepting help without making it a debt. She slept in the western bedroom, the good morning light across her face, and Dorothea slept in the other room and came when she was needed without waiting to be asked, which was the most important thing and the one that could not be taught, only learned. Kallistrate wrote in the long afternoons when the light was good and her hands were steady. She had the letters she had drafted to Dorothea, the one about the witnessing and the staying, and she revised it and built outward from it, the way you build a structure from the load-bearing wall, adding what it needed to hold. On the 3rd afternoon, she called Dorothea into the study. Dorothea sat across the table from her, in the chair that had always been the visitor's chair since the house was built, the one with the slight lean that Theron had always meant to fix and never had. The late light fell across the room, golden and particular, the quality of light in this house at this hour that Dorothea had come to know over years and years of visits. Kallistrate had several pages on the table in front of her. She looked at them for a moment, then at Dorothea. "I want to read this to you," she said, "and I want you to tell me if I've said it right." Dorothea folded her hands in her lap. "I'll listen." Kallistrate picked up the first page. "The mentor warned us this love would break us. The olive trees were lit gold and bronze in the evening, the way they lit up at this hour, the light coming in low and warm from the west and catching in the leaves, making each tree something particular and specific in itself." Kallistrate walked slowly between them, her hand on the bark of each as she passed, the way she had always done this circuit, which Dorothea had seen her do many times over the years. Not inspection, not maintenance, something more intimate. Acknowledgement, perhaps, the attending to each specific thing. She stopped at the oldest tree. "This is the first one," she said. 31 years. Theron's hands and mine in the soil. Dorothea knew this. She had been told this before, in the direct way Kallistrate told important things, without ceremony, simply as the true and relevant fact. "The ones at the east edge I planted the year Nicomedes died," Kallistrate continued. "I needed something to do with my hands. That was a hard year." She moved along the row, touching. These 4 were Theron's project, the year they stayed for 14 consecutive months. The longest stay of those early years. They took the work of them very seriously, as though the trees were something they could give me that wasn't the thing they couldn't give. Dorothea walked beside her. "And these," Kallistrate said, stopping at a row of trees that were younger than the others, their trunks still slender, their canopy still building, "I planted after Theron died. Last spring." Dorothea looked at them. "They won't fruit for years yet," she said. Kallistrate looked at her. "Good thing we're patient," she said. It was the same thing she had said 30 years ago when Theron had pointed out that the first olive tree would not fruit for years. Dorothea had heard this story. She heard it now in the repetition, in the return of the old words in the new context. And what it meant was, I am planting for the future. I am planting past the end of my own seeing. I trust the growth even when I will not be here for it. The light was going very fast now, the way spring evenings went here, the sun dropping quickly into the sea and the air cooling immediately. "Come inside," Dorothea said. Kallistrate looked at the grove one more moment. The trees were dark shapes now in the fading light, massive and patient, the oldest among them a presence more than a shape, something that had stood through 31 years of weather and work and the long human business conducted beneath its branches. "Yes," she said. Dorothea took her arm gently, and they walked back through the grove to the house. Kallistrate died 3 weeks later in the western bedroom, on a morning in late spring when the light was exactly what it had always been in that room. The good morning light, soft and gold, the particular quality of east-facing windows on a clear day that makes the world look as though it means well. Dorothea was with her. She had been reading aloud, because Kallistrate had asked for it. From philosophy texts she had always loved and argued with in equal measure. Parmenides, the same philosopher she had been reading to Theron at the end. The circular nature of this was not lost on either of them. Kallistrate had said, when she asked for it, "I have some arguments left with him. I like to finish them." So Dorothea read, and Kallistrate listened, and the light came through the window and fell across the bed, and the grove outside was quiet in the morning, and the sea made its old sounds below the cliff. When it happened, it was not sudden. It was the way the outline of a thing becomes clear. Not a moment of change, but the moment of recognizing what has already changed, what has been becoming for some time, what was always going to be this. Dorothea finished the paragraph she was reading. Then she sat in the quiet for a long time, still holding Kallistrate's hand. The light in the western bedroom was steady and kind. Outside, the olive trees were very still. After a while, Dorothea set down the text and looked at the folded letter on the table beside the bed in its deliberate placement. She picked it up, read it again. Then she put it carefully in her cloak, close to the carved lighthouse she still carried, and sat with Kallistrate a while longer in the good morning light. There was no hurry. The world would continue, and there would be things to do, and she would do them. But first she would sit here, as she had been taught to sit with important things, without hurrying through to the next thing, without asking it to be other than what it was. She had been paying attention for 38 years. She knew how to stay. She buried Kallistrate's ashes in the grove beside Theron's, as they had both wished, planted a new olive tree between the two places where the ashes were. It was small, the new tree. It would be years before it bore fruit. Dorothea planted it anyway. The gathered mourners stood in the grove in the spring morning. Erastos, older and slower and weeping without embarrassment. Philomene, who had traveled 2 days to be there and stood close to Dorothea with the particular gravity of someone who understood what was being lost. Students past and present. Neighbors from the coast who had known the inhabitants of the house for 30 years. A few soldiers from the old days who had served and fought and been shaped by both of these people in various ways and had traveled to say so. What was time, Dorothea spoke last. "I have a letter," she said, "written by Kallistrate. I was told to share it when it was useful, and I believe now is when it is useful." She read it aloud to the gathered mourners, standing in the olive grove in the morning light, the sea behind them, the trees moving in the spring wind. The words went out into the air of the grove and were received by everyone there, and were understood in different ways by each of them, and none of those understandings were wrong. When she finished, she folded the letter again. She looked at the small new olive tree between the two older places in the earth. She looked at Erastos, who nodded once. She looked at Philomene, who was watching her with the steady attention of someone who had finally, after years of learning how, stopped tracking the exits. Dorothea carried the letter back to Athens, where she read it to her own students. And sometimes that is the most we can do. And sometimes that is everything. The olive grove remained. The trees continued their patient work of growing and fruiting and being rooted, indifferent to human grief, faithful to their own nature, doing the thing they had been planted to do. The lamp Theron had carved, the small lighthouse, sat in the window of the empty house for a long time before Dorothea came to collect it. She kept it until she died. It was with her at the end. Epilogue: the lighthouse still burns. 20 years after Kallistrate's death, the olive grove was ancient. The oldest tree, the first one planted, was 52 years in the ground. Its trunk had thickened to the width of a man's arm span, its bark deeply furrowed, its canopy spreading wide enough to shelter a dozen people from the summer sun. It bore fruit with the unhurried abundance of something that has long since settled into its purpose and found no reason to alter it. The house still stood. A family from the coast had kept it for the past decade, tending the grove with the careful competence of people who understood they were stewards of something older than themselves. They knew the history of it. Everyone in that part of the coast knew the history of it, passed down the way important things were passed down here. Not in formal record, but in the living act of telling. Dorothea walked slowly now. She was 80 years old, and the years showed in her in the way years showed in people who had used them well. Not as ruin, but as record, the way the oldest olive tree showed its years in the texture of its bark and the particular character of its branching. She moved with a cane on the uneven ground of the grove, and she moved without apology for it, which was a thing she had learned from the best teacher she had ever had. Her student, a young warrior scholar named Eris, walked beside her. He was 19, which was the age Dorothea had been when she first sought out Kallistrate's teaching. She had noticed this symmetry when he had come to her and had not mentioned it, because some things were meant to be felt rather than named. He had been asking questions about love and duty since the beginning of his studies with her. Most of her students did. Eventually, she had learned to wait for the right moment to answer them properly, which was usually not in the teaching courtyard, but somewhere like this. Eris looked around the grove, taking in the size of it, the age. He was the kind of person who paid attention to where he was, which was one of the reasons she had accepted him. "How old are some of these trees?" he asked. "The oldest is 51 years. Dorothea stopped near it, rested a hand on the bark. It was the first one planted. Two people, hands in the dirt, neither of them speaking. It was years before it bore fruit. She looked up at the canopy. They planted it anyway. Eris was quiet, reading the grove the way she had taught him to read a situation, without rushing to conclusions, attending to what was actually there. "You've told me about Kallistrate," he said. "The teacher. I've told you some of it. Tell me more." Dorothea moved through the grove at her own pace, and Eris moved with her, and she told him. She told him about the cave in the mountain, the snowstorm that trapped two former lovers together for 8 days and forced them to reckon with what they had broken and whether it was worth trying to build again. She told him about the years that followed, the leaving and the returning. The lamp kept burning in the window of the Athens house, the silent months that nearly broke both of them, the slow and imperfect negotiation toward something that looked nothing like the love songs and everything like the real thing. She told him about the mentor's warning, about the olive grove purchased together, 8 years into the pattern, the first real act of shared future, about Nicomedes dying and his letter reframing everything the warning had meant. She told him about Theron's illness, about the "I'm glad you stayed" that took 40 years to say, about Kallistrate holding their hand as they died and finishing the paragraph she was reading before she sat in the quiet. She told him about the pyre and the ashes in the grove and the first season of a woman alone in a house shaped by the presence of someone no longer in it. She told him about the letter. She had it with her, as she always did when she came here, folded in her cloak beside a small carved lighthouse worn smooth by decades of handling. She did not take them out. It did not need to be produced to be present. Eris listened to all of it without interrupting, which was one of his better qualities. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment, looking at the oldest tree. "Did they get a happy ending?" he asked. Dorothea looked at him. He had asked this with the genuine uncertainty of someone who was not sure what the answer was or what kind of answer he hoped for, which meant he was actually listening and not just waiting for his turn to speak. "They got a true ending," she said. "That's better." He considered this. "Ow, a happy ending is a thing that happens to you. The story resolves, the difficulty closes, the wound heals." She moved to the stone bench near the oldest tree, sat down with the slow care her body now required. Kallistrate and Theron didn't get that. The wound never fully closed. Theron died, still struggling with the belief that they had wasted time. Kallistrate spent 40 years loving someone who could only offer parts of themselves, and knew it, and chose it anyway. She paused. A true ending is one where the story was worth telling, where the lives were fully lived, the choices were genuinely made, the love was real and specific and cost something. where the people were not fixed or healed or made whole, but were held. She reached in her cloak and took out the carved lighthouse. It was small, worn smooth by decades of handling, the flame at the top still a clear pointed shape despite the wearing. She turned it over once, the familiar weight of it, and held it out to Eris. He took it carefully, understanding without being told that it was not a casual thing. Theron made this, Dorothea said. Kallistrate found it after they died. She gave it to me. I have carried it since. She paused. I am giving it to you now, because you're going to need to remember that some lights keep burning, even when you cannot see what they are illuminating, even when the storm is very long. Eris looked at the small, carved object in his palm. What if I'm not strong enough? He asked. The real question, underneath all the other questions. She had been waiting for it. Staying isn't the same as being strong, Dorothea said. Staying is a choice you make with whatever you have available. Some days you make it with courage. Some days you make it with stubbornness. Some days you make it because you simply have not left yet, and the morning comes and you are still here, and that is enough. She looked at the grove. The lighthouse keeper's job is not to be fearless. It is to remain. Eris closed his fingers around the lighthouse.